coming online over the next few days, so we're prepared ahead of time. My goal is to never have a single person in there. The other thing that we're working with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, and we've purchased 4 56-foot trailers. They're refrigerated trailers. And these are temporary mortuary services. One is at the Bratt Memorial Hospital. One will be at Rutland Regional. One will be at UVM Medical Center. For the life of me, I can't remember the 4th one. It's a grim planning thing that we're doing, but it's absolutely necessary. And hopefully those will also go unused, but if the mortuary services are exceeded, we have that built-in capacity. The way to look at this from my perspective, and it's not just me, it's people way smarter than me. When you look at the modeling, if the apex is planned mid-April, if you look at it like a bell curve, you know, we started these actions back in early March, apologize. We're going to have to be probably in the same posture on the backside so that we don't have a resurge. But the things we're doing are working, and to the extent possible, we need people to comply in terms of really protecting each other and washing your hands, social distancing. And so I don't want to eat up my whole time. I could go on for probably 3 hours on everything that's going on. It's significant. Every state agency is involved. And in my 35 years in the emergency services, I've never seen anything like this, and I hope never again. With that, I'll answer any questions the committee might have.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. Looking for hands. Am I missing anybody?
Somebody's got their hand up.
I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing.
Selena.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Well, first, thank you for everything that you're doing. And I think not for this time, but in the future, it would be good to understand, like I just read through a very long briefing about all of the scenarios that are planned for law enforcement and what they'll be able to enforce under different scenarios and just how that's anticipated to work. And I think our time is very limited today, but if at a future date, it might be really good to hear.
So I can address that really briefly, and I can be prepared. And that might be the thing to do, Madam Chair. If there are questions people want to give me ahead of time, I can be prepared. But from law enforcement, we are not looking to enforce any of the stay-at-home or any of those orders. It's education. But let's say we ran into a situation where a bar was ignoring the order. The best way we're not going to arrest people, but the best way is educate. And if they continue to be non-compliant, liquor can pull their license. Or there's other administrative ways to ensure that that doesn't continue. Frankly, most people get it, but I understand your question. But law enforcement's not looking to enforce these things at all.
And I think my question too is just that was my understanding as well. And I really appreciate that and think that is very much the right approach. So I've been really encouraged to see that. I think I saw it's hard to remember, we get so much information every day, but a briefing maybe from the Capitol Police Chief that was like, even just more generally about what law enforcement will and won't enforce and prioritize under different scenarios. So I don't think we need to hear about that today, but I thought it was interesting and then also maybe raise some questions for me.
We still have about a minute and a half in Chris's time.
if there are no questions, I'll sing. You don't want that.
I'm hoping somebody comes up with a question.
Right. Again, I'm looking for,
I will tell you this.
Yeah.
I never thought I would say this, but I miss seeing you all.
thank you.
I
Appreciate
can't
it.
wait to the day when the biggest thing I worry about is what might be happening in the State House. It puts everything in perspective.
Right.
We're all in this together, so if there's anything I can do, every one of you can reach out to me. I think you all have my contact information.
Thank you, Chris.
Very much appreciate
right.
it. Yeah, take good care. Thank you so
All
much.
right, you all be safe.
Yeah, thanks. You too. Okay, so Marshall. Let's go back to Marshall Walls.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes,
Excellent.
thank you.
Thank you, Marshall Paul from the Office of the Defender General. So the impact of COVID-19 on our office has been pretty similar to what everyone else is reporting. You know, it's slowed our caseload to a crawl, which doesn't mean that our caseload has gotten any lower, because we are not only are we not adding cases to the caseload, but we're not resolving cases. So really, it's just sort of ground the normal churn of cases to a halt. But that's really not sort of reflective of a lack of work, because really what's happened is everybody in our system has shifted their focus from the normal churn of oncoming cases to looking back at cases that have already been closed, that have already been, clients who have already been sentenced, and trying to figure out whether we have vulnerable people who we've represented in the past who are currently in facilities that we could get them out of, because frankly, that's what the people in our system are the most concerned about right now. Is we all have clients that we can think of who are serving stretches of time that, for one reason or another, may not be appropriate given the current context. Just sort of off the top of my head, I have one client that I've been working to get out who's, in his 70s and he's already passed his minimum sentence. And that's the kind of work we're doing. That's taken up, that one case has taken up most of my time in the last 5 or 6 days. And it's not necessarily an easy thing to do because we don't, the court system was never designed around this issue. We don't have laws in place that really allow us to respond to these types of concerns about already sentenced people. And so what we're doing is we're using a lot of tools that are kind of designed for other things, writs of coram nobis, writs, petitions for extraordinary relief, things like that, to try to accomplish the goal of getting some of these people out. So that's really been the focus of our people during this crisis, and that's where I'm seeing most of our energy being put. As far as the concerns that we have, like the state's attorney's office, we're very concerned about what happens as this problem eases up, and what are we going to see as far as a backlog of cases coming into the system. And so I think that's the primary sort of looking down the line long-term concern. And then just as far as the present concerns, we do have concerns about the consistency of practice around the state. I think what we're seeing is that things are progressing differently county to county. We're hoping that as time goes on, things start to come together and we start to see a real consistency of practice. But at the moment, what we're seeing is, as usual, whenever things change and whenever there's not been a lot of time for people to sort of crystallize guidance into, some sort of best practice that's adopted all over the state, we're seeing people county by county, prosecutors, judges, DCF offices, everyone kind of interpret the situation differently and move in different directions on it. And so that's a concern of ours. That's also something that we are expecting will sort of resolve on its own as this, I don't want to call it a crisis, but as this situation unfolds. So I think that's a big piece of it. And then I think finally, there's been talk about a potential legislative remedy that would allow state's attorneys and defense attorneys to put together sentence reduction packages, sentence reduction in appropriate cases, and we support that in concept. It ended up in the Senate bill not heading it. It was apparent in the Senate Judiciary Committee that there was not going to be a way to get it out of the committee without a lot of restrictions on it, which probably would have actually had the effect of limiting current practice rather than opening up some additional practice. So while that's something that we are very much interested in and very much concerned about and would like to see some tools available to us in addition to what's already there, it is important that anything be written in such a way that it's not actually reducing our abilities to move people out as opposed to expanding them. And I think that's the concern with the language that was suggested in the Senate. Other than that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you. Barbara, I see your hand is up.
Actually, my hand was up earlier, so I apologize for that.
Okay, all right, sorry.
I'm good.
Oh, I have
Selena.
a question.
Selena, yep, Selena, and then Martin.
I had a question, Marshall, about, I know in the past, the Defender General has had concerns about the video arraignments. And as we're expanding those to more courts and looking at the possibility of other proceedings, moving to, various teleconferencing technologies, I'm wondering if there's best practices that can help us do that in the fairest and best way.
Sure, I think there are, and I think that we continue to be concerned about the use of video when it's done inappropriately. I think that in this context, there are many more appropriate uses of video than there have been in the past. I do think that the video teleconferencing systems that the courts use are very limited. They allow for one thing, which is for a defendant who is in a facility to have two-way communication by video with the courtroom. I think that when it comes to the problems that we're going to be seeing during this outbreak, we're going to be needing solutions that allow everybody to join in on the same video. Honestly, something more akin to Zoom than to the video systems that currently exist. Something that would allow all parties to participate by video. And I've actually seen some interesting video captures of those types of systems that have been in use in certain jurisdictions that are pretty impressive, things that allow defense attorneys and defendants to communicate privately during the, just by hitting a button in the middle of a hearing, things like that. So honestly, I hate to bring it down into the nitty gritty, but it really is sort of the practical problems of video that are the barriers here. It's do we have the technology that allows both a whole bunch of people to communicate together, but also defense attorneys and defendants to have private conversations at the same time, things like that. And I think that, depending on how long this situation goes on, we're going to be exploring those options and developing some new technologies to rely on.
Thank you. Martin.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could comment a little bit about what this is doing to diversion opportunities, or maybe it's not happening or not a concern because things are slowing down, but if you could just comment on that.
Honestly, what we're seeing is that cases that would be appropriate for diversion are not being brought at all, or if they are being brought, they are being postponed for such a long time that, frankly, we don't see them when they're postponed. We don't even know they exist until the information and affidavit is actually filed in court. So we don't, to the extent that this has had an impact on pretrial court diversion, we may not even be aware of that. To the extent that we're talking about things like Tamarack or post-arraignment diversion. What we're just seeing is that those are cases that aren't being brought in the first place right now.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands. Am I missing anybody? Nope. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Marshall. Okay, we'll now turn to Center for Crime Victim Services.
There we
And
go.
there you are, Chris. Hello.
Yep.
Yep. And we also have Carol, I believe.
Yes. I don't know that Carol's going to have anything to add. I just wanted to make sure that she would be able to participate if we needed to.
Great. Thank you.
So
Welcome.
I want to start by thanking the committee for being interested in what is happening during this very unusual time. I think that the one thing I would say that is really clear to me is how all systems sort of touch each other, and that definitely has had something to do with our work. So what we have through the center is that we support the victim advocates, and they are who are in the state's attorney's office, and they are doing an incredible job. They are being able, what we discovered the first week when I worked out of the office, but everybody else basically was not working out of the office. What we discovered was that the advocates were calling me, which was fine, when they needed to get some kind of an immediate response. I wish that crime stopped when, if everybody, but then we all know about domestic violence. So, but you know, the very first couple of weeks, there were a couple of murders, and they were complicated cases. I'm happy to say that our compensation staff are on, there's one person who's on call. She came in and worked almost 15 hours over 2 days to work with an out-of-state family to ensure that that the claim was processed and that we were able to arrange for some transportation. The same thing with the second one, another out-of-state parent arranging for working with the major crimes unit and the state's attorney's office, the advocate there, to ensure that the body was taken care of and then sent to the parent. So those kinds of things are still happening. In addition, that our comp staff have a full caseload, and they're coming in, they're staggering. So it's one person every day who are coming in and making sure that calls are returned, or we reach out, that we process payments, that we are paying a lot of attention, and we came up with a new protocol for the victims of sexual assault who have rape exams done and who have security concerns, and all of that is done through a confidential fax, so that we can work with the hospitals and their billing departments to ensure that bills aren't sent, you know, that service information is not sent in those cases. So we are doing that on a daily basis to ensure that nothing falls through the cracks there. So our claims are being paid on a weekly basis. We have administrative staff, Carol as the finance director, coming in 1 day a week, and they collect all of that and then process it. So it's not quite as fast as we used to do, but things are getting out. Likewise, because the courts have slowed down, our restitution work has also slowed down because there aren't a lot of orders coming over that we need to work on, and we're not doing any kind of assertive collection right now. Doesn't seem like the time to do that, but we do have a lot of offenders who are paying through credit cards, or they send money in, and so we are processing those credit cards and their money on a weekly basis. Also, victims, we're getting calls from victims who were collecting on their behalf. And that's something that as an organization, we're going to have a further conversation about, because I don't know how that is going to work for victims when people can't pay their restitution. So it's sort of on the back burner. Well, not even on the back burner. It's on the burner to have a conversation about whether we need to look at, for individuals, not businesses, but for individuals, whether we can pay above that 5,000 mark before we collect it. Right now, we can go up to $5,000 and pay victims without anything being sent in by the person who owes it, but it stops at 5,000. So we may have to look at that again and see if we might need to raise it. They also have 1 to 2 people in every day to do that kind of processing. And then finally, we have been in touch with our grantees, definitely the network program, the network who represents the programs, to try to make some of the administrative functions go easier on the federal level. We are getting guidance and we're getting dates moved back so that the pressure is not on the grantees to have to give financial information and that sort of thing and the program information on certain dates. We're getting some leniency on the federal level for that. It feels like we make plans about every 3 days now, which is better than at the beginning where I felt like I did it every day. I changed the plan. We're trying to do everything we can for victims. The whole time we're also sort of holding our breath because we know all of our special funds are going to be down. We got notification today that we got a 25% cut in our VOCA award. And so just trying to figure out, I think it's going to be a difficult time coming forward, but we're doing everything we can to get money out and ensure that victims are assisted.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Again, I'm looking for hands. Barbara.
Hi, Chris.
Hi.
So thanks for letting us know what's going on. I'm wondering a couple of things. One is, or in any of the conversations, either at the state level or even with our congressional delegation, I don't know if people keep talking about people not being able to pay their bills, but I don't know if there's been anything specific brought up, raised around the issue of people not being able to pay the restitution and it hurting the victim. So I'm just wondering if that conversation is happening at other levels, or is that something we might help initiate as a committee?
I think I haven't heard anything on that national level. I would be surprised, which is why I think we're going to need to fast track our thinking about that. So, and we might need some legislative fix around that, around what we can pay out to individual victims, to see if we might need to raise that $5,000.
About 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll try to be super quick. So when people are going to get examined, if they've been a victim of a sexual assault, are we having those exams happen outside of a hospital so that we're not jeopardizing, like I know nobody wants to go to the hospital these days for anything, and I'm just wondering if we're able to move those off site where people might not be exposed so much to sick people.
Sarah Robinson might have a better answer because they run that, we fund them to run that program. I would be surprised if they were doing them anywhere but in hospitals, but let's check with her when she presents.
And my last question, which I was going to ask a couple of witnesses ago, is we hear a lot now about gun sales being up. So I'm just wondering how that is impacting everybody, and in particular, thinking about your organization and your grantees.
Well, I think it's interesting with people being much more confined to their homes. I don't think we know what that really means yet. I know that I got notification from DCF that when this started, they saw an uptick, and then they didn't. And so I think none of us really know what it is. I know that, you know, just because we have some formerly battered women who are on our staff, that we have had an increase in sort of crazy contacts to me from the person who has the no contact order against them. You know, that it feels like things are a little wonky for people. And so I imagine that, and I bet the network programs know this, that there might not be a whole lot being reported or called in right now, but because people are trying to get through it. But I have no basis for saying that.
Thanks.
And
Thank
my
you.
cat says hello too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. So let's move on to Sarah. Welcome, Sarah.
Welcome. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Sarah Robinson, Deputy Director at the Vermont Network Against Domestic and Sexual Violence. And I should be able to answer some of those questions that came up for Chris, but my goal is really to tell you a little bit about what we're anticipating the impact of COVID-19 to be on victims of domestic and sexual violence, and especially the systems that survivors rely on, and how those systems have been impacted. And I think, as a few of the witnesses have already mentioned, there's good reason to be concerned that a pandemic such as this and the social distancing recommendations that are so important to public health can actually put survivors at risk. And some of you may have seen a joint press release that came out last week from the Vermont State Police, the Vermont Attorney General's Office, and the Vermont Network, highlighting these risks and really asking and encouraging survivors to continue to reach out for help when they safely can. So we know that the very kinds of abuse that we're so concerned about, domestic violence, child sexual abuse, really thrive in secrecy and in isolation. And the economic impact that the pandemic is having on so many Vermonters is really exacerbated for victims of domestic and sexual violence, where economic challenges can really make the difference between them seeking safety or leaving an abusive situation and staying where they are. So I wanted to talk a little bit about how the landscape has changed for victims of domestic and sexual violence over the past few weeks, and then happy to take any questions. First, I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows that the statewide domestic and sexual violence hotlines continue to be answered 24 hours a day. There's been no interruption in services. All 15 of our member organizations continue to operate and provide comprehensive services to survivors, though some advocates are working remotely. And domestic and sexual violence advocates were declared essential workers. And so they have continued to support survivors. And really the work that's happening throughout the state at these programs is remarkable. And what we're hearing from survivors is, as you would imagine, it's harder, what we're hearing from our programs is that it's harder for survivors to be reaching out in these times, especially if they're isolated in their homes with an abusive partner or an abusive family member. And that what we're hearing right now is that calls are actually down, but that the folks that are reaching out for help seem to be in greater distress than they were perhaps just a few weeks ago. And at the direction of the Department for Children and Families, who kind of oversee all homeless shelter operations in Vermont, including some regulations related to domestic violence shelters, shelter intakes are being limited to prevent the sharing of bathrooms and other common spaces. And while our shelters are uniformly working to implement that public health guidance, it is severely curtailing the already limited capacity of shelters in Vermont. So medically vulnerable survivors who were already living in shelters have been rehoused in hotel and motel rooms at the direction of the Department for Children and Families. And most of the new intakes coming into shelters, those individuals are being housed in hotels and motels. So as a result, what we have is in effect scattered site shelters where our member organizations are providing advocacy, providing food and other basic needs to survivors in multiple isolated locations, which does pose some challenges. And we're watching with interest what is happening to domestic violence shelters in places that are a few weeks ahead of us in this pandemic, in Washington and in New York State, where some domestic violence shelters have been forced to close, and we're working diligently to prevent this from happening in Vermont. And due to the judicial emergency that you heard about earlier, there are also new processes for accessing relief from abuse orders. So after hours, access is happening completely remotely. And in some counties that was already happening primarily. And so it's been less of an adjustment in the after hours context. During court hours, relief from abuse order paperwork can be accessed in several ways. If someone has access to a computer, they have internet access, they have a printer, they can print that paperwork off, either scan it or take a photo of it and send it by email to a court clerk. They can also go to the court, pick up the paperwork in the lobby, complete it, and return it to a drop box. And survivors can also request that hearings are happening by phone, either directly to a court clerk if they are a pro se litigant, or by a motion through their attorney if they're represented. And as of right now, those orders, relief from abuse orders, continue to be served by law enforcement throughout the state, and we're very grateful for their partnership and for their continued work to serve those orders. As Chris noted, there have been some changes in accessing sexual assault exams and child abuse exams in the state over the past few weeks. Sexual assault exams are continuing to be offered in hospitals. That is generally where the trained SANEs, by and large, they're all emergency room nurses. And we have developed protocols with hospitals throughout the state so that those are happening in safe locations, that survivors who are seeking that care are not being exposed to patients that are seeking care for the coronavirus. But one of the major changes is that victims can't bring any support people with them for those exams. And only emergent child abuse exams are happening at Vermont's only child abuse clinic, the Child Safe Clinic at UVM. And the clinic is offering phone consultations to non-offending parents for non-emergent cases. Finally, the last piece I wanted to highlight for you all is that domestic violence accountability programs have all suspended their operations because they rely on group formats. And so we're investigating whether telemedicine may be able to use for those treatment groups, but as you might imagine, there's really wide opinions across the country on the efficacy and safety of offering those to offenders in their home settings when family may be present. And so we're consulting with some national experts from the Center for Court Innovation and others on what the best next steps are. But what's really needed most, I would say, on the community level is flexible emergency funding for member organizations to be able to meet the needs of survivors in the way that they need to be met, given the limitations of the systems of support at this current moment. And so to this end, we have been in conversations with the Center for Crime Victim Services. As Chris referenced, the federal funders at the Department of Justice have significantly lifted a lot of restrictions on making budget adjustments if grant funds haven't been expended. Grant funds that can be used to provide direct help to survivors haven't been expended by the grant period. They're offering extensions, and we're hoping that the state will mirror the feds in many of those ways and do the same.
About 2 minutes.
I'm done and happy to answer any questions that folks may have.
I'm looking. Let's see. Not seeing any hands. Sarah, as you were talking about how victims of domestic violence can access the courts, and you were going through the orders about printing and filling out forms and all of that. Again, how likely is that to happen given stay-at-home orders? And
I think this is the challenge, and this is really the role that our member organizations are hoping to help facilitate that for survivors. But I think that we can, what we hear from our counterparts in states where they have had natural disasters, which is probably the most similar circumstance, is that often survivors aren't seeking the support and safety that they need in this kind of emergency phase, and that we ought to be expecting and prepare for a wave of people to be seeking support in the months up to a year after this event.
thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else, again, looking for hands? I'm not seeing any other questions.
Yes, I had a,
Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. Yeah, thank you.
Sarah, thank you for your work. And what I found that was interesting, Madam Chair asked me to check on the border to see what the border organizations were looking like. And I had a very long conversation with WISE, Women's Information Services for the Upper Valley. And their domestic violence coordinator shared very similar information as to what you did, with the concern that this isolation is actually acting as a almost like a hibernator for what's going on. There was a pretty big arrest that went on last weekend that she referred to that had made the local news here. And it was interesting, the difference in lethality assessment between the two states. But that whole discussion around what's going on because of the isolation and the response that victims have, especially, and not feeling comfortable, about accessing, that's going to be an interesting thing for us to deal with, I think, collectively. But I just wanted to share that that discussion that we had just a couple of days ago.
Thank you for that.
Great, thank you. Great. Thank you very much, Sarah. Great, thank you. Okay, and we will conclude with David Scher. There you
Good
are.
to see you all. Thank you for having me on today. I apologize that I haven't been able to be on much of this call so far. I had an emergency call that I had to be on. And so I'm sorry that I haven't heard what some of the other folks involved in the court system have been testifying to, but I thought I would go through a brief overview of what our office in particular has been working on and dealing with and approaching the situation. And I'll try to keep that pretty brief and then open it up for questions. The Attorney General's office as a whole is working under a mandatory work from home order. So virtually everybody in the office is working from home, dealing like most people are with remote communications, and working obviously with respect to court appearances and so forth, working with the court orders as they have been coming out in terms of the AO 49 and the other social distancing measures that are going on. And along with other entities, we are doing the best we can to maintain continuity of operations where necessary in terms of court hearings. One aspect of what our office is working on is assisting the governor's office and the Department of Public Safety with enforcement of the executive orders and their various addenda and directives. One thing that we are all cautious about is maintaining the governors and the attorney generals in agreement with this. We really want to maintain the education first approach to the enforcement of the executive orders. To that end, we will fairly soon be releasing a guidance or a directive to law enforcement that lays out the process by which law enforcement can consult with our office to determine whether court action needs to be taken on an executive order violation. Again, we would view this as a rare circumstance, not something that we're eager to do, but in order to make sure that we have a uniform approach to this across the state and to make sure people are being treated fairly and in the same manner everywhere, we are going to be directing, in cooperation with the Department of Public Safety, we are going to be directing the cases where law enforcement believes they may need some court action. All that will be coming through the Attorney General's office, and by statute, the Attorney General's office is the only entity that can bring cases for injunctive relief. And there are the possibility for criminal charges for violations, but again, we would view that only as an extremely rare, very much last resort circumstance, not something that we are looking to do at all. To that end, we are, as I said, going to be releasing a guidance and sort of funneling stuff through the AG's office. If there does need to be some sort of injunctive relief, we will work with law enforcement to do that. But again, our first approach, even in those conversations, I think is really going to be, all right, have we done the education that we can do? Have we talked with folks to get them the help they may need to get to abide by social distancing regulations and stay-at-home orders? Because we assume that a lot of what's going on here is really a matter of need. And not a matter of sort of willful violations. A couple other pieces that.
Actually, excuse me, David, before you continue, I see that Martin has a question.
Yeah, so David, as far as the enforcement, you're mainly talking about, it sounds like the stay-at-home orders, but what about, well, let me give you an example, something I've heard from several people of going to grocery stores, and grocery stores don't seem to be following any of the directives that they've been receiving, such as making sure that individuals are staying 6 feet apart and that there's appropriate cleaning of surfaces, et cetera. I mean, is that an area where if certain stores just are not getting their act together, that there's some sort of enforcement authority behind these executive orders, or is it really just the stay-at-home order?
I think for any of these, it's not, I should say as a blanket statement, it's not only the stay-at-home order, it is also the essential businesses aspect of it. With respect to that example, again, I really think the approach for something like that is, let's work with you to get you what you need to do the right thing. It's hard to even say what kind of court enforcement would be effective in something like that. So I think it's really going to be a case by case. Let's work to see what we can do. Does it mean a phone call from law enforcement, more talks with them? Does it mean a phone call from somebody in the AG's office to talk about what they might need to do better? And some of the issues, I think, with people staying 6 feet apart, there's only so much policing, if you will, I use that in quotes, that a store can do. And we do need to rely on Vermonters to do the best they can too. And I think they mostly are. So I think, again, it's going to be an education first approach. And the point of having this centralized system is more just to make sure we have uniformity and fairness, not so much that we expect a heavy hand.
Yeah, no, I'm not certainly looking for any criminal charges against our important grocery stores, but as the AG office, do they work closely with VOSHA on following these kind of issues? Because I know that's a first point of contact that certainly I'm giving to people who are calling about this particular issue.
I think that's a really good first point of contact, and I recommend continuing that. I will say, honestly, we're ramping everything up right now. You know, this isn't, as everybody knows, it's not a normal circumstance. It's not something that we've dealt with before. And so we're in the process still of establishing connections with the various state agencies who can help with particular problems. We've certainly been working more with the Agency of Commerce and Community Development than we would on a standard day-to-day basis, because they're really in charge of issuing a lot of the guidance under the governor's orders. So yes is my short answer. That's a good direction to go in, and we are also working to strengthen connections and the sort of inter-bureaucracy connections.
And I would strongly urge at least that particular connection be made because again, this is, I mean, different parts of the state are getting lots of different questions, but this has been one question that I've heard a lot about. And what I'm concerned about is that with the stay-at-home orders, that is the main place where COVID-19 could still spread in the stores that are still open. And that's primarily grocery stores where people have to go there. So that seems to be that one really big risk area still. So I hope that the AG office will work with VOSHA to see how they can help in making sure this gets done. Thanks.
We will. Thank you for that. I will, after I get off of this call, I will, there's a group within the AG's office that's really dealing with these issues. That's been assigned to deal with, tasked with dealing with these issues. So I will send an email to that group about how best to establish that connection and make sure we have a line of communication there. A couple of other aspects that we've been working on. I'm sure that this
about 2 minutes.
Covered. Gotcha. I'm sure this has been covered with extensively already, but really talking about the issues of minimizing incarceration and making sure that we are not incarcerating unnecessarily. We've worked cooperatively with state's attorneys, Department of Corrections and others to really, and law enforcement to really try to memorialize some of the practices that have already been put into place. And I do want to give credit to those entities for making considerable efforts to minimize incarceration. And the numbers certainly bear that out. I think that one thing that we all need to do is make sure that we are speaking plainly and clearly about what's going on and some of the policies. And we've tried to put that out there so that folks understand what's happening. But we do give credit to the entities that have been working hard on that. The final piece I'll bring up really briefly is with regard to the office more broadly, there's some aspects of the office that have slowed down, like standard civil litigation, and other aspects of the office that have sped up wildly, like all of our Agency of Human Services legal counsel division is really working overtime. And so lawyers have been shifting around quite a bit to take on work that they don't normally do for those lawyers for whom things have slowed down. And it's really been a team effort, and people are working well together in unexpected ways in these unexpected circumstances. So we're working hard and adjusting like everybody else is, and we're grateful for all the support.
I see
happy
that.
to answer any questions.
Yep. Coach, see your hand up.
Good to see you, David. Just in order to get back to Martin's question a little bit, having served on a different committee that had different jurisdiction, the Department of Health and the Chris Herrick's jurisdiction as well as deputy commissioner, they do a lot of the inspection pieces. So as far as the cleanliness and following those protocols, the Department of Health and the deputy commissioner's office have that piece of the puzzle from a jurisdiction perspective. So it might be worth at least checking in with them if they're not already coordinating within your office around those inspection type issues. Just a thought.
Thank you. There has been some coordination on that, and the Vermont statutes actually do give the Department of Public Safety special authority for inspections when it's warranted under the executive order power. And so we're, again, in the middle of coordinating that stuff, but that's a very good point. I appreciate that. And we'll continue to work with public safety and the health department on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am not seeing any other hands. If I'm missing anybody, please speak up. Nope. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody, to all our witnesses. I think this was really helpful, and our committee will have some time to follow up on this and see what other information we do want and do need. And certainly in the interim, if any of our witnesses do think of anything that would be appropriate legislatively, please reach out to me. And thank you.
a big welcome to everyone. This is your House Agriculture and Forestry Committee meeting today, April 1st, April Fool's Day. I don't know. And I want to welcome everybody and thank you all for being part of the meeting. And we did send out an agenda. We are probably not going to stick completely strictly to the agenda just because some things have come up. So when I put the agenda together, the understanding was that, you know, we were going to be looking at everything, but the speaker then said that we should be really focusing on COVID-19 issues. So I know the Senate is looking at something. Mike O'Grady had worked with Bobby Starr, and they have an idea about ways to employ restaurant workers who may have been laid off and putting them to work, delivering meals to folks. Meals on Wheels are frequently delivered by elderly people themselves. And so the hope was to maybe put some of those restaurant workers who have been laid off to work, and potentially with them being paid by with stimulus money. And so the Senate is working on that. I had been thinking, I've had a couple of inquiries about farm stores and farmers markets. This has been something I've heard about by email, and you know, my just completely coincidentally, Will Stevens reached out. Will, as you know, is a former member from Shoreham, and so Terry knows him well. But, you know, one of the concerns is whether or not our farm markets, our farm stores, our CSAs are essential. And we do know that agriculture has been deemed an essential service or business. And so I wanted some clarity about that. So we invited Will Stevens, who, as you know, is an organic farmer from Shoreham. He does vegetables as well as plants, but they also sell food, you know, once their crops are in. And I also invited Abby Willard because she is the guru in all things about this. So, Will, I want to give you an opportunity to tell us what the situation is there and what could potentially be helpful for you.
Thanks, Carolyn. Good morning, everyone. My name is Will Stevens. My wife, Judy, and I own and operate Golden Russet Farm, which is an organic vegetable farm in Shoreham. And we also sell bedding plants to the public in the springtime. It's actually about a third of our total sales come from the months of May and June out of the greenhouses. As a member of the Vegetable Grower Listserv, there's been a lot of chatter on the listserv about kind of what are people doing and what's up and how is this affecting you and so on and so forth. And over the last less than a week, there have been, and others were interviewed, and you know, Jack expressed the fear that the state was going to not allow the sale of flowers. And so, again, I reached out to Abby, gotten clarification. I think I'm pretty clear on what needs to happen, you know, internally here on the farm in order for us to be able to, in fact, sell flowers and plants and non-food items, kind of as we always have, but not as we always have. So in the good old days, namely last year, people would come to the farm here, wander through the greenhouses, fill up trays of plants, come to the cash register, pay, and leave. And that is not possible now, given the stay home and stay safe proclamation. But again, my understanding from emails with Abby is that so long as we don't allow face-to-face contact, essentially, with consumers, that, in other words, if we can set up some type of a process where we can ahead of time take orders either by mail, by phone, or by email or online, we can pull the orders. We can bring them out to a parking lot, for example, with presumably a slip or a total, load them in people's cars, and either accept credit cards or check or payment. Again, whether we kind of do a handoff on the cart that we're bringing the plants out with, or how that works exactly, we have yet to determine. We still have a couple weeks before we would have officially opened anyway, to work some of these details out. But the whole point and goal is to not have the farm be a vector, for the virus. We don't want, possibilities of cross-contamination, and I think that's the whole goal of this whole thing in the first place. That we want to minimize contact with the public, and we want to both between kind of us, our farm, our staff, and the public, as well as between members of the public. So what we're working on, what we've drafted internally, is kind of a policy that would kind of allow folks to come and be served kind of one at a time by one of us here at the farm. Again, whether it means pulling their order ahead of time, wheeling it out to the car and loading the car, or leaving it for them to load themselves. We haven't worked that detail out yet, but that's my understanding of how we can do it. I think I've got that right, and I hope I've got that right.
All right, thanks, Will. Abby, would you like to comment here?
Sure. So Abby Willard, Ag Development Director at the Agency of Agriculture, Food and Markets. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, and Abby, Mike O'Grady had his hand up. Mike, do you think you want to comment before Abby speaks, or, okay, fine. Yep.
Afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. So, this is so complicated. Not only is this a really challenging time, it's also really complicated. And we have been fielding lots of questions from farms and food businesses, greenhouses and nurseries, landscapers, CSAs, farm stands of all kinds, to try to understand where they individually fit into the stay home, stay safe executive order as of the 25th. And I will say, to your point, Will, information has been hard to receive because Agency of Commerce and Community Development has wanted to interpret guidance very broadly because that's the safest and responsible thing for them to do. And it's hard to give individual businesses very specific feedback. And so the Agency of Agriculture has tried to kind of thread that needle of sharing as specific information as we can about the interpretation of the guidance that Commerce is providing. So kind of I'll speak like in generality, and then we can talk like very specifically. So as we understand, at least as things stand as of today, and that's prior to the press event today at 11, so things could change and likely will at 11, but on the 25th, when the governor ordered all businesses to stop in-person contact with customers unless they provide critical services and functions. Businesses that provide critical services can remain open, as Will was describing, and they still need to practice the social distancing activities and guidelines provided both by the CDC and the health department. If a business has been deemed non-essential, then the ACCD retail guidelines apply to that business. The retail, and so then you have to go back to the executive order. In the executive order, there's specific business types that are called out in subpart 6, F, G, and H, referencing retail businesses that are allowed to stay open. If they were not specifically stated in those subparts, then they're deemed non-essential. and they need to cease person-to-person contact. However, if they can do sales via mail, phone, online transactions, and then hand off some sort of delivery or drop-off location without any person-to-person contact, they can continue to do that. The other piece that was clarified from the executive order is that on those non-essential businesses, that is true. This circumstance of person-to-person contact also extends to their staffing. So that means there are certain types of nurseries and greenhouses that do ornamental only and are not, and I'll get into those nuances, but are not selling to a farmer or producing food that are considered non-essential. And that requirement would be they can have no person-to-person contact at their facility. So they can only have one staff person in a greenhouse at a time, and they can still do sales as long as they're online, but they cannot have person-to-person contact for sales. So the greenhouses and nurseries so then before I do greenhouses and nurseries, so CSAs and farm stands were both identified as critical services in the executive order. Because they're based on farm and they're based as an activity of a farmer, CSAs and farm stands can continue, are deemed essential, and that would mean that they need to just practice limited person-to-person contact, but they can still do sales. Farmers markets were not deemed essential, mainly due to the fear of large gatherings in public places where viruses could rapidly spread. So farmers markets are not permitted person-to-person contact, but the individual farmers at a farmer's market can offer online, phone, home delivery, or pickup of product as long as there's no person-to-person contact. So then relating to greenhouses and nurseries, specifically, there were 4 different categorizations that Commerce provided in guidance on Sunday. And they said that if you are a farmer that grows and sells food, you are engaged in agriculture and you can continue sales with limited in-person contact. If you are a greenhouse that sells to farmers to support their, if you're selling starts to another farmer so they can grow food, that's considered agriculture, and that too is allowed with limited in-person contact. If you are a greenhouse or a nursery that's selling to a non-farm customer, so someone like me who's not a farmer, that you can care for your plants in the greenhouse, and you need to avoid in-person contact, meaning having no more than one person in your facility at a time. And in that essence, you're not deemed essential, and you need to have no person-to-person contact for sales. If you are, again, are an ornamental or a vegetable retail operation that's selling to a customer or a group of customers, again, you're not deemed essential, and businesses must follow the retail guidelines, which says you cannot have person-to-person contact even for sales. ACCD did acknowledge that they understand that as the weather changes and we get closer and closer to the spring season, that this policy will likely have to be reviewed. So, thoughts on all that?
Okay,
Questions?
thanks. Yeah, I'm going to go to Mike O'Grady because his hand is up and see what he wants to say, and then maybe we'll have some other questions. Mike?
So that was exactly what my question was going to be about, because farming includes the operation of a greenhouse, and a farm is where farming occurs. So when I read the executive order, I said, oh, that's all things that are engaged in farming, which includes the operation of greenhouses. But then the guidance says that a start from a greenhouse is not farming. Well, I don't see where they're getting that legally. I think they're kind of making that up out of thin air. And what about a CSA that sells vegetables and starts? If Will wants to be a CSA and give a potato to anybody that wants to buy tomato plants, is he okay? I mean,
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, it depends on if Will's selling it from his farm. He would be considered a farmer that's selling food. And if in that food, there's also some starts, he should be able to do that with limited person-to-person contact.
but Will's entire operation is a farm by definition under the RAPs. So all Will really needs to do is give people a potato when they buy their starts.
Again, he can sell his starts because he's a farm. So that first kind of clarifying portion of the greenhouse and nursery guidance said, if you are selling and growing food, you can sell with limited direct person-to-person contact with your customer.
But every greenhouse is a farm by definition.
Right, but again, then the additional guidance from Commerce depended upon who your customer was. So if you were just selling to a non-farm consumer, or you only were selling ornamentals, and you were essentially just a retail operation, they were saying those were not deemed essential as of 3/25. My understanding, again, this is way out of my bounds, but my understanding is that they recognize that spring is coming, but it doesn't need to happen today, in their opinion. Same with landscaping. They're saying, wait a few weeks and you'll be able to do landscaping services once spring really, really hits. But you don't need to be selling ornamental starts or veggie starts with person-to-person contact right now. So a greenhouse close to my house is doing retail veggie starts, and they're doing it all without person-to-person contact. So she's going to make online ordering options available, and then either a home delivery or a curbside pickup that doesn't involve someone putting it in my car or handing me the box, but it will be, maybe stacked outside the greenhouse, and a sign that says, if someone else is picking up their order, wait until they leave and then you can go in and pick up your box. So it's not, I think that the clarification was that doesn't mean they can't operate. It just means they can't have person-to-person contact. And those are challenging additions for certain businesses to make to their operation, no question. But many are doing it. So,
can someone still go to Walmart's nursery and buy whatever they want at Walmart's nursery?
as of today at 9:20 a.m., yes.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to continue. My guess is we will see that change very soon.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Great.
May I?
And Mike, could you put your hand down? Could you unraise your hand? All right. Who just spoke up?
Yes, Will.
Hi, Will. Go
Hi.
ahead.
So if I can try my hand at splitting this thing, and I don't know. So, and Abby, you can clarify for me, but my understanding is that according to the executive order, if food is involved, there is limited person-to-person contact, but if there is not food involved, there should be no direct person-to-person contact.
I think that is true in the example that you're trying to give, Will. The place that's not true would be a farmer's market. So even still, if food is involved, we can't have the community gatherings that a farmer's market might facilitate. So in that case, even if you're selling food, you still have to do it with very limited person-to-person contact via your farm, not in a community location like a farmer's market.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. There is one piece of the order as Abby's described it, and again, I got clarification from her on the weekend, but I just want to bring it up, and that's the one person per facility rule that I think, if I understood it correctly, the facility doesn't refer to kind of an individual greenhouse so much as it refers to a farm. And a farm, and that is only in the case of the care and maintenance of plants. Where it gets dicey from a practical boots on the ground kind of situation where we're actually trying to keep people employed, not lay them off, is when we have multiple greenhouses and or other kind of things going on in fields and in kind of nearby areas and so forth, for us to limit kind of our crew to one person because the farm is a facility, if I understood the interpretation correctly, that's a real problem. I can understand one person per greenhouse, and this is when it comes to just staff. I understand that it would refer to non-farm customers or for other farming customers who might stop by looking for plants for food production or something like that. But I guess it seems pretty extreme when it comes to actually operating a greenhouse / farm operation.
Yeah, so Will, I think, again, this is where everyone has a unique circumstance, and every business, or not every, but many, many, many businesses are wanting a very specific interpretation to their operation, which is difficult to provide. But I think my understanding, I certainly could be wrong, but my understanding of how this works is if you are a farm, you are deemed essential. And so if you are a farm selling food, you are deemed essential and you need to have limited person-to-person contact. If you are a greenhouse that is retail, selling ornamental and other veggie starts to an average consumer like myself, you have been deemed non-essential and you cannot have person-to-person contact with the customer at the drop-off or sale point, or in the greenhouse around the care and maintenance of the plants. So this is that differentiation that kind of Michael was referring to, is that they have taken a slightly different interpretation as of today, or as of the 25th, as to what a farm is, but they're saying if you are a farmer growing food and you have a greenhouse, you can do limited person-to-person contact.
Yeah, and again, just practically, and this is totally situational on our farm, but we have 2 greenhouses that have both our own field starts, onions, etc., and hanging baskets in them.
Right.
That we're not going to put out in the field, and they aren't edible. And so a strict interpretation would kind of say that only one person can be there doing that, and I think if I understood your earlier email that I couldn't have one person in one greenhouse and one person in another house because the farm is the facility. Or maybe I misunderstood that, but
maybe I misunderstood. I think I don't know that I know how to exactly interpret that well. I think because you are I think that the challenge in that scenario that you're describing is because you are a farm, you should be allowed to have person-to-person contact. But what you have in your greenhouse has nothing to do with your food sales, because that's like a retail side of your farm business model, right?
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with food sales, but it does have to do with the production of food, because the starts that are going to go out in the field in a month are there.
Right. I mean, and again, this is where I, personally and professionally agree with you and Michael that, even in the SNAP program, a vegetable start is considered food, and that's why SNAP benefits can go towards buying plant starts. And so intuitively, I would agree with you that that's food. I think I guess this is how I might do my best at interpreting it. So what the executive order, stay home, stay safe, does not want are customers coming to your greenhouse, walking around with other people, buying ornamental and non-essential items in the greenhouse. If they were coming to the farm to pick up their CSA share, and in that CSA share box, they had also ordered a 6-pack of peppers and onion starts and tomatoes, that would be no problem for them to have limited person-to-person contact to pick up those starts. But I think the feeling was they don't need a hanging basket today or tomorrow. It's not going to feed them. And they don't actually, they don't even really need to plant their tomato starts this weekend. They can probably plant them next weekend when hopefully the flattening of the curve has occurred a bit more and we're less susceptible of spreading the virus. So I think it was trying to like split the line of saying, we want farms to be able to grow and share food, and for families to be able to pick up their CSA share or go to the farm stand and get the food that they're going to feed their family for this week. But they don't need to do the ornamental and the retail greenhouse operations in full like public engagement right now. Does that help? Does that resonate?
Yeah, and there's, but I would extend it just a little further and say, but if arrangements can be made online, mail, phone, etc., for a pre-order type of situation, they can then sell those non-essential items as long as no person-to-person contact. Right. Okay.
Yes. And so that was really, I hoped that was clear, that it's not saying the business has to close. It's just saying the goal is to say we don't want people wandering around greenhouses picking out hanging baskets. And I can admit that's hard for me right now because I too want to plant in the garden, and I can't go buy that in the normal way that I might unless I wanted to go to Home Depot. But the greenhouse next to me is saying, okay, we will sell you starts and we're going to do it without person-to-person contact so that there's not a risk to customers or employees of the greenhouse. So yeah, you can still buy it. It's just how the transaction occurs has to be, because it's not food, needs to be no person-to-person. The part of your business that is food can absolutely have limited contact, and you can put the box in the back of their car and you can take a payment if you wish via credit card or check, and that can still continue for the CSA side of things.
Okay.
So it sounds to me like this is somewhat doable. It just, and I think an argument can be made also that people gain a certain amount of mental health and sanity from gardening.
I know.
I think flowers and other things are important. I take your point, Abby, and I totally agree about people wandering around greenhouses. But it sounds to me like farmers at farm stands will be able to do their sales, but they just have to be careful about how they do it.
Right.
So I have another question along these lines. I just had an email this morning from a state rep who asks about someone who is doing maple syrup, and can they, let me see if I can find it exactly. What's your understanding of the status on sugar shacks? Are they allowed to sell on premise or curbside? I know there are many questions about what qualifies as essential, and that someone asked about farm stands, which would seem comparable to sugar shacks, but I wasn't clear on the answer in the FAQs that have been sent out. So my answer to him was that agriculture, maple sugaring is essential, is agriculture. Agriculture is essential, and that it seemed to me that they would be able to sell given social distancing, as long as they maintain social distancing and that sort of thing. But if that's not accurate, I'd like to correct that to him.
That is accurate, as I would agree with your interpretation, Carolyn. Agriculture includes maple syrup production. And so they can do sales with limited person-to-person contact because that's deemed essential.
Fantastic. Are there other questions? Will, did you have any follow-up? Are there any other questions from committee members about this? Have you all heard about this from various folks?
I'm perfectly satisfied with kind of where things sit as of today. Again, the idea that Home Depot or Walmart can be selling plants and we with full limited contact and we can't, but I can get over that in a few minutes. I think we all have to kind of step up, do our best, and respect the fact that at the end of the day, it's not about any one individual so much as it's about the community, and I think this is what the governor's executive order is all about. And I think for me, it really just revolves around kind of what's possible, what can we do, and again, I think somehow word has to get back to Jack Mannix that in fact he can sell flowers so long as there's no person-to-person contact.
Okay, so I've been asked by someone on the call, how do you raise your hand? And so you click up above and there's a toolbar at the top and you click on more. And I can't do it because I'm a co-host here, but there's a choice there to raise hand. So, so you can try that. Rodney has his hand up and then John Bartholomew. So Rodney, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, on the maple syrup sales, we've contacted where we bulk out syrup, and they have it set up so that you can deliver your syrup back up to the loading dock. There's a buzzer you have to push, get back in your truck, and then they'll come out and unload your truck and weigh it and grade it and bring you out a slip. So that's how they're doing it there.
Okay, thanks, Rodney. Sharon, John Bartholomew is next. Sharon's having a hard time raising her hand. Rodney, could you unraise your hand? John first, and then Sharon.
I just wanted to comment on the on farmers markets, and it seems like as we come into that season, if we're still under this lockdown, we've got to find a way to get those functioning. And it doesn't make sense that if you think about it, a farmer's market, you're probably able to do more social distancing there than you could in a supermarket. There ought to be a mechanism in place where these can move forward in some way, because this is direct sales from farmers to customers. I just can't believe there's no way to do it in a safe way, and in fact, a safer way than in supermarkets. And I also have to say, I'm feeling right now pretty outraged that that Walmart or Home Depot could sell ornamental stuff, and we've got small businesses in this state that are going to be hampered and basically shut down. They've got huge investments in their plants ready to go for spring, and they're not going to have a reasonable way to sell them. So I have to express some outrage there.
So Representative Bartholomew, we did just put together some economic impact data for the governor's press conference today. And we looked at and made some gross estimations about farmers market sales in the month of March and April, were they to be operational. So there's normally about 14 winter farmers markets that would occur in March and April. And the total food sales that could occur over the months of March and April would be over 1.1, almost $1.2 million in local food sales. We also looked at estimating what the summer farmers market average assumptions of sales, and that's at the 67 farmers markets, and it would be 2.8 million monthly. So starting in May, through September, let's say, or June through September. I mean, each market starts at a slightly different time. So at a time when all 67 markets would be open, it would be about $2.8 million a month, an aggregate of all 67 markets in local food sales. So we agree with you that there is significant challenge with this determination of farmers markets not being deemed essential. And we hear daily from markets that are frustrated by that determination. And as of right now, our strategy is to say the market is comprised of farmers, of vendors, many of which are farmers, and farmers, if they can, kind of divert their sales and their relationships to online and on farm, and they can continue those activities. But it's not the same, I recognize.
But certainly you can't do a direct comparison between sales at farmer's market and sales at a supermarket, because the percentage of those sales going directly to farmers is going to be much higher. And as you say, you know, we don't know what's coming, but when we get into May and June, it's going to be much more important, in my opinion, to get these farmers markets moving in some way that, and they ought to be able to be safe. As I said, social distancing becomes the norm. You're outside. It seems safer to me than a supermarket, and I'll shut up now. Thank you.
All right, thanks, John. I think those are good points. I mean, it seems to me that being outdoors at a farmer's market is probably, I understand the whole indoor farmer's market issue, but being outdoors where the virus doesn't last long in UV light and you can sort of step around each other. Although I've been to the Brattleboro farmer's market when it's been very, very crowded. People would have to be very careful. So I want to ask, Sharon, did you have a question? Did you figure out how to raise your hand? Okay. Carrie, did you have a question? Okay, good enough. All right, are there any other questions for Abby? Will, do you feel like you've gotten the answers you need?
Yes, thanks. Thanks very much, and thanks for the opportunity.
Oh, you're welcome. It's always good to hear your voice. And I hope that we're able to straighten some of this out so that our farmers are, you know, are not as badly affected as some of our other folks are going to be. So any other questions on this topic? All right, I'm not hearing any. So I think—
Representative Partridge?
Yes.
Would the committee be interested in the economic impact data that we kind of pulled together as of yesterday?
Absolutely.
Okay,
I would
I'm
love
happy
to, if you could, yeah, if you could send that to Linda, that would be fabulous.
Great. I would say
Okay.
it's incomplete, but it's you know, it's a good snapshot of where we're seeing the disruption and the challenges, and it's grave for cheesemakers to farmers market vendors, and then there's some really, I guess the last piece I'll just share, if you're open, is that there are also some really great outcomes that we're seeing. You know, so grocery store sales are up 50%. So consumers, when we restrict their markets, they're just spending more money at grocery stores. And so one of our initiatives is to try to get all the product that was being sold at restaurants and institutions, colleges in particular, to have those vendors and those suppliers make their product available to grocery stores. We're also hearing some farm stands are having the highest grossing sales days in the last consecutive 2 weeks that they've ever had. So people are really reaching out to try to find local access to food, and it is having a really kind of positive, if not at least short-term impact on many businesses.
Yeah, I know. We've been trying to help out some of the restaurants, but even those, you know, the takeout service is not enough to keep them going, and some of them are just shutting down. I have 3 hands up, John O'Brien, and then Carrie, and then John Bartholomew. John O'Brien.
Carolyn, I just had a tech question. What happened to O'Grady and Vicky? Do we only get a 3x3 grid on this? Or is everybody else seeing them?
So if you swipe over to the right, do you see the others? Have you gone to gallery view?
Yep. Okay.
I see Vicky and Mike. So can you
I
go to
see.
gallery view?
Yep. But you
Okay.
can't make it smaller. So it's like a, 4x4. You always have to swipe.
Well, if you go to, you can either switch to the active speaker,
Yeah.
or you can do gallery view.
Right.
So if you do gallery view, you'll get I get 9 faces at once. And since there are more than 9 of us, if I swipe to the right, I see the rest of our group.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Madam
right.
Chair, that's a limitation of the iPad. For users on the laptops or your desktop computers, you should be able to see everyone.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks, Ron. And Ron, I'll probably give you a call later to try and get this up and going on my laptop. That would be great. All right. So Carrie is next.
Yeah, thank you. It's really great to see everybody. All I wanted to say is before Abby joined the second time, Terry had asked some questions. And I think those questions are really highlighted in the document and summary analysis that Abby put together about the economic impacts.
In terms of farmers? Yeah, okay. All right, John Bartholomew, you're next.
This is probably a question for Abby, but anyone who knows, I'm just wondering what others are seeing and what's being reported from cheesemakers. One of our local cheesemakers has reported that they are all backed up in the cheese cave because their orders have really slowed to a trickle or stopped. Some of that is probably related to sales to restaurants not happening, but it seems like people are still eating. They still need to eat. So are all of our cheesemakers, local cheesemakers and artisan cheesemakers experiencing this drop in sales, or do we just have an outlier here in Heartland?
So I did just send Linda the economic impact data, so you all will have access to that, I hope, momentarily. There is a update from the cheesemakers in that document that was assembled by Laura Ginsburg from conversations with the Vermont Cheese Council and probably about 20 or so different cheesemakers in Vermont. And so the results are mixed, depending upon their markets, how their cheese is packaged. And so we're seeing that, for those cheesemakers that sold to restaurants and specialty shops, their sales are likely down 80% or so. For those that are selling to farmers markets, online, farm stands, the loss is a little bit less than 80%. Grocery stores are also seeing a decline in certain type of cheese purchases. They're really looking for, because they're trying to limit person-to-person contact in the grocery, some more effectively than others. They're really looking for pre-cut and pre-wrapped cheeses, not bulk cheeses that you then would cut in the store or whatever. So as for like economic impact, some cheesemakers are saying it's tens of thousands of dollars of loss. Others are saying it's upwards of $100,000 of anticipated loss over the past few weeks. There's some pretty bold projections. If the markets continue the way that they are, of upwards of $500,000 for some, and others that are really worried that total markets will collapse and businesses will not be able to remain operational without additional income coming in. It did sound like there's probably another few weeks before we'll have a real sense of what stores have for additional needs. So they're still working through their backstock, and whether they will reorder product or not. So yeah, a pretty grim, unfortunately, for many of Vermont's cheesemakers right now.
For cheese, yeah. So maybe we should move the cheese to the toilet paper aisles.
So I have to say, when I visited the Brattleboro Hannaford about 2 weeks ago, there was nothing on the toilet paper or paper towel aisles, and there was nothing in the cabbage cheese area. Every single stick of 8 ounce of up to 2 pounds were gone. Luckily, I buy it by the 3 pound package, and there were some of those, but it was pretty incredible. So I did include in my article a couple of weeks ago a shout out to folks who might want to order directly from farmers, and I think there are some cheese companies that do. Like I think Jasper Hill you can order directly, and I don't know about the others. But then I wondered, Abby, we had talked at some point, maybe it was on a conversation that I had with you and Anson and Bobby Starr. There was a thought to maybe try and put up some kind of a website to help create a direct market for some cheese producers, farmers, with the public.
Yeah, my understanding, and I am going to look it up now because I haven't looked at it myself, but my understanding is that the Vermont Cheese Council has done just that. And so they have created an online portal for folks to be able to order online.
Okay.
Through their website.
Okay.
And so it's a good example of kind of a resource that I should kind of probably know a little bit more about.
Okay.
But that was my understanding, is that they worked really quickly to kind of create an online. Yeah, so if you go right to vermontcheese.com, one of the top links is where to buy our cheese. And then they have it all set up as an online sales directory for Vermont cheeses and tell you exactly how it works, that you select what cheese you want, order online. Depending on where you live, it could be picked up from the cheese producer, from a farm stand, curbside pickup, or even have it delivered to your door. So it looks like they have a pretty decent system right now.
Okay, great. Thanks, Abby.
Yeah.
I have a few hands up here. John Bartholomew, did you lower your hand or is it up again? Okay, you're lowering. Okay, Terry Norris and then Rodney.
Since we're talking about the cheese, I noticed yesterday on the Jasper Hill Facebook page that they dispersed their Asher herd because of the potential downturn in the cheese economy. So I mean, I know that Mateo is pretty much into, financially being profitable, and he just felt that was not didn't see a future there. So it's kind of sad that they, that was their prime, calling card, sort of like, was that Asher herd. So I just see a future for Vermont farms is we're going to lose, I bet we'll lose half of our farms this year. Because the price of milk is just like plummeted down to like $10. There's no profit there for farmers, and they can ask for credit, from their suppliers. But trust me, I just know that grain dealers will not hold farmers for very long, because it's, there's no profit in it for them either. And they have to watch out for their bottom line. And I just see a real problem for Vermont farmers.
Yeah, agreed, Terry. And Mike O'Grady, I'm wondering if you have any information regarding the stimulus money that's coming to Vermont, and if that might be helpful to some of our dairy farmers or farmers in general.
As I said earlier, it's really yet to be determined. Yeah. There's 9.5 billion that's going to USDA for agricultural programs, and then there are some smaller, more targeted programs. There's nothing specific to dairy. So it's really going to depend on what USDA does over the next week or so on how to move that 9.5 billion.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I have Rodney's hand up. Rodney?
Yes. So I was just wondering, we've been talking about how it's hard to get the cheese because of limited contact with people, but with people being laid off and losing their health benefits and stuff like that, some of it's probably because they just have to make choices of not buying specialty cheeses.
Yeah, I don't know. Abby, would you have a comment on that, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think all that I can comment on that is that during the 4 calls that we held a couple of weeks ago, hearing from producers and producer associations, as well as supply chain partners and service providers, it was very clear that the average consumer in this response to a time of crisis is returning to some of the basics. And so people are buying, big blocks of cabbage cheese, potatoes and root vegetables, more meat, milk, butter, some of those like very comfort related food items. And they're not having people over for dinner, and they're not, doing some of their same activities. People are kind of hunkering down and kind of relying upon some of the customary basic food groups. And so in some ways that's been great. And we saw like a real quick short-term surge in dairy product purchasing. But then, as Representative Norris mentioned, with the loss of the decline in milk price, where Diane shared some figures again in the economic impact data that you now have, that just the dairy industry itself will see 180,000 per month loss in income due to milk price decline. So, and it will, and Diane said it's going to get worse, throughout the summer. So, yeah, I think people's buying habits are changing, their socialization patterns are shifting, and milk prices are going down.
Yeah, it's really concerning. I'm wondering if there are any other questions, thoughts about this topic that we've been discussing. Rodney, is your hand up again? Okay, his hand is down. Thank you. Any other questions about this? Will, I want to thank you for being available today and to have this conversation. I think it's been very helpful. And Abby, I thank you too. I'm not trying to kick you off the call or anything, but I'm looking forward to Abby seeing your the impact study. I'll probably include it in parts of it in my weekly article this week, which will be in the Reformer on Monday.
Great.
So anything you wanted to add, Abby?
If there are suggestions that you as the Ag and Forestry Committee have for ways you'd like to see us as the Agency of Ag respond based on what you're hearing from your constituents, let us know. Our response efforts right now are focused on pulling together resources that are available for ag producers, posting that on our website. The economic impact data that you have or will soon see came from sort of relationships we have with different groups, but also from a survey that we received from ag producers that completed, answered a few questions, including their economic losses. We're still looking to do more calls like we did a couple weeks ago, if nothing else, to just give an update from the agency and for people to ask questions. We're trying to give the interpretations to guidance as often as we can to folks that reach out and ask. Again, we're trying to make supply connections to grocery stores for product that was originally deemed for restaurants and institutions. So we're trying to connect with producer association groups to sort of figure out what their needs might be. So if there's other things that you're specifically hearing that we could be helpful in supporting, please let us know. You could reach
Great.
out to us by email, or we can have another call, or come back in to testify, whatever you need.
Great. Thanks so much, Abby. Thanks for and please thank everybody at the agency, both you and Carrie. Thank everybody at the agency for everything they're doing to take this on. Will, was there anything you wanted to add?
No, just again, my thanks to Abby in particular for sticking with me as I try to get clarification on this and all the work that they're doing there. And thanks very much for the opportunity. I see a customer's just pulled in, so I better go wait on them. Happy April 1st, everyone.
Could I say one last thing to you, Will?
Of course.
Plant
Yes.
nasturtiums. Plant nasturtiums in all of your hanging baskets because they're edible.
Okay.
Hey, listen, good luck.
I made a note.
Okay. All right. We'll see you. Take care.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The big political story over the last 24 hours, Bernie Sanders has suspended his 2020 Democratic presidential campaign. There's just so much to talk about, and I've received hundreds of messages since yesterday about this, emails, tweets, all sorts of other messages, Instagram. And so I want to go through this in sections. I want to make sure we cover everything. I want to make sure we sort of turn over every stone that needs to be turned over in thinking about this and going forward. And so we're going to talk about Bernie's decision itself and whether it made sense. We'll talk about what exactly happened in the campaign that at one point seemed to be going so well. We'll talk about what this means for the progressive movement and for the future of who the individuals are that may be leading that movement. We'll talk, eventually, we also have to talk about what this means for November of 2020. So we're going to get to all of those things. Now, my concerns from the messages I've received are centered around, I guess, generally that a lot of these different issues I mentioned are being mixed up. For example, there are people mixing up questions about the future of the movement with November of 2020, when there is overlap, but really there are different decisions and different considerations to be made there. And it's leading to some unclear thinking and people that I think are not thinking in the clearest terms about this. And I want to make sure that if nothing else, we can disagree about where we end up, but let's make sure we have all of the facts and that we're thinking clearly and discreetly about all of these issues. If we come to different conclusions, that's fine. I have no problem. We're adults. But let's think through the different elements of this. First of all, here is Bernie himself saying it yesterday that he is suspending his campaign.
I wish I could give you better news, but I think you know the truth. And that is that we are now some 300 delegates behind Vice President Biden, and the path toward victory is virtually impossible. So while we are winning the ideological battle, and while we are winning the support of so many young people and working people throughout the country, I have concluded that this battle for the Democratic nomination will not be successful. And so today, I am announcing the suspension of my campaign.
So, first of all, was this the correct decision for Bernie Sanders to make? The answer is yes. Now, Bernie talks about the math, and he realizes, he says, that he has no path to the nomination. It's important to understand that it's been weeks since the numbers changed. So if the numbers yesterday show no path to the nomination, he also had no path weeks ago when we outlined that, and still many people were reacting very emotionally and sort of resisting that. After Super Tuesday, Bernie's shot was diminished to about a 1% shot. After the March 10th states voted, he had about a 0.5% chance. After March 17th, it was smaller than a 0.1% chance, and that has not since changed. So Bernie's decision is the right one. Bernie's decision is backed by the math, and there's no question about that whatsoever. Remember, even after it was just Biden versus Bernie and everyone else was out, Biden kept building bigger and bigger leads in the polls. There was the idea that coronavirus would turn it around and reinvigorate Bernie's campaign. In the polls, Biden kept pulling away. So that's that. I don't really think there's that much more to say about it, particularly because Bernie has suspended his campaign. Next question is about the timing. Bernie getting out yesterday, April 8th, as opposed to earlier, as opposed to later. I don't know that this is the most important issue, but I'm not so sure about the timing. I mean, to me, again, the numbers haven't changed for 3 weeks. So in a sense, it might have made more sense to get out 3 weeks ago when we were not in the middle of the peak of a 100-year pandemic, where this is likely to be a story that gets 24 to 36 hours of attention, and then the attention is going to be greatly diminished. Waiting, I mean, listen, if you've waited this long, maybe you just keep waiting with no other primaries that are voting in person in the immediate. Maybe you keep waiting with the idea that when the virus starts to settle down in the news, as hopefully it will in the next month, although we don't know, maybe there's an opportunity for Bernie to get more attention with this, get some concessions or something with Joe Biden that will be a show of both unity and maybe also some policy concessions that Joe Biden, I don't know. I'm thinking out loud here, but I don't think this is really the most important thing. My instinct is that this is acutely a time because we are, 2,000 people a day in the US are dying right now because of the coronavirus. This maybe is not the best time to get the most attention for what you're doing and maybe spend the political capital you've built in the most effective way. But I don't think it's the most important thing to be talking about. Could maybe Bernie get something out of this in the future? Because remember, Bernie is suspending. You can still vote for him in upcoming primaries. He will continue to accumulate delegates. And at some point in the future, we imagine before or at the convention may be in person, it may be digital. We just don't know right now because of the virus. Maybe there is some show made out of Bernie turning over his delegates, directing his delegates, releasing his delegates, and sending them to Biden in exchange for something that may still happen. I don't know that we need to armchair quarterback that too much. Now, let's move on to a bigger issue. What about the meaning of this for the progressive movement and the understanding of why Bernie lost, which if we don't learn anything from this, it's been a waste. If we don't learn anything from this, the same things are going to keep happening. Now, a lot of this analysis I've done before because we've already done our postmortem on the Bernie campaign. Mathematically, in the last 3 weeks, nothing changed. And Bernie accepting that the math has no path to his nomination, the math was the same 3 weeks ago. So we did most of our postmortem 3 weeks ago. I won't go crazy spending time on that, but the key points to hit, just so we're all kind of up to speed. First of all, the Democratic primary electorate is not as progressive as the internet, Reddit, Twitter progressive movement might make us think that it is. This is just a reality. We talked about this a few weeks ago. There are a lot of Democratic primary voters who just aren't participating in those online forums, so we don't see them. We come away thinking that what we see on Reddit and Twitter is far more representative of the Democratic primary electorate than it actually is. We sometimes are swayed by Bernie's large rallies. Just because people are able to gather larger rallies doesn't necessarily mean they're going to gather more voters when it actually becomes time to vote. Now, you will hear on Twitter in response to this, you're wrong, David. Everybody wants Medicare for all. Everybody wants free college. People were confused or tricked or bamboozled into voting for Biden because of these wrong calculations about electability. People are wrong. The theme online is, in the online left, it's Bernie is the guy with the popular policies, but people wrongly thought Biden was more electable, so they voted for Biden. That's not really true. And if you look at more detailed polls, it's very easy to say everybody loves Medicare for all, but somehow they voted for Biden. It's not completely true. And this is something, if we don't accept, if we don't realize it, we're not going to fix the problems. If you look at data from the Kaiser Family Foundation, it's pretty clear. I want a disclaimer. Kaiser Family Foundation has nothing to do with Kaiser Permanente, the insurance company. Sometimes when I mention the KFF, people say, David, you're touting industry talking points. No, the Kaiser Family Foundation, you can look up, Google it. It's widely documented. It shares the word Kaiser. It has nothing to do with the insurance company, Kaiser Permanente. They are an independent research agency. And the point is, the more you tell people about Medicare for all and how it would actually work, the lower support is. Now, this doesn't mean Medicare for all is good or bad. I'm talking about the political viability. We have some of the data on the screen. This is not anything about my opinion. It is simply me reminding you the numbers are more complex than simply saying everybody loves Medicare for all, but somehow Biden won by 2.5 million votes. The more you tell people about the specifics of how Medicare for all would work, the more divided opinion is. It's not overwhelmingly against Medicare for all, but opinion about Medicare for all is split very evenly as people learn more about the specifics. So it's not overwhelming support. Number two, policy aside, not enough people liked Bernie enough to vote for him. This is not the Hillary stuff. Nobody likes Bernie. That was referring to members of Congress and the Senate. What I'm talking about is there are lots of people who I'm sure find Bernie's policies fine, but they didn't like him or his campaign enough to get them over the hump casting a ballot for Bernie Sanders. Now, there are all of these hot takes that Bernie lost because voters were confused about issues versus electability. But a lot of people just didn't like Bernie enough to vote for him. It's just the reality. Okay, I don't take it personally. It has nothing to do with the viability of the policies either. Number three, I've already talked about the toxic people around Bernie. There are lots of them. This isn't about mean people on Twitter. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about campaign surrogates. It wouldn't be particularly decorous for me to start naming them. Is it decorous or decorous? For me to start naming them down now. It's over, but there are lots of people around Bernie that were repellent to many, many voters. It was a bad calculation. What can you do? Okay, we learned. And lastly, Bernie was not helped by some of the optics around his campaign. The Democratic Socialist label didn't help. I said this 5 years ago, and there are now more and more leftist folks who are coming around to this. It just didn't help. Thinking about it's not anything personal about Bernie necessarily, but the Dem socialist language, the language of revolution. Most Democrats don't want revolution. They want to fix the system. And even, this is so minor, but like when Bernie praised Cuba's literacy program and then doubled down on it, I get it. Just because Cuba did something doesn't mean that Fidel Castro is good, but it just didn't help Bernie. None of this stuff helped Bernie Sanders. Altogether, many factors. So then we get to, does this say anything about the future of the progressive movement more broadly? I think the answer is not necessarily. It depends on the choices that we make. I've said before, the movement to succeed is going to need to be led by someone who shares Bernie's fundamental values, but has better optics, better framing, better language, and a less toxic supporting cast around them. There's plenty of time to figure that out. We don't want to take too much time because we want to make progress and win, but there's plenty of time to figure that out. But in the immediate, in the midst of a 100-year pandemic, during which the president we have is an incompetent, weaponized buffoon, we've got to deal with the general election. This is not trivial. This is not academic. And this is where the black-white hot takes are just exploding on the internet, probably to the detriment of the movement bigger picture, because everybody is claiming to have the perspective that informs what every Bernie supporter should do in November. You've got the never Biden people. You've got the Bernie or bust people, which are not necessarily the same as the never Biden people. You have the reluctant sort of Trump's better than Biden, but I hate him anyway people. Here's my suggestion. Let's stop. Let's be adults here, and I'll explain to you what I mean by that. Bernie supporters have a limited number of options. There's not an unlimited number of paths forward, and those are: you vote for Biden, you vote for Trump, you don't vote at all, you write Bernie in, I'm talking in November now, you write someone else in, or you vote for a third-party candidate. These are all different actions, but in practical terms, any of these actions, other than voting Biden, is an action that gets Trump one vote closer to re-election. That's not a value judgment. I'm not saying it's good or bad. We'll get to the values in a moment. But any decision other than a vote for Biden is a vote or a non-vote that helps Donald Trump. Now, in blue states where Biden will win, maybe in practice, it matters less what you do in terms of helping Trump. But at the national level, all choices other than voting Biden are a vote that helps Trump get closer to re-election. Now, people may have different reasons for choosing these options. So as an example, you might be a Bernie supporter and you might choose to vote for Trump because you actually prefer Trump to Biden. Like on policy, I guess it's conceivable. You could look at the policy and you could look at everything about them, the people around them, cabinets that they would, okay. And you say, I prefer Trump to Biden. That's one reason someone might vote for Trump over Biden. You might be a Bernie supporter and you might vote for Trump because you see Trump's reelection as accelerationist compared to a Biden win. And now accelerationism is the idea that you should accelerate capitalism because it will speed up its eventual failure, which will bring about the destruction of capitalism. That's an idea. You might choose any of these options other than voting Biden because you want to teach the DNC a lesson, and you see not voting for Biden as teaching the DNC a lesson that, your vote is not a blank check. So here's where I come down on this. I cannot, in good conscience, take any action that will make Trump's reelection more likely. It's very simple for me. I believe that Trump is that bad. I believe the coronavirus epidemic has been sort of the straw that broke the camel's back, or the cherry on top, or whatever metaphor you want to use, that proves beyond any doubt how weaponized Trump's ignorance and personality disorders and bad ideas and a cast of supporters and staffers are. This is not vote blue no matter who for me. I have a video about this on YouTube you can check out. I've looked at the options, and I am choosing Biden over Trump because he's better. Okay? Yesterday on Twitter, our friend Kyle Kulinski responded to journalist Mehdi Hassan's tweet about the lesser of two evils. And Kyle said, okay, white nationalist Richard Spencer versus white nationalist David Duke. Who y'all got? And I responded, half joking but half serious, I guess David Duke. He seems more frail, and his supporters aren't as good at using the internet to spread their white nationalism. The point here is I believe in harm reduction. I reject the idea that accelerationism will succeed at toppling the system. When you look at history, you see that the big progressive advances, which were, in the last 100 and so years, the 1910 to 1920 progressive era, the New Deal era, and the Civil Rights era, those were not revolution, break the system and build it back up, burn it down and start over. Those were advances working within the system and improving the system. Now, there is another group that is talking about, Biden needs to earn my vote. The DNC needs to earn my vote. They need to come and get me. And unless they come and get me, unless they make overtures and come and get me, they don't deserve my vote. Another debate is it Bernie who needs to convince his supporters to vote for Biden, or is it Biden who needs to convince Bernie's supporters to vote for Biden? This entire thing is childish to me. This idea of who comes and gets me specifically strikes me as both childish and completely irrelevant. I don't care about these people as people. I don't deify politicians. I've expressed before, the deification of Bernie or Tulsi or Andrew Yang or Trump, it's all cultish. And I just don't think these are people that should be deified or revered in this way. They're just people. They're just people. They are flawed people. We don't agree with everything in their platforms, period. I don't care about the cults of personality around them. I don't care about them coming to get my vote. I'm not signing a blank check. I look at policy and Biden is better. I'm not arrogant enough to say Biden's got to come get my vote. I've looked at Biden versus Trump on healthcare. Biden's better. Is Biden the best? No, Biden's better. I've looked at Biden versus Trump on taxes. Biden's better. I've looked at Biden versus Trump on selecting judges. Biden's better. I've looked at them on the environment. I've looked at them on diplomacy. I've looked at just about every issue, and Biden is better. I'm a big boy. I don't need Biden to come kowtow to me or do anything like that to get my vote. I've done the analysis on my own, and I know what the right decision is here. I'm not going to attack people who are going to go a different path than I'm going. I can only control what I do and communicate it to you, and everybody's got to make their own decisions. I'm not going to do ad hominems of people choosing a different path than me or anything like that. Trump gets another 4 years. I'll do what I can to minimize the damage. If Biden wins and defeats Donald Trump, it will be a very important victory for the United States, and it'll be an underwhelming milquetoast center-left presidency, which I will work my ass off to ensure is as progressive as possible by pushing Biden. Everybody's got to decide for themselves. Are you okay with your actions helping Trump get reelected? Maybe the answer is yes. I don't think you're a bad person. I just think you're wrong. For me, the answer is no. So I'm very confident in the action that I have to take, and it's voting for Biden over Trump. Let me know your thoughts. I'm ready. I'm on Twitter at @dpacman. We will take a break and be back right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is member supported. Get the world famous bonus show and commercial free audio and video streams of the show by signing up at joinpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Kathleen Burns and Bradford Farrington. Kathleen and Bradford, thank you so much for your support. Means a lot, especially when I know a lot of people are having to tighten the belt. Coronavirus, we've got 16 million people over the last 3 weeks who have lost their jobs. So I really appreciate it. Also want to say thanks to Doris Bravo. Doris has been a member for almost 5 years and is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Thank you so much, Doris. If you are looking for something to do as you are socially distancing and physically distancing and self-isolating, go to the David Pakman Show Reddit at davidpakman.com/Reddit, REDDIT. Nearly 19,000 of our viewers and listeners are now participating on our subreddit. Some interesting posts I saw. User Restless Pedestrian posted an article about financiers making a lot of money off of the pandemic. I have been talking about this more so on the live streams than on the broadcast show for a couple of weeks now. There is a lot of money being made on coronavirus. You have, of course, financiers and banksters who are able now, especially to start processing these loans under the Paycheck Protection Plan. They get 0.05% commission on every dollar processed paid by the government. You can rack up big profits doing that. You've got the short sellers of different kinds who at different points bet on the stock market declining and made money off of that. You have all sorts of different companies jumping in and making masks and other things, which of course is good. Those things are needed, but they've proven to be very profitable endeavors, including when you get a slot speaking at a coronavirus press conference like the MyPillow Trump sycophant guy, Mike Lindell, did, making some masks instead of pillows and getting invited to speak on a national stage. So there are all sorts of different people that are cashing in on coronavirus. And what we need to understand is this isn't new. Every tragedy, every calamity has people who are able to profit from it. Sometimes people are profiting by helping in a serious and sincere way. Other times people are taking advantages of loopholes or vulnerabilities, scamming people, selling things like, as you know, silver toothpaste and others claiming they kill the virus. It is nothing new that there is plenty of money to be made around tragedies, and we are seeing that happen. Another interesting discussion on the Reddit is Black Rian said we should start making a distinction between the progressive left and the populist left, pointing out that populism wants to appeal to ordinary people who feel their concerns are disregarded, whereas progressivism is a particular political philosophy supporting social reform and certain policy ideas. I want to be careful about this for two reasons. Number one, when we go crazy with how we name different groups and categorize different people, it's often not useful at all and is often a distraction. And, if you've listened to some of the pedantic phone calls I will sometimes get during live calls from people saying, I used to be a civil libertarian, but now I am a moderate ANCAP or whatever. It gets us very little. It gets us very little in actually figuring out how society, culture, and the economy should go. So here's my one thought. Populism can be left or right. Populism in and of itself can be left or right. And as this viewer is saying, we're distinguishing between the progressive left and the populist left. I actually think that populist left implies progressivism. So for me, there's not really a conflict. The populist left has elements of populism with progressive social policy, progressive economic policy, etc. I would not overly focus on these labels. Check out some of the work from the New School's Professor Federico Finkelstein, who is a fellow Argentinian. He's been a guest on the program, expert in populism, authoritarianism, etc. Let's not go crazy with the labels and the categorization. I don't think we get much out of it. Lastly, a bit of good news from the subreddit. User Bag of Squares has notified us that the pandemic has resulted in their mom becoming a fan of the David Pakman Show, pointing out that she previously was apolitical, sometimes with some anti-Obama sentiment, but that she has recently been on the online media rabbit hole. She came across the David Pakman Show and now is a regular viewer of the show. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. And I've heard a lot of those stories actually during the pandemic. A lot of people home and consuming media they wouldn't otherwise consume. And really great. Appreciate it. Say hi to your mom for me. Join the discussion at davidpakman.com/Reddit. It's free. It's something to do. And you'll see me on there. You'll see producer Pat there. Very, very exciting. We learned this morning that an additional 6.6 million people have lost jobs and filed for unemployment benefits. Now, the real numbers are actually much worse than the official numbers, and I'll explain why in a moment. You might remember that 2 weeks ago, we learned that in the prior week, 3.3 million people lost their jobs. Last week, we learned that the week before, 6.8 million people filed for unemployment. And today we learned that last week, 6.6 million more people filed for unemployment benefits. That now gets us to 16.7 million people losing their jobs and filing for unemployment benefits in just 3 weeks. Now, to understand the magnitude of this, the labor force was right around 158 million before this started. That means 10% of the labor force has filed for unemployment benefits in the last 3 weeks. Now, the question is, can we trust that number? Well, we can trust it, but the real number is much higher. Why? Well, number one, there are tons of people who lost a job but don't qualify for unemployment benefits. Not every type of job necessarily qualifies for unemployment benefits. There are people who are working under the table, as the phrase may be. There are people in certain jobs where you don't qualify for unemployment benefits. So the real number is higher. And number two, the systems for filing have been so overwhelmed that there are tons of people who have been trying to file but couldn't. Unemployment is managed at the state level. Like we have the department in the Massachusetts Department of Employment that manages Massachusetts unemployment. The websites are often not up to the task of handling the increased traffic. The phone systems are often collapsing. So there are lots of people who have been trying to file but haven't been able to. So in early May, the April unemployment report is going to be released, and it could conceivably hit 15% unemployment, which would be historically high. I mean, you have to go back to the Great Depression era where you had, 25% in 1933. We've not seen numbers like that, 15, maybe even we could get to 20% since. These are tragic numbers. It's going to take a long time to recover, regardless of Trump saying it's going to go up like a rocket and we're going to be reinstating everything very quickly. A lot of jobs are not going to be reinstated as the economy starts to open back up. Many restaurants and other businesses are not coming back. They are closed for good. It's going to be a long process. Many people will be starting essentially from scratch looking for new jobs. Now, a few reminders. Here is Donald Trump's Commerce Secretary, Wilbur Ross, saying just weeks ago that coronavirus will be good for the economy while giving us a hacking cough as he says it. Take a look.
I don't want to talk about a victory lap over a very unfortunate, very malignant disease. But the fact is, it does give businesses yet another thing to consider when they go through their review of their supply chain. On top of all the other things, because you had SARS, you have the African swine virus there, now you have this. It's another risk factor that people need to take into account. So I think it will help to accelerate the return of jobs to North America, some to U.S., probably some to Mexico.
So we can add that to the montage of really clueless people who have no idea what they're talking about. Now, in the meantime, and we're going to talk about this in the interview segment today, people still haven't gotten their $1,200 stimulus checks. From reports I'm seeing, the unemployment supplement from the federal government of up to $600 a week still hasn't started in many, if not almost all of the states that are through which people are receiving unemployment benefits, not to a significant degree. despite Trump's claims during his press conferences that billions and billions of dollars in the Paycheck Protection Plan funds have been doled out already, it seems that very few businesses have actually received any money so far. We're months into this thing now. And where are those benefits? Where is the money? These are very ugly numbers. They are made worse by the fact that the Trump administration has been so brutally behind on all of this. So we need a government that can actually behave responsibly and react quickly. We don't have it right now.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
It's great to welcome to the program today Jason Goldwater, who's a California attorney who represents small and medium-sized businesses throughout Southern California, advises businesses on employment and labor issues and best practices. Jason, great to have you on today.
Thanks, David. Great to be here.
So let's start with, in figuring out, every day we hear this number of billions of dollars is going out. Everybody's getting $1,200. Unemployment's being boosted by $600. The Paycheck Protection Plan, billions and billions and billions of dollars are going out. Let's start talking through what's been announced and what has happened. So the $1,200, we're close to 2 out of the 3 weeks that they said it would take for that money to start going out. Is there any system yet for people who did not get direct deposit of their tax returns last year to say, here's how you get me my money? Are any of these infrastructures in place at this point?
So they are not. The IRS has said that they are going to create a portal on their website where people can essentially go on and say, I want my money going to this bank account or going to this address. So that has not happened yet, even though the private sector could probably do this in under a day. The IRS, I'd be very surprised if they managed to do it by next week. And don't forget, it's not just people who didn't receive direct deposit, but maybe people whose bank account information has changed, whose addresses have changed. So none of that infrastructure is in place. And like I said, I'd be very surprised if that happens by next week. I think probably 1 to 2 months is more likely.
So 2 weeks ago, they said in 3 weeks, the people who have the same direct deposit information as when they filed their tax returns would start getting their $1,200. The people who need to, as you say, provide banking information, might have had a change of address, et cetera, it could be 3 more weeks. That sounds like you're saying it's all a little bit optimistic right now.
Well, right. I mean, unless the IRS is going to start blindly sending out $1,200 to bank accounts that they, just because something was correct on a 2018 tax return doesn't mean that bank account is still in effect, could be closed. I mean, they could be sending $1,200 really to a bank account that's not open, to someone else's bank account. So I don't see how this is going to happen unless people first have a chance to confirm that the information the IRS has is still correct. From the information the IRS had potentially a year and a half ago.
Okay, so now let's talk about the supplemented, the boosted unemployment. The idea was unemployment is, of course, managed at the state level. Massachusetts has its system. Illinois has its system, et cetera. There are different state level benefits that are the maximum benefits available to people. The federal government announced they would be supplementing those benefits with up to $600 per week in additional funding. Now, I know a lot of people who have been who filed for unemployment in the last 3 weeks, as 16 million people did. They, as of now, are not getting anything additional above and beyond what the state provides. What do we know about the rollout of that?
So, as you just mentioned, everything is occurring on a state-by-state basis. All I can tell you is there's very little information actually about what is happening. We know that there is supposed to be this additional $600. We don't know when it's going to be implemented. As you mentioned, each state has a different system, and on top of that, the CARES Act also provided that people who were self-employed, independent contractors, for example, gig economy workers, would also be eligible for unemployment assistance. Now, typically, if someone is self-employed or an independent contractor, there's typically a voluntary unemployment insurance program that they can pay into to be eligible. So the CARES Act does away with that. But the problem is there is not a single state yet, as far as I'm aware, that has implemented guidance as to how exactly this program will work for people in the gig economy, for example, people who are self-employed, and who is eligible and how they're going to get their money. Right now, the guidance essentially is for people to go ahead and apply, and they'll try to figure it out later. Of course, it is important for people to get applications in because the applications will be processed in the order that they're received, and they will not get the unemployment insurance until essentially for a period before they applied.
So I know some people in the Midwest who, there's a lot of states in the Midwest that have, they don't have very robust unemployment systems. So they are maxing out sometimes at $350 a week. They're counting on that extra $600 that the federal government says is coming, and it's not there, and they're not getting any answers from the state unemployment departments as to when that's going to start.
Yeah, I mean, California, I can tell you, maxes out at $450 per week. So you can just think with our cost of living in San Francisco and Los Angeles and San Diego, $450 a week does not go very far at all. You're absolutely right that the additional $600 is absolutely critical. But the state employment offices are used to processing a certain number of applications per week. And as you've pointed out, we've had an additional 15, 16 million people applying for unemployment, and the infrastructure is just not there to process those kinds of numbers.
So let's now, oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Jason.
There is one thing I wanted to mention that a lot of people are not aware of. So this varies state by state, but a lot of people who are underemployed right now, who have had their hours cut, may be eligible for unemployment assistance. Again, depending on the state, depending on what their earning level is currently. So it's important for people who are underemployed, who've had their hours cut, to go ahead and apply for unemployment insurance as well.
So then we've got the programs for businesses, and part of this is the payment protection plan. There's a couple of other programs and elements to these programs that are available. Every day, I'm sorry, what was that?
Elements of medical.
Elements of medical, yes, elements of funding. So every day at a press briefing, Mike Pence or Donald Trump will say something like, 1 million people have applied, or 3,000 lenders are now taking applications, or we have processed $10 billion. Every day it's different, and the terminology being used is different. Are businesses actually getting money yet? Have businesses received any money yet under that program?
So I am not aware personally of any businesses that have received money under the Paycheck Protection Program or the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program. So that doesn't mean it hasn't happened. It just means that the rollout has not been very widespread. There are still some banks like Citibank, which is my bank, that are not even accepting applications. And the money is already going to run out. I mean, Bank of America on its own, I think, as of a few days ago, they processed, I think, over 20% of the total funding available for the PPP program. Meanwhile, Citibank is not even accepting applications. So the whole, again, the rollout here has been, unfortunately, a little bungled.
It's increasingly seeming to me, and I hope that things can get reopened sooner than later, as is safe. Never beyond what is safe, but I hope things get going as soon as safe. It's starting to seem like a lot of these funds may not even get to people before the reopening starts if things continue on this path.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just a question of reopening, but by the time we're through with the lockdown, frankly, there will be so much job loss. And unfortunately, the job loss really is not just affecting at this point the hospitality industries or the restaurant industries or economic industries, but it's affecting all the other industries indirectly. I mean, I can tell you as a lawyer, for example, the courts are closed. So any lawyers who are in litigation have no work right now. Even if they did, businesses don't really want to be spending money on lawyers. I mean, this is affecting every segment of society right now.
In the last bit of time we have, is there anything we have not talked about, either in terms of programs or in terms of what individuals can or should be doing that you think is important for people to know?
So I did want to talk briefly about the programs that are available because there have been some changes to the program since they were initially announced. So the first program that's available is the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Grant. So the bill said, and the Small Business Administration initially said that these were going to be $10,000 grants. So the SBA has now changed that. Now it's going to be a $1,000 grant per employee that the business employs up to $10,000. So you can imagine a lot of small businesses may only be getting $1,000 or $2,000, for example. Those loans were supposed to be processed in 3 days. I don't know of any. I mean, the application has been up probably for a week and a half or 2 weeks, and I don't know anyone who's gotten that.
Yeah.
You can apply directly for that on the SBA website if you Google SBA COVID-19. The second part of that is the Paycheck Protection Plan. So that provides up to 2.5 months of payroll, and it's a loan at 1% now. Initially, it was 0.5%. Now it's 1%, but the loan can be forgiven if 75% or more of the proceeds of the loan are spent on payroll and your payroll does not decrease. And individual banks are the ones processing those applications. And then the third component are just ordinary Small Business Administration loans. They're called 7A loans. And for new loans that are issued, the Small Business Administration has pledged to pay 6 months of principal and interest on those loans.
So essentially, you could get a loan that might be a 2-year loan, and in the first 6 months, those payments would be made for you, and you would not need to make that up.
Correct. So theoretically, you could pay the principal back after 6 months minus the principal payments that have already been made on your behalf, and you would not end up owing any money at all.
And of course, this is if you can actually get the money dispersed, which seems to be a question mark around all of these programs right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you that the ordinary SBA loans are a little easier to get just because banks make more money on that. The interest rates are substantially higher than the PPP loans. And so banks, although the difference with the 7A loans is that the banks do assume some risk on that, usually from 25 to 50% or so. So banks may be more reluctant and probably will be more reluctant to issue those loans right now.
We will continue keeping an eye on it. And of course, as important as the small business programs, the individual programs, unemployment, and the $1,200 deposits, which we are continuing to try to erase the question marks around, but question marks certainly remain. Jason Goldwater is a California attorney. Jason, thanks so much for talking to us and explaining all of these different elements.
Thank you, David. Best of luck to you.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Hey, this is pretty interesting from a Joe Rogan episode earlier this week. Now, I know that a lot of people want to talk about Joe Rogan saying he'd vote for Trump over Biden. That's a different story. That's not today's topic. I hope to be able to talk to Joe personally about the Trump-Biden thing soon. But for today, I want to play some clips for you of Republican Congressman Dan Crenshaw on Joe Rogan's program earlier this week. And in the context of coronavirus, they got to talking about healthcare. And Dan Crenshaw rolled out just about every bad argument about healthcare. And what I really like about this is how Joe Rogan ended up kind of de facto destroying the arguments that Dan Crenshaw was making, but in a way that was just completely genuine. It wasn't calculated with talking points. And what I mean by that is Joe Rogan is more of a political hobbyist than a political analyst. And he even said recently, when I say I think I'd vote Trump over Biden, I don't know what I'm talking about. And he actually said, go, listen to people. He actually listed the David Pakman Show. Go listen to people who really are doing this full time. He doesn't consider himself a political expert. I dub it more of a political hobbyist. And Joe has said many times, politics is not his main thing. He's interested in it. He has opinions. He talks to people, but he's not a politics guy. So what's interesting to me about the clips that I'm going to play for you is that Dan Crenshaw is making bad argument after bad argument, arguments that have a lot of history. in different political circles as being the types of talking points you want to use. And Joe dismantles them not by trotting out his own crafted talking points, but just by kind of reacting in real time with common sense to the nonsense that Dan Crenshaw was saying. So let's get right into it. I think you'll find this interesting. First, here is Dan Crenshaw trotting out a popular argument from libertarians, including people like Rand Paul, which says Medicare for all or single payer reduces freedom and it sort of enslaves doctors. They argue we're not free with Medicare for all. And Joe Rogan makes pretty quick work of it. And you'll see Dan Crenshaw become visibly confused and sort of start jumping around with non sequiturs, trying to retort, but failing.
When we talk about Medicare for all, it tries to move past these essential foundations, whether of a free society that we have to adhere to. And because the other thing I push back on a little bit is the healthcare is a right statement. And I push back against that because when you're calling something a right, what you're effectively saying is that somebody else has a obligation to serve you. And it's hard to call something a right when that right requires the service of somebody else.
Don't we already do that?
Nitpicky.
Don't we already do that with the firemen? Don't we do that with the police department? Don't we do that with public schools?
Not exactly. No, I mean we have public services that I would distinguish those public services from something like a direct point of care, and I would distinguish them to an enormous extent. Like, and here's why: you can add a few 100,000 more people to the nation's population, and it doesn't change the mission of the military, right? Like it doesn't take anything away from them. But because of this sort of non-rival, this is like an economics term, but this sort of non-rival attribute of these things, it is different, right? Because there's only a select number of doctors. And we've already said that once you put price controls in, there's going to be less doctors because doctors will be paid less. They'll get burned out more. Then hospitals will be able to, I actually never finished that point.
So Dan tries to slip in, this is an economic term, implying, a lot of people don't know this term. But this is an old libertarian argument. That's a really bad argument. So here's the deal. Single payer doesn't make doctors slaves and it doesn't take away freedom. In fact, we already have the Emergency Medical Treatment and Active Labor Act, which mandates that hospitals must provide stabilizing emergency treatment to patients in a dire emergency situation or delivery services to a woman who is in active labor, period, no matter whether they can pay or not, no matter whether they have insurance. If you're an ER doctor and someone comes in with an emergency, you must give them stabilizing treatment. This has been around 34 years, since 1986. Back then, you had some people saying you're enslaving doctors, but you're not, and it's a bad argument. Consider lawyers. Everyone has a right to an attorney, even if you can't afford one. You have a right to an attorney. Are attorneys slaves? Are attorneys enslaved by that? No. Now, does any one lawyer have to take a certain case? No, typically not. Does any one doctor have to treat a specific patient under single payer? No more than the general responsibility to the Hippocratic Oath and to provide emergency stabilizing treatment, which dates back 34 years. Bad argument. Let's continue.
The reason price controls reduce supply and the reason we see supply reductions in other countries is because, well, hospitals don't get the same amount of money. They're not going to invest in that extra ICU bed. They're not going to buy those extra ventilators. They're not going to hire those other doctors. A doctor doesn't want to be a doctor because they don't make the amount of money that they thought they would make. They're doing extra work because there's more people who now have access to them, but there's less of them. So wait lines are huge, and they're seeing multiple more patients a day. Doctor burnout increases quite a bit. That's the quick answer as to why that happens. But does that kind of answer your question?
Now, here I really need you to understand. This is a Gish Gallop. Dan Crenshaw is throwing about 4 to 5 different arguments at Joe Rogan. None of them make sense. None of them are actually arguments against single payer. And now he's moved beyond single payer and is starting to talk about reimbursement rates, doctor compensation. That's one issue. Many countries have successful systems, but they've got to figure out doctor compensation. That's just one issue. Then Dan Crenshaw throws single payer will increase demand and every hospital is going to be full. That's an old, tired argument. When you give everyone health care, it doesn't increase demand in total. It shifts demand from people using emergency rooms and waiting until things are more serious to people going and getting checked out earlier, going to their pre-CP instead of the ER. And that actually can, in many ways, lighten the load on emergency rooms and emergency care and reduces the serious conditions because people get checked out earlier. So Dan Crenshaw here makes so many different arguments in 30 seconds that it's hard to keep up. Now let's skip forward to Joe reacting to this.
This is getting really
that does deep on this. Yeah, the human right issue. We kind of moved around with that. The idea that it's different than the fire department or the police department or
well, it's not a right either. Actually, the fire department's not necessarily a right as we would.
But it's a public service that's provided to everyone.
Yeah. It is, but understand. So let's call it a public service then, and let's call doctor healthcare a public service as well. If we were to do Medicare for all,
but wouldn't the result be the same if it's provided for everyone?
Not from a practical standpoint, just because it's much easier. Again, you could add 100,000 people more to your city, and the fire department would have marginally more work to do.
Dan Crenshaw says, not from a practical standpoint, but actually, yes, Joe is right. It would be the same thing from a practical standpoint. It would be different from an ideological standpoint where, Dan Crenshaw's ideology makes healthcare different than being a firefighter. But in practical terms, it is basically the same thing as Joe Rogan points out. Let's skip ahead a little now. And this is just bad from Dan Crenshaw. And Dan does something slippery. Dan starts talking about socialism as a system more broadly rather than just talking about healthcare. Joe's talking about healthcare. And then this is just amazing. Remember how in the clip I played for you, Joe Rogan was saying healthcare for everyone as a public service or a right or whatever you call it. It's like firefighting. It's like police or public education or whatever. And back 5 minutes earlier, Dan Crenshaw argued, no, healthcare is different. Now, in this clip, only a few minutes have gone by, and Crenshaw says, no, Medicare for all isn't socialism. It's a public good. That's right, Dan. That's what Joe said 5 or 6 minutes earlier when you said, no, it's different. Take a look.
Right, but we're talking about you're talking about socialism overall, not just just involving medicine. You're talking about socialism in general, and I'm saying, isn't the fire department an example of socialism that works?
Well, it's definitely not an example of socialism. I think it's an example of a public good, the way the military is an example of a public good, the way the highways are examples of public goods, the way parks are examples of public goods. Right,
but they're funded by the people. It's funded by people overall, and it doesn't cost people money to use them, and the people have these as a basic part of our society and our civilization.
Dan Crenshaw is just a human pretzel here. He's completely wound up into knots. When Joe says it's a public good like these others, Crenshaw says, no, it's different. 5 minutes later, when Rogan says, aren't we socializing an element of the economy and an element of society that works fine to socialize? Crenshaw says, no, it's not socialism. It's merely a public good. Well, okay, why didn't you agree with Joe when he said that 5 minutes earlier? Here's Crenshaw's last reaction. And Crenshaw, he basically white flags and he plays these pedantic semantic games and says in the end, these are really just semantic issues.
No, I understand that, and I have no problem with that. I just would not call them socialists.
Well, what would you call the fire department? How does it get funded?
It's a public good.
How does it get funded?
It's a public good. It's funded by the public,
right?
And it's not relying on it's not relying on the tenets of socialism to function. And so now we're kind of having a discussion of definitions, and this is an important discussion to have because oftentimes even Democrats aren't really talking about socialism.
Well, even Bernie Sanders doesn't call it socialism. He's talking about democratic socialism, and he makes some very clear distinctions between the two of them, which I think you could apply to things like the fire department or the police department.
Yeah, there's a lot in that.
So there's a lot there, and I'm not going to subject you to more of this, but I like this for a few different reasons. Number one, they try to stake ideological claims when they can. But when Joe Rogan breaks down those claims with simple questions, they retreat to semantic games and gish galloping, which is just throwing out so many different assertions that it becomes very difficult to keep track of them and actually refute them one by one. That's a sign that the facts aren't on your side. But number two, you all know I've been critical of some elements of Medicare for All plans. There are issues around cost estimates and other issues with a lot of these plans. I would actually love it if the left and right could simply agree on what we know, which is Medicare for All will increase access and Medicare for All can maintain or increase quality. The question is, at what cost will we be able to maintain quality and increase access to 100%? The coronavirus stimulus has proven when we want to, we can find 2 trillion, we can find 6 trillion, we can find 10 trillion if we want to. The money is there if we decide we are going to do it. I would much rather be able to move past these childish arguments that Dan Crenshaw is laying out, which Joe Rogan exposes as really very bad arguments. Let's get our hands dirty and do the nitty gritty work of figuring out how this can all work, because it can work. It's a question of at what cost and how to best optimize it. I've been keeping things light in the voicemail segment at 219-2-DAVID-P. We're continuing that today. Take a listen.
Hey, what's up with it? Just wanted to know your opinion on peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Right.
If you thought they were good, or if you thought maybe they weren't that good.
Yep.
Thank you.
Beautiful question. Now, here's an interesting thing. Because I moved to the U.S. from Argentina, peanut butter and jelly is not a thing in Argentina. So growing up, my parents had no idea about PB&J. They would pack my lunches, and so many people in elementary school had PB&J. I had no clue what it was. Eventually, I was introduced to PB&J, and I like it with the caveats that I don't want crunchy peanut butter. I want smooth peanut butter, and only certain jellies, marmalades, and jams make sense. Orange marmalade in a PB&J, no. Absolutely not. Grape jelly, raspberry preserves. Now we're talking, my friends. And a lot of coronavirus PB&J, I think, is happening. Join me on the bonus show today. We've got a lot to discuss. Pat will join me. We will be back with a new show tomorrow if you are not privy to the bonus show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
I'm calling the meeting to order at 5:31. Do we have any adjustments to the agenda?
I have none.
Okay. Then seeing no adjustments to the agenda, do we have a motion to approve the minutes for March 25th, March 28th, and April 1st of 2020?
So moved.
And seconded.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So it's been passed. So I was just going to read off some notes real quick regarding how we're going to go forward with these meetings. But before diving into the logistics of select board meetings during the COVID crisis, I want to take a moment to honor the work of those that operate our town. Town hall may be closed to the public, but I assure anyone that may be watching this that behind those closed doors, our town management is not only maintaining regular operations, they are also taking actions that assure the town of Putney is responding thoughtfully and nimbly to every evolving COVID concern in our community. Both Karen Astley, our town manager, and Tom Goddard, our emergency management director, are working overtime with all the town departments to support our community during a very scary time. I also want to acknowledge the dedication and support of my fellow select board members. Thank you for stepping into such difficult circumstances without hesitation or complaint. And finally, to the people of Putney, every day I hear about neighbors helping neighbors from a safe distance. I hear about our local service organizations and businesses quickly adapting to support the needs within our community, and our community equally as quickly rising up to support local organizations and businesses. I hear bells ringing at 8 p.m., see homemade masks on our town staff and organizations. I also see teddy bears in windows when I go to work. I see how our local school staff quickly restructured their entire way of educating and feeding children overnight. It's pretty incredible, and I'm in awe. COVID-19 has already impacted this community and will continue to, but it will not break what is Vermont strong. To all of you, I extend my deepest gratitude and respect. Now moving on to a bit of housekeeping. Karen and I discussed—
Just quickly, same to you, Laura. Thank you for leading us through this and for doing all the work that you're doing.
Appreciate that, Josh. Thanks.
Thank you.
So now a bit of housekeeping. Karen and I discussed best practices to ensure these meetings go smoothly and encourage robust public participation. More than one person speaking at a time makes conversation on video platforms very difficult to understand. So with that in mind, we're sharing the following guidance with any public that chooses to participate. Please understand that this is new to us and therefore a work in progress, so please be patient as we adapt. We will start every meeting with introductions of the select board and participating town staff. The town manager will mute all microphones except the select board and herself, or any invited town staff. All participants should send a message in the chat app if they would like to speak. The mic will be handed over to select board members and town manager first. Public comment will be during the following times: the agenda item, public comment on items not on the agenda, discussion on any moved agenda items, the agenda item, other business. Depending on time and participation, public comments may be limited to 2 minutes per person on each item. Please state your name before making comments. Video is encouraged if you're able. The easiest way to share your webcam is to click the button on the Grab tab, or you can click the Share My Webcam button on the control panel. Pause and resume your webcam by using the icons in the top right corner of your webcam feed. If you're unable to attend a meeting and would like to have a comment submitted, email it to myself or Karen, and we will read it during public comment on items not on the agenda. And so I'm Laura Chapman, and would you all mind introducing yourselves?
I'm Josh Laughlin. Yeah. Well, I'm the vice chair, and I will post my name on my screen as well.
Thank you, Josh.
And I'm David Babbitt, and I'm the clerk.
I'm Karen Astley, Town Manager.
Tom Goddard, Fire Chief and EMD.
Alyssa Harlow, Administrative Assistant.
Okay, so now we're moving on to public comment on items not on the agenda. And I'm not sure if we have, I don't believe that we actually have anyone from the public in this meeting right now. So we can move on to select board items. And our first item for discussion is the Emergency Management Preparedness Update from Tom Goddard.
Thank you. So as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, and again, I'll do the same thing that I have typically done with these. I'll go over state things, information, and then concentrate on locally and regionally. So as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, there are 605 total positive cases in the state. Unfortunately, 23 deaths associated with those totals as well, and 40 positive cases within Windham County. As recently as earlier this afternoon, during a teleconference, the Department of Health is continuing to reiterate to us that we need to expect to see increased numbers of cases throughout the state. And in saying that, they're also very quick to say, the governor certainly is very quick to say that through modeling, they're able to comfortably say that all the steps that are being taken, all the directives that are in guidance that is being issued and are being taken are truly having a positive effect on lowering or helping to flatten the curve. So that's positive. It's also being indicated to us again as recently as this afternoon. The peak is expected to hit us in the state within the next 2 to 3 weeks. What that's going to look like, we don't know for certain. All the preparation that's possible is being taken throughout the state and certainly here to the best of our collective abilities. The governor has also earlier today indicated that on Friday he's going to very likely issue some additional directives and guidance. One of those being the extension of the original emergency order, which was presented to us. So we'll wait and see Friday. By Friday afternoon, we'll know what additional directives and guidance he's issuing to the state. Of significant concern, I think is fair to say, as I've been predicting, trending is increasing pertaining to increased number of calls surrounding mental health issues and certainly domestic violence issues throughout the state. Putney is no exception to that as far as the mental health issues. I'll go into it a little further as we go along, and certainly in consulting with the state police, the number of domestic violence related issues within town are up slightly. Governor Scott yesterday submitted a major disaster declaration request to Washington. We learned earlier this afternoon that that submittal has been approved by President Trump. So that's gonna free up and give the state some additional FEMA funding and some latitude in different areas for funding. So that's good. Two specific things that the governor requested within his submittal was disaster unemployment assistance and crisis counseling assistance. Both of those are still under consideration in Washington. Those have not been approved or denied yet. We hope to hear within the next couple of days, certainly hopefully by the end of the week, if those two specifically are approved. That's it state-wise at this point. Any questions on any of those things?
The peak, I know NPR is saying our peak is somewhere between the 4th and the 9th. That doesn't really make sense given what we're seeing. When you hear the governor say a peak sometime in the next 2 to 3 weeks, do you have any anecdotal or reason to suspect that we're talking sooner rather than later, or later rather than sooner, or what are you hearing any? Because I listened to most of the discussion today with the governor, and or not today. Yeah, I guess it was today. I don't have a clear sense of what we're thinking we know about the peak. Do you?
No. All I can say is by the graphs and the charting and the trending that's being provided to us, we're still climbing sharply day to day.
That was my sense, and that.
Yeah, since and I don't remember the date off the top of my head. Since the end of March, daily we've been on a very sharp and steep incline. So given that and the way that the plotting looks right now, we're not close to a plateau yet. And then once I'm going to assume, similar to other places, in their modeling, I can't believe that it would be drastically different in the state of Vermont. But once we hit peak, then that peak plateau is going to go on for several days before we start to see a decline.
Right.
So I think that peak forecast of within the next 2 to 3 weeks, I don't know for certain, but that may include that peak plateau as well. So regionally and locally, at this point, certainly all of us throughout the region, we're monitoring our supplies pretty closely. The state is receiving more shipments of PPE for us. All the towns and the departments, we're all putting in requests for equipment to be delivered to us. We put in yesterday. We put in our last one, which was pretty significant in size. So we'll see what we actually end up getting out of it. As far as operationally, and this has been this way for several days now, we're operating under the concept that every individual, every citizen we come in contact with is infected. That way, our mindset is very clear, in the likelihood or the possibility of us making mistakes is going to be pretty nil. As I mentioned earlier, we're fielding daily requests now, at least 3 a day, from citizens looking for assistance, mental health wise. Certainly being cooped up within 4 walls day after day after day, that's not conducive for anybody. So thankfully, we have quite a list of volunteers who have come forward. I've dove into that list several times for counselors, and that has worked very, very well for people. Thus far, we've not had to transport anyone into Brattleboro, into the ER, for any mental health crisis, and hopefully things will stay that way for us. Earlier, it was late last week, we entered into at this point, what is a verbal MOU. It will transition into a written MOU if necessary, the Putney Inn. So in the event any of our responders, number one, find it necessary or required to quarantine, and they wish to do so away from their families, we have a housing location for them. In the event, unfortunate event, anyone is infected by the virus, they would be housed there. The Putney School, they've known about that MOU, and they've offered, as well as one other place in town, to provide food for those folks 3 times a day if it becomes necessary. So that's all in place. The directive actually just came down, our guidance just came down today from the state, the governor's office, indicating that it would be a wise choice for all municipalities to secure such housing if it becomes necessary. So we're ahead of that curve. Earlier this week, as it was actually on Saturday, we started doing, and it varies, but frequent, up to and including daily welfare checks with folks. Right now, we're doing that primarily by email, which has worked well. There are a couple folks by phone, and so far, fortunately, everybody's doing well. There've been a couple things we've had to address on behalf of folks, and we've done that. So that's all working well. Above and beyond that, planning for any possible issues that can come up, we're still doing that. At this point, quite bluntly and honestly, all of us throughout the area, our big concern now is understanding the peak, when that's actually going to hit, and what we've missed. Either what we've missed, what we haven't planned for enough, and all of us keep bouncing those ideas off each other, and we're coming up now with what we assume to be the case. We're as set as we possibly can be, and now we just react as we need to. Everything's in place across the board for all of us. And we all know that if any one department needs anything, the other folks are going to step in and back them up. And we just see where we go. We react as we need to.
Thank you, Tom. I have a quick question. You said that you have volunteer supports for counseling. Did you get a pool of licensed counselors that are volunteering for this?
Yes, and those folks signed up within the Putney group. Mm-hmm. So that's been fantastic.
I'm so glad to hear that. So, Josh, do you have any questions or comments?
I'm wondering, Tom, how you feel about your staffing at the moment. Are you? I'm sure you're stretched, and I'm sure some of your people are stretched, but yep. Are you feeling okay about it at the moment?
Yeah, right now things are okay. Throughout the region, things are still okay, and we're just monitoring that daily. So if we see one specific area of the county or one specific area within our mutual aid system that is starting to have problems, we'll see that very, very quickly and be able to appropriately react to that and back those folks up to the best that we can.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Good.
Just one other thing that I wanted to note, and actually, this was something that the governor alluded to a couple days ago, and it is the reality. At this point, given that we are as set as we possibly can be, so to speak, and prepared as we possibly can be for what we're forecasting. At this point, we're starting to, and we all need to start to look ahead beyond this, and prepare for whatever our new normal is going to be. And I'm not sure that we have a definition for that yet. But certainly financially and operationally, we're gonna need to start looking ahead as a town, as the different departments, as a community, so on and so forth, and just start to plan for coming out of this during the recovery phase.
The other thing I would add to that, Tom, and I'm confident that you're making all the correct assumptions in the moment about doing as much as you can, but I'm also very aware that if you look back historically to 1918 as the clearest example, but the nature of pandemics in general is the cyclical nature of them, and the reality that we are very likely to have another and probably more severe wave of this at some point in the relatively near future. And just that we should remain vigilant about that, both in our awareness, but also, if we have a downtime, let's not get caught off guard with PPE, for example. Let's create not a ridiculous stockpile, but a sufficient stockpile so we could weather this without being concerned about it if it comes back around. And same, and I think this is what you were alluding to. Also, the new normal, it's hard to know how far away normal is going to be. And I think that being prepared for what's happening between now and the new normal is going to be important.
Absolutely.
I think that, in all reality, vaccine is more than a year out. National data is showing that it's likely that 95% of the population is still going to be susceptible to infection even after we get through this current wave. That leaves us largely unprotected if we're not very cautious. So.
Right, exactly. And actually, in watching different press conferences, so on and so forth, in reality, right now, the three governors, the governor of New York, Vermont, and New Hampshire, they're all saying they don't want people to get complacent once they see a downturn in cases within the states. So obviously that is part of our planning now, is looking at that to try to make sure and expect what the governor is going to direct for us, and guidance he's going to provide, to not allow another uptick of cases after people get comfortable. And we know it's going to happen. We know the minute that there's a downturn, and things are looking better, we know social distancing reminders are going to have to be in place. I'm sure that the governor's guidance right now, as far as wearing masks all the time, facial coverings, that's going to remain in place. Restrictions on gatherings will stay in place, and we just collectively, all the citizens, all of us, just need to adhere to that so we don't end up in trouble again. Because at that point, we could be caught way off guard as far as supplies, protective equipment, etc.
Do you have a sense? I know that one of the efforts that looking at is going to have, the countries that have been most successful with this have had really effective contact tracing and follow-up. Do you have a sense of who the governor is going to ask? Is that going to fall to you or to us, or are they going to manage that? Do you have a sense of how he's trying to create the personnel that will do that effectively for us?
Well, thus far, it's been through the health department. I can't imagine the governor or his cabinet wishing to do anything different.
Yeah.
I truly think if those responsibilities were placed upon municipalities / municipal health officers, et cetera, I think that would open up the door for a tremendous amount of confusion and a tremendous amount of lost information. So I can't honestly foresee the governor looking to do anything like that.
Okay, and I just didn't know whether you had been hearing about that as to how I just know it is likely to entail somewhat significant staffing up, and I didn't know whether that was a conversation that was falling within the emergency medical community or not.
I haven't heard any of that specifically. Again, strictly an assumption, an educated assumption is if necessary, the National Guard would be pulled in to provide that extra need people need.
Tom, I want to give David a chance to ask questions as well, but before we jump there, I just want to ask if you know anything about landmarks numbers, the success rate in testing there, what that looked like, how that all turned out for them.
Haven't heard a thing. Have not heard a thing. No.
Okay.
And I can certainly ask the question on Friday. I don't know if we'll actually have any answers.
Yeah, that was more out of my own curiosity. I don't want you to waste any of your time on my curiosity.
I'll add it to the list of questions and we'll ask it.
David, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Tom, considering that we don't know what this new normal is going to be, and I'm imagining you're putting in a tremendous amount of hours right now. It's part of the plan to prepare for the giving you some kind of help. As part of that plan, have you thought about how you might not put in so many hours and be able to deal with what this new normal might look like in case we do have another bump?
Well, right now, several of our folks have been a huge help. They've been into the station during some daytime hours. They've done some things for us, evening hours, things like that. So that's been fine. It's been a huge help. Moving forward, we don't have anything firm in place yet. In reality, it's going to be difficult to put something firm in place surrounding that. We're just going to have to react as things develop, as things come up. So within that, however, our reaction, we're going to be able to react quickly and get things taken care of quickly with regard to your concerns. So I have no doubt about that.
I guess my concern is we wouldn't be able to do this without you. And if you're putting in the number of hours you're putting in now for an extended period of time, I can't imagine you'll be able to sustain that forever. So I'm just concerned about you. That's all.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and certainly it's not me. There's a tremendous amount of it's all us. So yeah, I'm putting in a number of hours. It is what it is. Again, I've got plenty of support. So anytime what I don't want to do right now is use that all up, because the more I try to slough off, so to speak, if that's appropriate terminology, the more worn out they're going to get, and the more time they're going to be away from their families before potentially they absolutely have to be. So that's all. I mean, it's a big balancing act. And right now everything's good. If I get to the point where I'm realizing I can't do anymore, then yeah, I'll pass a lot of stuff off and I'll take a breather. But at this point, I'm good. And I appreciate what you're saying.
Well, I guess my last little bit is that if the new normal is going to require more people, what do we do to get you more people, not just the people that you have, so that the weight is off of everybody a little bit? Just a thought, maybe something to think about. I really don't know your job. I don't know what you go through.
Honestly, short term, it's going to be through mutual aid.
Okay.
And some options within that. Long term, I haven't got a clue.
Okay.
I don't know.
Can I jump in? Sorry. Can I jump in with a suggestion? We have scheduled emergency meetings for every other week to fill in the weeks that we regularly don't meet. And I suggest that next week we take some time to really digest and discuss all of this, especially once we get the news from the governor on Friday. It'll give us more to work off of, and maybe we can start to form strategy around addressing the new norm.
Right. Yeah, I would just comment also that, it would appear, at least in this moment, that there is a certain level of increased altruism that we should not miss an opportunity if it's there. Coming out of this might be a great time to really do a recruiting push. And what that looks like and how successful it might be, who knows? But I think this has made everybody aware in a different way of their sort of need to commit and involve themselves in societal realities. So I don't know, might be, if we can think about that in advance, that might be helpful to us.
Yeah, totally agree. All right, Tom. Well, considering those many, many hours you're working, I would love to let you go if the rest of the select board feels comfortable with that at this point. Karen, did you have any questions?
Okay.
No,
Thank you.
I'm all set.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
Have
you,
a good night.
Tom.
Thank you. Okay. So our next order of business is the VTrans annual financial plan review and approval. And
Okay. So in your packet, there's the annual financial plan for VTrans. And Megan Brunk helped me out with this, as she does every year. Has everybody taken a look at it?
You froze up for a minute there, Karen. Can you?
Sorry. I think it's you, Josh, but for the annual financial plan.
Oh, might be. I couldn't hear. Yeah.
Has everyone reviewed it?
yes.
Okay. So what I'm looking for is an approval from the select board.
So moved.
And seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
So basically, this annual financial plan allows the state to grant money to us, whether we have projects or not. It does fluctuate year after year. And they say if the number is higher, the better grant percentage we will get. So I've seen some years that the number was lower, but I've also seen, as last year, it was a lot higher. So, but last year we had two major projects. One was a structures project, and we had a paving project as well. And for 2021, we don't have any projects scheduled. So the number we're looking at is 849,942.
Any other discussion?
Does this tell us anything, Karen? I don't think it does, but does it tell you anything about when we should put our name in again for a next project? I mean, is that something we should be? I don't want to miss that opportunity when it comes up, and I don't assume we will, but just keeping an eye on deadlines and things.
Yeah, no, Brian is really good about planning, and he usually knows what he wants to do the following year. So if you look back in the past year, Josh, we had two culverts that we replaced. So he had Holland Hill and then he had Houghton Road, and and then he had the big paving project as well on Westminster Road. So now he wants to do some smaller projects, get caught up. He does have Holland Hill on his schedule for this year to do ditching in any culvert replacement there for the stormwater management. And so he's regrouping right now. But I anticipate by fall, he will know what he's going to want to do in 2022.
Okay. And that ditching is part of the grant supported project also, isn't it?
That is the grants and aid grant funding through Wyndham Regional, which is about $20,000.
Okay.
David, did you have any questions or comments?
No, the grant money that comes out, is there a process, a timing? Josh pointed at this. Is there, what is the timing of needing to get, in line for that kind of thing? Will that be when Brian knows what he wants to do next year, or?
No, there's a process, David, and it comes out at a certain time. It's usually in the fall. So you submit, and then if you're on the list, you have to be at the top of the list for both structures and paving. So we've gotten a paving grant for the last couple of years. So Brian knows we have to wait 3 years.
I see. Okay.
And it's the same thing with the structures grant with VTrans. The thing with the structures grant is if you're not ready to do your project, they'll put you on hold, but they're going to give that money to somebody else who's already ready. So sometimes you luck out if you have a project, but if you're too busy and you can't get the project done, then you're not utilizing that money.
Yeah, I think that's sort of what I was referring to, is just making sure that we're keeping an eye on what we want to have our eye on going forward, so that we don't miss those opportunities.
Yeah, between Brian and I, we keep an eye on that. So anytime there's money, Josh, and we're ready to utilize it, we're going to go after it.
You're looking for it. Good.
Should have just asked that. So.
And I can't remember, Karen, do we have any money in our regular highway budget for paving this year or not?
We have $100,000.
That's what I thought. Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah. And then we have 15,000 for bridges.
And do you already know what we're thinking of paving and when we need to go out to bid?
I do not.
Okay.
And I would think it'd be, if we're doing any paving, we'd have to go out to bid soon.
That's what I'm thinking.
Right. Because if you wait too long, you get into fall and who knows. But right now with the virus, contractors are not working.
Yeah, no, probably a good idea to get in that queue though.
Yes.
Any more discussion? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, motion's been passed. Karen, we have to sign paperwork for this.
You do.
How would you, and I know you and I had discussed the potential of e-signatures, which I think we'll discuss in other business. Do you just want to hold off until other business to discuss that, or?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So the People's Bank Omnibus Resolution Review and Approval.
Laura, can I jump back one?
Yeah.
So there is a certification of compliance for town road and bridge standards.
Yep.
I'll make a motion to approve that certification of compliance.
And second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I will add, this is something that we do. It's part of this annual financial plan. The select board did readopt the town road and bridge standards on August 28th, 2019, per the state's recommendations. And our town road and bridge standards are a little bit better, a little bit stronger than the state's. So I'm comfortable with what we have in place. And that's all I have to say on that.
And all our numbers match your data as far as distance and so on.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, there has not been any new roads added to Putney. So that hasn't changed since I've been here. As you know, we've talked about a couple roads, or a couple trails that people would like to see them as roads. I mean,
Yeah.
It would benefit the town, but the cost is out of reach for some people.
Yep.
So it's been moved and seconded, and hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So
Thank
it's passed. No problem. And now, moving on to the People's Bank Omnibus Resolution Review and Approval. And so this is to authorize Alyssa Harlow as temporary treasurer on our People United Bank account.
I will add, in our last meeting, we appointed Alyssa as temporary treasurer, and we appointed Jonathan Johnson as the assistant treasurer, temporary. After I had talked to the bank, Josh and David and Laura, I spoke with Lori, she's our contact person, and she had asked, she goes, originally I had Jonathan on the paperwork as well, but having somebody on the resolution will grant them the power to make any changes within the account. And the purpose of adding Jonathan at this time was because of the virus. And if we lost like Alyssa to illness or something, I had a second signer. Now, Jonathan will only be signing checks. And Lori explained that all we needed to do for Jonathan was to have him fill out the signature card, which he's done that. I've sent it off to the bank. So once we get this resolution processed, they will get all the paperwork in place and he can go to the bank and he will become a signer, but he has no authorization to make any changes within that account. And I'm confident that Alyssa would not make any changes without speaking to me.
So this is a checks and balances issue, just making sure that we don't have too many hands in the,
yeah.
Okay.
So by appointing, we already voted to appoint Alyssa as temporary treasurer and Jonathan as her assistant. By doing that, we have already done legal action that we need to for Jonathan to be a legitimate signer.
Correct.
Okay. So did we already move to approve the People's Bank Omnibus?
Not yet.
I move that. If you want to clarify the language, Karen, I will move that.
It's to authorize Alyssa Harlow as a individual signer.
Well,
I'm already
temporary treasurer.
As temporary treasurer.
Yeah, because she is already a signer on the account because she's the assistant treasurer already.
And to clarify, I'm already on this omnibus as the assistant treasurer from before. Now I'm just being title change, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the language we need in order to have a motion?
To authorize Alyssa Harlow as the temporary treasurer, as a signer. Sorry, that's a little bit hokey, but
for the town.
For the town of Putney.
So moved.
I second it.
I think we need to mute Alyssa again. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so it's been passed. So we did have Sandglass USDA Rural Business Development Grant on here. After speaking to Karen earlier, she has recommended that we table this. On February 27th, we did approve a letter of intent to move forward for a grant. On March 11th, we did not receive the app requested for it. We again requested it, didn't receive it on the 27th. So we do have a narrative now, but we still don't have the application. And until we receive the application, it should be tabled. So tabling that.
Are they at risk of missing a deadline?
They are. Their deadline is April 15th, Josh, but in an email to me, they asked for certain information, such as our EIN number, our DUNS number, our SAMS number with the cage number, which I have all that information, but without seeing the application, I mean, I need to be able to review the application, and I would recommend that the select board see it too before we send it off.
Yeah, but we're not meeting again until the 15th. So what does that mean for them or for us?
It means they're probably going to miss their deadline. They had let me know that I was going to have that application by today, and it still wasn't at the door at 4 p.m.
Do we want to take any action that would allow them to meet that deadline contingent upon individual approval or something? I mean, we can also do that probably via email, but I think all of those numbers they requested are not something certainly that you want to send out as a complete unit in a non-secure, potentially non-secure email.
No, I wouldn't do
a lot of information.
Right.
So, what do you think, Laura? Do you want to just leave this in their hands?
I mean, based on the conversation I had with Karen, I feel like it really is out of our hands and it's in theirs. I'm not sure how much further we can go for them. We can, Karen, do you have any suggestions as to a workaround on this? If they were to get it to you tomorrow, we could potentially call a quick meeting to approve it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have my calendar in front of me, but let me just. It's going to be.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to burden you any further, Karen. But if they think that they can, I guess we want to be clear with them that if they want to meet this deadline, they have to get it together probably in the next day. In order to allow for us to try and do something for them. Otherwise, they're going to miss the deadline. Right. You know, if that's the way it is, that's the way it is. But if we can accommodate them, I'm sure that would be good for them. But they need to jump right on it if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in conversation with a couple people and, you know, without an application, without a complete package, it might be hard to meet their deadline. I mean, we can do the best we can. I believe I'm going to be signing the application. Does the town manager usually sign? I know the town did one for next stage. Do you recall that one, Josh?
I think we can authorize, well, I think we can authorize you to be the agent, but I don't think it's inaccurate also the statement you made that we probably ought to at least have a look at that application as well.
I prefer, yes, I prefer the select board to at least see it.
I guess my feeling would be.
Okay.
Go ahead, Laura.
Thanks. I was just going to say my suggestion would be is that, you know, if Karen has another conversation with them and they're able to get her the application within the next couple of days, then maybe it's something where we could call a quick emergency meeting to review and sign off on it. I'm not sure how far it can be pushed out, so.
Yeah, we'll have to see what, I mean, 2 days. I'll wait 2 days if they can get us the information, but who knows what's, you know, next week will be like. I mean, I can try to fit it in.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and again, I don't want to burden you unnecessarily. And they've already created that situation, but if we can help bail them out of that situation, I wouldn't object to doing that.
Okay.
So I think we'll just leave the ball in your court, Karen.
All right, I will reach out to them and see what I can do. And if we see the application and it's complete, then I will call a meeting.
Great.
I suppose the other question would be if the deadline for submission is April 15th at midnight, then we don't have to worry about it. But just confirm that with them.
Yep, I will.
Okay, so we're moving on to select board appointments for board committee. And everybody should have received in their packet the entire slate. I'm going to suggest that we approve these by the slate.
So moved.
Oh.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I'd just like to take a moment to thank everybody that steps into these positions. They're purely volunteer and sometimes very time consuming and energy consuming. We appreciate them all.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, please.
I want to just state that some of our committees and our boards are low with numbers. Our planning commission right now only has 2 members. That's not a planning commission. So we are really seeking volunteers that want to sit on a board or a commission. And at this point, those that have low numbers, we're going to try to fill them. And we are in dire need for volunteers.
What is the number for the planning commission, Karen? Is it 7? Is that right?
I believe so.
So even to have a quorum, we would need 4. I mean, it's presumably a quorum of 2 if there's only 2 members, but that's obviously way less than ideal.
Right. I think that, Alyssa, can you confirm, is it 5 for the planning commission? It's 7 for the development review board.
Yeah, and the development review board doesn't have any alternates either, so they don't even have any backup. But I think it is 5 for the planning board.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
And our energy committee is completely
Dissolved.
defunct at this
I'm
point.
gonna have to I'm gonna recreate that from the ground up.
In your spare time.
I'm opening up the appointee list just to be sure, because I think the Development Review Board is also low on regular members too.
I think the DRB, it can be as many as 9, can it?
I thought it was always 7, but I could be mistaken.
So, oh no, so the Development Review Board has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with 1 vacant seat, and then we have 3 vacant alternates. We did have an alternate, but who was it?
It was Peter Loomis.
Yeah, he never responds to my asking him if he wants to continue. And last year, when he finally did get back to me, he was kind of sounding like he would rather not. So this year, he didn't respond. So I'm just don't know what to do about that. But Planning Commission is 5. Is 5, but we only have 2.
So I don't even think they can legally meet with 2 members. It's not a quorum.
Does it have to be a quorum of the original number though, or does it have to be a quorum of the existing members?
No, it's the original number.
I think that varies depending on the obligation of the committee, but I mean, with only 2 members, you can't legitimately have a quorum. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's I hear you. Yeah.
You have to have at least 1 more member. The other
Exactly.
thing, with the Planning Commission, they do a lot of work, like the town plan, the zoning regulations, and they're working on the wildlife tracking right now. And those are major projects. And unless they get involved with Wyndham Regional, they really need to have a stable number on that committee so they can share the work.
I would agree, and our select board is 3, and at times there's only 2 of us in a meeting, and I'm not. Yeah. So, all right. Well, is there any further discussion on this? So it's been moved and seconded, and hearing no further discussion, all in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, so it's been passed. And now we're moving on to the Wyndham Regional Commission appointments. And we can approve this as a mini slate of Karen M. Astley and Stephen Dotson.
So moved.
Would anyone?
And seconded.
Great. Any discussion?
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
Welcome. I'm learning a lot from Wyndham Regional.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on in our county.
Wonderful.
It's
so it's been
definitely to our advantage to have good representation on that commission.
Yep. And Stephen's a good asset as well.
And he is remind me, he's now the energy
coordinator,
director,
right?
Coordinator for Brattleboro?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And we investigated, there's no conflict there for him?
There is no conflict.
Perfect. Okay. So it's been moved and seconded, and hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So it's been passed. Great. And now we are moving on to the town manager's report.
So I put out some surveys And where's my, hang on a minute, I'm lost. Here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Let's talk about broadband communication survey update. So the results are in from the broadband communication, and I sent everyone a packet, and it has Putney's numbers in here, which I was very impressed with.
I was
they
too.
were like 21% participated in the survey, which, you know, seems like a low number, but for Putney, I thought it was pretty good. So Wyndham Regional and ValleyNet and the other company, I can't, it's not on the top of my head right now. They're going to move forward with the feasibility study for broadband fiber to see what the next steps will be. But based on, you know, the survey results. So with the virus too, I'm not sure how this deadline will be impacted, but I mean, there's already a timeline on it, so I think they're going to try to stick to that schedule.
Well, the data coming out of that was pretty interesting. Thank you for sharing it.
Oh, you're welcome. Does anybody have any questions about it?
Do we have any immediate obligations going forward, or?
We do not. So they're gonna do the feasibility study. I would imagine, well, not now. I was gonna say, I would imagine they're gonna have another meeting, but unless they do it, you know, a virtual meeting. What I can ask Wyndham Regional what the next step might be, because everything is in such a flux right now. We just don't know.
Thank you, Karen.
Yeah, you're welcome. Locally grown resources survey for Putney. I did finally get that out. We had a few glitches on that. I have to thank Laura for helping me out on that.
Anytime.
But we got that one out and the business survey, and we're trying to generate some more data, try to help people figure out what we have locally in Putney for like produce, whether it be vegetables or meat or eggs or whatever that can help people, because with this virus and you know, the stay at home and only go out for groceries, and as you know, supermarkets, you know, are still have empty shelves, and if we can help people locally and they can provide resources, I think it's better for our community. But
yeah, I find this so exciting. I think that this builds resiliency and stability and sustainability for our future beyond this virus. And I think it's exactly in the vein of the conversation that Tom had speculated the governor would like us to be having. And so I really commend Karen for having taken the time and initiative to get this going and get it out there to the public, and encourage anybody that's watching that grows or has a business or has any other kind of resources that they would like to offer to their local community, please participate, because it's a great way that we can all connect and support one another.
yes, and we did the same thing with the business survey. So basically it's asking our businesses that basically had to go to takeout what do they offer? Do they have gift cards? Are they doing takeout? Are they doing curbside? So we have to try to support our local businesses like the Putney Diner and the general store and, like the bookstore. And, it's how do we help them get through this? And how can we guide them to the appropriate resources so, they might be able to get financial monies to help them get back on their feet. This has been a big shock to everyone, and it's unfortunate. And I drive down Main Street and you can see the impact. It's not a good situation right now.
No, but I also have to commend them for their quick adaptation to all of this. I have seen each of our local businesses doing some really remarkable marketing and changing their systems so quickly to support the public need and to also continue doing the best that they can to, if not thrive, survive this.
Right.
Yeah, well, we're certainly also, this is sort of a different vein, but, I think it was David who brought up a while ago the reality of longer term financial fallout from this for tax payments, et cetera. And I think we're going to have to we're not going to see that until, given that tax bills may be delayed, we're certainly not going to see it until at least August, but over the next year, we're going to have to really look at how we're going to manage. And I'm very hopeful that there will be legislative support for how we are supposed to manage that, because I suspect that's going to be very real for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep. I know for myself, the first thing that I did is I looked at every project moving forward and figured out what I could not spend money on and still keep moving forward and keep everything as close to zero as possible. I also heard from a friend today about the Small Business Association's 2 different loans that are available for small businesses. One, a quick $10,000 loan that the portions of it that are used to pay employees don't have to be paid back or something like that. And a larger loan that you can apply for, I think, up to like $10 million. And any portion of that is being paid towards salaries or help would not be eligible, would not be required to be paid back either. And so I think there's resources out there for people. I don't know if they're availing themselves to them or not. I know I haven't done anything for myself, but I think as a town, we have to be really careful we have to be really frugal. Of course, I always think that way, but moving forward, I think we need to be really, really, really cautious. There's going to be a lot of people that have a really hard time with that.
Yeah.
People who normally wouldn't have a hard time or we'd have any problem with who will now. And how do we adjust that?
So I have to agree with you, David. There is quite a bit of information out there for small businesses, for people that are unemployed. And I would recommend they either go to the State of Vermont websites or go to our websites, because the links are on our website, and tap into those resources.
Yeah, and I know we've made this point before, but I'll repeat it, just the importance of doing that sooner rather than later, because that will be a first come, first served venue. And, stimulus being what it is, it'll probably come in rounds, but if you haven't applied, you're not going to get it. And that'll, at a minimum, delay you significantly, if not prevent you from receiving those funds.
Right. So my next item was town business hours. So the town hall currently is staffed 4 days a week. There's no one in the office on Friday, but 8 to 4 are the hours. We can be reached by telephone. We can be reached by email. We are still trying to conduct business the best we can. We have absolutely no in-person contact with other people at this time. So recommendation is to call the office and talk to us for what you're looking to do. So right now, dog licenses are due. Hunting and fishing licenses can be done online, but it can't be done online if you don't have a printer or you don't have a computer. So you can call John Johnson, town clerk, and he can walk you through. And, you know, Alyssa and I are there usually on Monday and Wednesday, but we are retrieving all our voicemails, and we all have email that go to our smartphones or to our home computers. So email is the best communication right now. So we will do our best to get back to people right away. The highway department is still working 40 hours a week. They are grading roads. The east side of Putney has already been done. Brian's looking at a 3-week grading schedule. So he took a ride around town and he took a look at all the roads, and it's going to be a slow go with one grader, but the grader is out there. They are grading roads. They're also gravel and sand at the moment. So they're staying busy. Now, the other thing too with the highway department, I just want to let everybody know that, you know, it's good to have the downtime, but the crew cannot put up a road sign because it takes 2 people. So there's no social distancing, but there's some things that they'll be able to do. But right now, concentrating on isolating themselves. They all have their own equipment. There's no cross contamination with any equipment. And if it's a rain day, they're at home, just to let people know. If it's raining, Brian will send the crew home so they're not hanging out in the garage. So Brian's well aware of this virus, and everyone's fear is that we're going to lose somebody to this virus. You know, like a 2-week quarantine, which potentially could be a problem. So we're all taking a lot of caution, and we're trying to keep that 6-foot distance. The listers are still working too. They're still trying to meet their deadline. They're a little more casual about 6-foot distance, but you know, we just keep reminding one another. So, but that's basically
I'm
the
getting
hour.
a bunch of from somewhere.
What was that?
Are you taking notes?
Are you hearing my notes? I'm sorry. I can mute.
Yes. Pencil on the, or pen on the table.
I'm sorry, that is me. I'll stop taking notes.
So that's all I have about office hours at this point. And those are subject to change.
As is everything.
Do you feel like it's working well?
Yeah, it's working well. I like it better now that we're staggered. So, you know, of course, Alyssa and I are in there together, but, you know, we're separated. And, you know, Jonathan's in there, you know, usually by himself. Sometimes I'm in there on a Tuesday, but, you know, we're at separate ends of the building. So it's just trying to remember that we have to wash things down, so we enter the building, I like to try to wash things right away. So I think we've been proactive about trying to wash our hands, disinfect, and
one piece in doing business is that you are able to mail items like dog licenses and fishing licenses and whatever folks need out to them to reduce contact.
Yes. Yep. We have the mail slot in the front of the building. So if anybody needs to drop anything off, they can just put it in the mail slot and then we can process it and then put it back out in the mail.
Really helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. So that's all I have for town manager's report.
Karen, I don't think this was in our packet, but I know I saw from you some information on the response from VLCT about the fire truck article. Can you? It wasn't clear to. It was clear to me that the bond issue is problematic as far as how we would work through it. I didn't feel there was a clear answer about going to private lending institutions. Do you have the information you need?
I have enough information right now. So the one thing that I'm concerned about is because we voted on a 10-year bond, $550,000 at 2%. So the interest rate concerns me.
Yeah.
Especially if we won't know what the interest rate is until it comes back from the bidders. I mean, that concerns me a lot. And I haven't started researching what the banks are doing right now, but I will look at it. And again, I haven't really talked to Larry. I know Larry
I didn't feel like there was, I don't know whether there was an answer or even whether the question was sort of voiced that they could answer whether we can legally go to a bank if we chose to, if we met the criteria lined up in the vote.
Right.
I'll have to go back and reread it because I read it as no, that we have to stick strictly within the language of what was voted on. But
and that's how I interpreted that first paragraph for sure.
Well, yeah. I definitely agree with you as far as a bond. If we were to get a bond, then it would need to meet that criteria. For me, it wasn't clear to me whether that left us with the opportunity of going to a bank if it would come in at less than 2% or not. I think that's, I don't know whether that's possible, but
I can ask for clarification.
Okay.
So.
All right. Warrants?
Yes. Do we have a motion?
I will move that we approve and execute the warrants as presented upon completion of review.
And then second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
There were several things that weren't familiar to me here, Karen. I assume it's all legitimate. I don't know whether we want to go through any of it, but Advantage Truck Group.
Can we do payroll first?
Sure.
Can we pass it first?
Yeah.
So it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, we're going to start with payroll warrant dated April 10th. In the amount of $15,846.67. And then
That all looks.
Any questions, Josh? Looks good?
Nope, not on that, no.
Okay. David, are you all set?
Yeah, I'm all set. Yep.
Okay. Any questions, Laura?
You'd hear from me. No.
All right. So accounts payable dated March 28th through April 10th, 2020, in the amount of $86,264.20.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
What is Southwestern New Hampshire District that we're paying $31,000 to? What is
Okay,
that?
so that's our mutual aid
Okay.
system. So with this bill, David, so half of it is billed in this fiscal year, and then the other half is a prepaid for the next fiscal year, because they only bill it once.
Okay.
So we end up splitting it. It's an odd thing, but.
So are you saying we pay $15,000 a year, or we pay $31,000 a year?
It's $31,000, but it's in 2 different fiscal years.
But we're paying, so what Karen is saying is that every year we pay $31,000 or whatever that new number is, we just pay it in 2 different payments.
Right.
Sort of counterintuitive how it works out on paper versus what we pay the same amount,
right?
But we pay it in 2 different lots towards 2 different time periods.
Their fiscal year and our fiscal year don't coincide.
They do not.
Got it.
And sometimes it could be an auditing nightmare, because we just experienced that.
You can't convince them to change their fiscal year to match us.
I don't know. But so in the past, just to share with you, in the past, what would happen is we'd make the payment now, we'd make one payment, and then we would hold on to the bill until like July, and then pay him for the other half of the year.
Yeah.
So it looks big, David, but when it comes out in the wash, half of it will be in this fiscal year, and then the other half will be for fiscal year 21.
It looks big because it is. It's big.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I mean,
right.
It's right what Karen's saying, but we still end up paying $32,000 a year. And what it is specifically, David, is for dispatch services.
I get it.
So it's Keene Mutual Aid Dispatch is what it is.
It is, yep.
Yep. And the $18,000, I'm sorry, is insurance?
It's what? 18,000, yes.
Blue Cross Blue Shield. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and that went up because we added a family plan, and then we added a 2-person plan, both in the highway department. So.
What are the locks and alarms? The countryside lock and alarms?
That is the camera system that was put in down at the fire station. So we have a grant, an equipment grant, that allowed us like $3,600 to put in a camera system at the fire station and a camera system at the wastewater treatment plant. So the fire station is done, and I don't know when the wastewater treatment plant, if it'll even get done this year. I'm hoping, but.
Who monitors them?
So it'll all go into the fire station onto
Okay.
their computer there, which is a good thing because if there's any issues, it automatically goes there and the alarm will go off too. So at the wastewater treatment plant, not only will they have the camera system, but they will have an automatic fire alarm that goes to the fire station.
So we won't have a separate monitoring service, is that correct?
No, it'll go right directly to the fire station through mutual aid.
Oh, okay. And those are, those cameras are, the focus of those cameras are exterior of the building, is that correct?
That is correct, yep.
And then it's up to like Tom or one of his people to review if an incident happens, if an issue arises.
Yeah, but I would think too it would go to their smartphone. There's got to be an app for those cameras to go to somebody's smartphone. So I haven't checked. It just barely got in place. So
yeah,
I don't know the whole ins and outs of the system, Laura, but I'm sure we can find out.
Yeah, it's not at the top of my list right now, but that's interesting. I think, Josh, were you asking about Advantage Truck Group?
Yeah, there were just several things on. I mean, I'm not particularly concerned about it, but they're just names I don't recognize. Advantage Truck Group, Allen Engineering.
Of course, I don't have any of the invoices in front of me.
Advantage Truck Group is, I think, a part of Patriot Freightliner. It's where they get a lot of their parts for the trucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And Allen Engineering is the
that's the pool place, right?
Right. In the sewer department, they get all of their
chemicals and
chemicals and stuff. Yeah, we pay an invoice from them once a month.
Yeah, this one's low.
Yeah, it's really low.
All right.
Was it always Allen Engineering?
No, actually it was Allen Pools and Spas.
Right.
That's what I thought. Okay. All right.
So how do you want to manage those, Karen? Do you want us to, we may have already done this. Do you want us to just come in and sign them as we're able?
We were going to talk about that in other business, but if you guys want to go ahead and make a motion to, oh, you already made the motion, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we can just move into other business now and have that conversation. I think that's an important one.
Right.
So Karen had suggested the possibility of electronic signing, but without us actually having researched that. I'm not sure if that's feasible at this time. Maybe it's something we could discuss next week. In the meanwhile, as Josh was saying, do you just want us to all come in when we have time and sign those, like committing to getting it done in the next day or two?
So everyone has a key to the building. So and I have all the paperwork with me right now. So that would mean me going to the office tomorrow to bring all this stuff in for you to sign.
Karen, both of the warrants are in Laura's mailbox if they wanted to sign those, and all of the minutes are in David's box, which, by the way, David, your box is overflowing. So if you wanted to at least sign those are there at your convenience.
So the copy of the bank paperwork, could I just bring that and sign it and leave it in my box? Is the copy good enough, or does it have to be an original?
It should be an original.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
But
gonna
there-
have to figure,
oh,
we'll have to
yeah.
figure this out because we definitely need signatures. And I suppose I like your idea, Alyssa, if we just make the copies and leave the copies in Laura's mailbox.
Yeah. Well, if Laura has in her packet everything that needs to be signed, she could sign it so it's an original with her signature.
Right.
Put it in her mailbox and the other two can sign it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
There's like three things. There's like three things, I think.
Yeah.
There's the V-Trans, the two V-Trans documents, and the People's Bank omnibus document that need to be signed. And then the warrants are in my mailbox. Yeah. I didn't print those.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, technically, you can't issue checks until those warrants have signatures on them. I think we could make a motion.
So come tomorrow and sign them.
But right, no, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think that Laura should do that. So I will make a motion that for the duration of the COVID-19 pandemic, we allow Laura to be the primary signature, and then David and I will follow up as we are able on all warrants from here until the pandemic is completed.
And I second that. I'm fine with that.
So can I make a comment?
Yeah.
So please sign in blue ink.
Yeah.
That way I know it's the original. And number two is, I wanted to say something and it's gone. Sorry.
Might come back to you. So it's been moved and seconded. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Where are we going to put those once they're signed?
I can either leave them in my mailbox. I'll leave them in my mailbox. I won't be the last person to sign. So whoever's the last person to sign, we'll have to put it wherever you want it.
Can just leave it there and I'll pick it up on Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like me to bring a can of Lysol with me and spray everything?
No, but my recommendation is if you guys go like Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, knowing that there's not going to be anyone in the building, that would probably be better.
Yeah.
And if you unlock the front door handle, please make sure it's locked.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you gotta test it.
No, I think legally, Laura, you need to sign tomorrow because those checks will be, at least payroll will be distributed Friday. And without your signature on those warrants, those checks are not technically legitimate.
Yeah, I was just going to say I'll go in first thing in the morning and sign them, and I'll plan that as my routine for Thursday mornings after a select board meeting with warrants to go in very first thing Thursday morning and do the signatures. And I'm really good at social distancing, so if anybody's in there, I'll keep away. Yes.
You can come in the side door because John will have it open, but have to print those warrants because they are in your box already.
Fantastic. All right. Sounds like a plan has been made. So it's been moved and seconded, and hearing no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So, Laura, don't take this as a criticism at all, but just so you know, I think when you go back to get a vote on these, per Robert's rules, you can't just say it's been moved and seconded. You need to say it's been moved and seconded to approve, and it can be abbreviated, but you have to clarify what we're voting on. I'm pretty sure, I might be wrong, but just
okay.
a one sentence addition to that, I think, is Robert's rules.
Okay, I will make sure to do that going forward. Oh, okay. Do we have any other business?
No.
I'll just comment. I did one of the electronic signature things with another organization recently. On my end, it was super simple. So I think that would be, if we can make that work, that would be. Yes. I'm not sure what's involved on the other end because I didn't have to do it, but all I had to do was click on a link and then choose a signature that looked sort of like mine and click on that, and it was done.
So I just did an electronic signature today. It's fairly easy. And if you're all in agreement to use electronic signatures for this temporary period, we can get it set up. And I would be the one initiating the signature on the documents. No one else. I would be responsible and accountable for your signatures.
As long as you're comfortable with that, I'm comfortable.
Yeah, I am too. And I think what we would probably have to do, we might want to check with the state on this, is just we would probably have to approve you as the initiator of that or something. I'm not sure. We should just find out what the obligation is for how to make that legitimate.
I will inquire with BLCT tomorrow and see if I can get an answer.
Sounds good.
I think there's two different kinds of electronic signature things too, and I think you're both talking about two different kinds. Like I think Karen, maybe not, but I think you're thinking that they give you their electronic signature and you place it on a document. Is that what you're meaning?
Not me, no. I created my own electronic signature.
Yeah.
So, and I know what Josh is talking about because they send it to you.
Right.
You just plop it on there. It's a little sticky and then you click on there and your signature comes in there. But we can create those right at the office because I've done it.
Oh, cool.
I just have to remember how I did it, Alyssa.
Okay. Well, yeah, because you can do it where it automatically sends to the next person on the list after the first person signs it.
Oh, nice.
Because I did that with the house and all this. Like I would sign it, Lance would sign it, and then his brother had to sign.
Yeah.
Because he owns the other house that we own. So he had to sign too. And so it was like all three of us got it in a row.
All right.
So.
Well, if the select board is okay with electric signatures and we are able to do that, which I'll find out, then, maybe that's the route to go for now.
I'm supportive.
Maybe in 2 weeks, we're going to be all at home.
We already are.
You mean back at the office?
Well, it's good to know, as Josh said earlier, and I agree, and organizationally where I work, we're looking at this too, is this is likely to come in waves, and we need to be prepared and have systems in place going forward so that we can navigate this more easily. Any other business?
I'm just wondering whether Karen's backdrop is digital or flannel.
It's lovely. It's lovely.
It has a very holiday-esque feel.
What are you hiding? That's what I want to know.
No, you don't.
Behind there, you don't want us to see.
Yeah, well.
The only other thing that I would bring up is the Putney Mutual Aid Group, Neighbors Helping Neighbors, is doing some really amazing work. They've built a pretty incredible system to connect people, and they've been able to effectively connect folks with Tom, which is what he was speaking to before, where they've been able to connect volunteer counselors and folks that need that support through him. I know that, I don't know if you've received it yet, Karen, but they plan on sending some producers your way for your survey. So it's really heartening to see how our community is coming together during this time and truly supporting each other. And I'm very proud of the work that they're doing.
I am too, and they've been very supportive for our office. And, you know, anytime, I'm just thankful we have people in the community willing to help. I want to thank everybody who's making the masks too. I think the effort is just beyond.
It really is. Landmark has started or will be starting soon, and I should actually say I believe that they will be starting soon to 3D print masks if they haven't already. We were able to connect them with somebody that already had the knowledge of how to do it, and they have the printers. So that's really exciting too, that they're going to start printing masks for our first responders and our hospital.
Yeah. No, they've stepped up to the plate big time.
Laura, I think you said before that the person heading up, or one of the people heading up the mutual aid group, is Ruby McAdoo. Is that true?
Yes.
And who is working directly with her at sort of the top of that process?
So it's Ruby, Kathleen Dewich, Jamie Contois is a big piece of it. Oh gosh, I'm forgetting her name right now. Sarah
Farmer Jones.
Hold on one second here. Bear with me, and I will find you the.
I want to shout out
Sarah Armour Jones. Thank you.
Hannah Pick too.
So, Hannah Pick, the folks from Putney Community Cares. It's really, there's a core leadership group that has been doing a lot of the guiding work. And then there's every week, there's a large slate of us that meets, which includes our local representatives, Notter and Mike, and local representatives from the different organizations in our town, myself, and a few other community members that have been really driven to make this happen. And then there's a communications team, which I'm on, but I have to be like very clear that most of the heavy lifting has been done by other people. I'm just sitting in and listening and occasionally throwing in some input, but trying to make sure that I'm playing the role that I'm supposed to be playing of liaison. They're just doing incredible work. It's been tied in with our local businesses as well. So they're trying to work with the local businesses to help with grocery delivery. Truly remarkable. And something I think that will serve us well going forward for many years. They're building it strong.
And I also want to comment to certain residents that have ideas and they'll shoot me an email and I'm able to like throw it over to the mutual aid group and they hook everybody up. And it's been incredible. And it's big for me to do that with everything else going on. It's really difficult. And I feel like this group handles it efficiently and people's, their needs are met.
Good.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's the exact kind of collaboration we were hoping for.
Yeah. It's working. I like it. I'm really impressed too with the community right now.
Company has a lot to be proud of.
All right, so we probably have another meeting date on that agenda. I don't have it in front of me. And then
We do, except it says April 8th.
Who made that mistake? All right, let me look. Sorry, guys.
So I believe it's April 15th that we're supposed to be meeting, and that's our 5 o'clock, not a 5:30.
Right, April 15th is the emergency preparedness meeting. So April 22nd is the next select board meeting.
but we also have a meeting the 15th at 5.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And I would love to see for us start to, and if you to have any ideas, or I would love to see us start building an agenda aside from just COVID response for those meetings, because I feel like some of what Tom talked about earlier and what both you, Josh, and you, David, were saying are really important pieces that we need to start addressing as soon as possible and fleshing out. We may not be able to come up with the answers, but at least to have the discussions, I think, is really important.
Yeah, because I don't think we're in the thick of it yet. And then when we come down that downside, and like Tom mentioned, it's going to be recovery.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to plan for that, because it's not like everybody's just going to be able to come back out onto the streets. And
No, not at all. All right, I will make a motion to adjourn.
No, I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Nope.
The motion to adjourn is moved. Or did I say that right, Josh? You're going to have to correct me as I go.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Long day. Aye.
have a good night, everyone.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to everybody for this April 7th, 2020 regular select board meeting. And welcome in joining us on GoToMeeting or on PCTV, via YouTube, social media. I'm Tim Wessel, the chair of the board. And I took the liberty of putting that in my name. I don't know if that's presumptuous, but I thought maybe people who aren't used to seeing the select board might find that helpful. So just a hint, maybe Liz and Ian, you might want to put in your titles. I wanted to ask Peter, do you know if this has been properly warned?
Yes, the meeting has been properly warned. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first action of the evening is to approve the minutes of both March 17th and March 23rd. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the minutes from March 17th and 23rd.
Thank you. Liz has moved to approve the minutes. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And that passes 4-0. We are absent one member today. Excuse me. Chair's remarks are very simple and straightforward. There is purported to be a Chinese expression. I have no idea where it comes from, but it is the saying that may you live in interesting times. And I think we can all admit that we currently live in a very interesting time, for better or worse, and we should continue to support our friends and neighbors and family however we can. And thank you once again for joining us. I'd like to just pass it over to our town manager, Peter, and let him make a few comments.
Thank you, Tim. Actually, I'll pass on general comments this evening. I'll have a lot to say in a couple of minutes about COVID-19. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I also want to say that if for those of you who didn't join last time, we did have a special meeting last Thursday, which went fairly well. It was our first GoTo virtual meeting experience. We have someone in the background, our very steadfast assistant town manager, Patrick, and he is going to be muting and unmuting people as necessary. The board generally is going to stay unmuted unless they need to be muted personally to kind of keep the flow of information going on. But you'll see that as you join the meeting, or if you leave, depart and come back, your camera will be turned off by Patrick. That is to improve the bandwidth, to improve the people being able to see the ASL interpreters, and hear us and see us clearly. And I will be opening it up to public participation, have that as a separate agenda item for anything that does not appear on the agenda. That's when you can make general comments or questions to the board. And then I'll do my best to, during each agenda item, I'm also going to open it up for public comments. Okay. Right now, I'd like to open it up for select board comments and/or committee reports. Does anyone have anything to share? Any comments they'd like to make? I'm not sure there's been a lot of committee work since Thursday.
No, thank you.
Okay. Great. So the one thing I forgot to mention is that the chat window is open for your alerting me to the fact that you'd like to say anything, either during public participation or during one of our agenda items. And I happen to know that Millicent Cooley would like to step up and say a couple words about a very helpful program she's going to let us know about very soon. So Patrick, if you could help bring Millicent online, that would be wonderful. Millicent, can you hear me?
While he does that, I'd just like to advise Mary Elder that Patrick has struggled to turn your camera off. We're not sure why, but if you could do that for us, that'd be great. Thank you.
Hi, this is Millicent. I'm not sure. I tried to open up my camera, but I'm not sure if you want me to have that open or not, which is either way is fine. I'll just go ahead.
If you don't mind, I think it would be great to be able to see you, if it's okay.
Yeah, I just tried to click to show turn on camera, and it's sort of not responding very well.
The host probably has.
Maybe
Okay.
Patrick, does Patrick need to allow my camera?
There,
I'm not sure, but
I am certainly trying, but I am unable to. So I just go ahead and proceed.
Okay. Hi, everybody. So we've recently formed a volunteer tech support team to help people during COVID-19, and the team is a partner to BAMA, Brattleboro Area Mutual Aid Group. Two or three of us are on the call so that we can help people with technical issues if called on during the meeting. And our hope is that, so the scope of that is only right now for this meeting for GoToMeeting access here and features. Well, the tech group is trying to help people with other issues broadly outside of this meeting. The way to call on us is to use the chat feature to open, to use a chat feature to reach us. On the bottom, you should select the name of one of the people on the tech team. I'm going to give you those names in a minute. Don't select everyone. Just select it. And the people you can see to ask for help are me, Alan Baker. I saw Alan came in and then he left for a minute. He'll be signing in. He may be having trouble signing in. And then there's another person a third person who's going to be coming a little bit late, named Steve Morlock.
Steve West?
No, Steve Morlock. So the person, if you contact me, for example, it may be that somebody else responds to you and reaches out and tries to help you. We're all, the three of us, two or three of us are coordinating help in the background as a team. So that's how to request help. Let me know if there's any questions. Okay, Steve Morlock is online now. I see him. And Alan Baker was online, probably is back again. So any one of us can be contacted.
Thank you, Millicent. So just to repeat, that's Millicent, Steve Morlock, and Alan. Did you say Baker? Yes. Well, okay.
Alan Baker is correct.
Thank
you.
The three of them are standing by. We are going to try it this time. Thanks, Millicent. Alan Baker. We're going to try it this time so that you can use the chat feature. I'm actually not sure that's the best way to go about it in the future, but it's absolutely fine to use that now. My fear is that if people don't do the direct message to one of the three of you, it'll start to clog things up when I'm trying to keep an eye on it for public participation in general. But let's see how it goes, because it's a whole brave new world we have here. So I'd like to also say, is there anyone else out there that would like to say anything currently during public participation? I don't see right now. There is a caller on the line, but I don't see anybody sending me a chat to sort of raise their hand, as you might call it. So Patrick, do you want to try to bring in a caller, or is there a way we can open that up and see if anybody needs to chat?
I wonder if at this point it would be appropriate to
just
turn
let me
people's
know.
cameras on and allow them to like raise their hands, because some folks might not be as savvy with the chat box. getting some echoing on the audio as well.
Yes.
Yeah, that's part of what will happen if we start to turn everything on, I think. Plus, we will slow way down. I see our ASL interpreter is pixelating, at least on my end.
Well, we have a caller on chat.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, I see that Kurt is chiming in.
Tim, I've opened the mic for the caller.
Great. Kurt, can you hear us? This is Tim. Kurt, do you have, are you hearing me? Okay, I'm not hearing Kurt. I don't know if anybody else is. Okay, Kurt is having trouble turning on his...
Tim, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm getting a text from Patrick saying that the caller is not Kurt. Kurt seemed to want to come on to speak online, and there is a separate caller. There's Kurt. Maybe we can take Kurt's comment and then try to bring up the caller.
Okay, standby caller. I feel like a talk radio host. Standby caller. We're going to take a GoToMeeting comment. Kurt, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. This is now the public participation?
Yes.
It is indeed.
Okay. I was wondering if, I'm not sure if this comes in as part of the RTM agenda, but I was wondering if there's some provision for people to follow up on the RTM votes with their powers of referendum and petition that are, in the charter, because we're having a new way of conducting our meetings. The people need a new way of doing their checks and balances on the RTM. I wonder if that's being addressed somehow.
RTM is an item on our agenda tonight. You saw that?
We can bring it up in. Okay.
Okay. So if I can understand your question about that, it's about the process during RTM?
Not really. The charter provides for people to ask for a reconsideration. That is, that they can vote on something or revote something that's voted by the RTM if they don't like what the RTM says. And there's no way now to do that really without, petitions can't be done in public.
Well, RTM, by the way, is representative town meeting, just so everyone is clear on that. We have that. We're going to discuss what we're going to do about the representative town meeting and some of our options with that a little later. So I would suggest that I keep that question in my mind, and we'll try to address it during that portion.
Okay.
Thank you. And I was unclear, Patrick, whether Gary Stroud is actually on the phone call or if he is watching through GoToMeeting.
Hi, Tim. So one of the things we're learning about GoToMeeting is if you log in via the web, for whatever reason, I don't have the ability to shut your camera off. And so those images remain. Maybe, further work will help us to find a way to fix that. But for tonight's meeting, I don't think I can affect that.
Okay.
We do have a
well, we're learning as we go. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. We do have a caller, and I believe you said earlier that the chat indicated the caller wished to speak.
No, I was assuming it was Gary but Gary says that he's watching, so it's not him. So I don't think we have a caller that wishes to speak. Okay.
I'm sorry, just a technical question since we're getting our sea legs here. I don't know if we would be able to know that a caller wishes to speak. I think the way we're going to have to find that out is for Patrick to open up the callers' mics and find out whether they want to speak under public participation. Sorry if that's cumbersome, but.
Yeah. Okay. So shall we do that if we still have a caller? I do hear, I thought I heard someone. Okay, I think we're going to move on.
Okay.
We are at item number 7, which is an encompassing COVID-19 update agenda item. We're going to start with an overall update, RE time operation update with Peter.
Thank you, Tim. I'm not going to go as deep into the overall perspective about how town operations have changed during COVID-19, not as deep as I did last Thursday evening at the special meeting, because the tape of that meeting is available for people to view on BCTV, and much of what I described is available on the town's website in our daily updates and our timeline of action. So I think that would be long and repetitive for people. What I intend to do is just say in a couple of sentences sort of the broad view of how town government is functioning in these times, and then provide an update of what's happened since Thursday. That broad perspective is that police and fire services are being provided 24/7 and supported as usual by the dispatch operations 24/7. But they are procedures for both departments have been modified to reflect the public health best practices, the necessity to protect both the first responders who are coming into contact with people who may have COVID-19 or have been exposed and be carrying COVID-19, and also in order to protect the public from the first responders as well, just the general precautions that are necessary to, since they can't maintain social distancing in all cases. In some cases, they can provide emergency services and maintain social distancing, but in many cases, it's necessary to have person-to-person contact. And so they're taking some special precautions, both with the equipment that they're using and with the procedures they're following. We'd just like the public to be aware of that. But if you have an emergency, call 911. Police and fire will be responding to provide emergency services, along with Rescue Inc. and other emergency providers. Our sort of intermediate layer of activity is in the field services that are provided by various members of the Department of Public Works team and the parks maintenance crews. So they are active, but practicing social distancing. They're mostly working as individuals rather than as crews these days. They'll go out, a single person on a single piece of equipment, and perform tasks that can be done by a single person that are intended to keep the community safe, both from a public health safety point of view and from a physical safety point of view. One of the important parts of that is, of course, we have the essential services of the water and sewer system that DPW needs to keep fully operational and is keeping fully operational. But we also, in the park system, in these times when we're needing to practice social distancing and be mostly just in our homes, it is important for people to get out, especially on days like the last couple of days when the weather is so much better. Get out and get some fresh air, get some exercise. And we are keeping the green spaces at the parks safe for that activity. People should know not to get on the equipment at the parks because we can't be keeping that sanitized all throughout the day. But we are keeping the green spaces safe so that people can come out and enjoy the parks and have that hopefully stress relief and a little bit of physical activity during the time when we are almost entirely staying at home. And the rest of town services are being provided almost entirely from our homes. So there's a wide variety of administrative support service that is the vast majority of which can continue as we provide it from computers in our remote workplaces in our homes. And then there are some other services, particularly in the recreation and the library areas of town service where much of that on a routine basis is provided person to person and in a physical setting. But both departments are finding lots of different ways in which to be able to keep services provided to the community and keep available to the community as a resource during these times when we can't have the library and the recreation facilities open to the public. So that's the broad view of how town government is functioning. And as I said on Thursday night, the vast majority of town employees are operating at or near their usual capacity in terms of the amount of work we're able to do in these unusual circumstances. There are some employees who are operating at a lower level of capacity compared to their normal, and just a very few, and I'll speak in just a moment about a particular situation, but just a very few town employees who are unable to perform services during this time. Before I talk about the one particular unit that's a good example of that situation that fortunately is rare but does exist in a few parts of town government, I wanted to just highlight a couple of items from today's update. The first is not particularly about town services, but is really important in the longer perspective for our community. We've been advised that in the early census returns, April 1st was the sort of official census day for people to identify where they lived on April 1st as part of the every 10 years federal census of population around the country. And we've been advised that compared to other parts of the state and other parts of the country, Windham County is coming in very slowly on that. And so we just want to put a reminder out, and I'll continue to remind in the daily update folks that I know we're all very distracted at these times, just coping with the current state of affairs, but it's important for folks to be responsive to the census. And if you find yourself in a situation where you, can't find your way to do that online, or maybe you don't have a way to connect and do that online, and you don't have the piece of paper that was mailed out to you, just be alert for when census takers contact for asking this information about our households. We want to all be responsive because we need a complete count of the population of Brattleboro and of Windham County for our area to benefit from the wide variety of programs, both the federal programs and the state programs that are population based. So for the whole next 10 years, the entitlement or the eligibility for certain kinds of aid to support activities here in our community is going to be based on our population compared to others. So we ask people to please be aware that it's important still to participate in the census. And I think I will leave it at that for update. Liz?
Tim?
It looks like. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I was a census taker 10 years ago. And it's a very interesting process, but it's also very important. And I think now with the crisis that we are experiencing is a perfect example of why we need the census and why people need aid from the federal government. And so it's even more important and visually important now. Let's do it, and let's be counted, and let's get what we need from the federal government.
Thank you, Liz.
So, thank you. It looked like Ian maybe has something before I move on into talking about the staffing.
No, I can wait till you're done, Peter. It's fine.
Okay. So next I want to talk about furloughs of town employees. And we've been becoming better aware of what the federal and state aid packages are going to provide for individual employees, as well as what they're going to require of the town. That is frankly still not completely rolled out, but we believe now it's fully enough rolled out that we understand the basics of how the program is going to work. Most importantly, we understand financially what an individual employee will be entitled to, and financially what the town will need to reimburse. And so without going too deep into the weeds, I want to just make clear something the select board is aware of and town employees are aware of, but the public may not be. It is common that public employers, that local governments and state governments are self-insured for unemployment insurance rather than purchasing insurance for that coverage. It means that on the occasions when we do have an unemployment insurance claim by a former town employee, they receive the benefit they're entitled to from the state of Vermont, and then the state of Vermont bills the town of Brattleboro dollar for dollar for that cost. That's a good way for us to approach this protection because it's not, unlike the many other types of town activities where we do purchase insurance because we will routinely, over the years have claims. We don't very often have unemployment claims. That almost exclusively happens in a situation where there's been an unfortunate parting of the ways, or where when it's more than one employee, it would most often happen during a very severe economic downturn. And so spending money year after year for insurance for a kind of coverage where we almost never have a claim is just not smart. And we budget a little bit of money each year. We don't usually expend that line item. This year, however, the addition of the better protections for employees who are going to collect unemployment insurance during this time, the increased benefit with the $600 per week that the federal government is adding to what someone will receive from the state of Vermont. We needed both to understand how that's going to work, and that it would in fact apply to self-insured employers as well as insured employers, that in fact town employees would be entitled to that additional benefit. And we'd need to understand whether or not the town was going to be obligated still to fully repay. In the instance where the town employees would not be receiving that benefit when so many other unemployed workers in our society would be receiving it, would cause us to be more reluctant to implement furloughs as a protection for the employees. And if the town were going to have to repay dollar for dollar like we usually do, then it actually financially would likely have been better for the town to simply keep paying employees, even those that are not able to provide services during this time. In fact, it has turned out that town employees will be entitled to the $600 federal contribution as a part of their weekly benefit, and that the town will, during this time, during the period of time of the special protections in place because of COVID-19, will only have to reimburse 50% rather than 100% of the benefits that will be provided to town employees. And the combination of those two things means that in certain circumstances where town employees are not going to remain actively employed and in service to the community during this time, that it is in the collective best interest of the employees and of the community and the taxpayers to have a limited number of furloughs. Our overall approach to this is to keep providing as much service as we possibly can during this time, and to limit the number of furloughs. But there may be some eventually within the general fund. Right now, we don't see a need for that. We don't see the level of activity of town employees or the financial circumstance requiring that. We did, however, determine earlier today that based on our now more complete understanding of how this is going to work, and based on the fact that the parking enforcement unit is fully shut down and has been for the last few weeks and will be for the foreseeable future, that it is appropriate, since the parking fund operates as a small business. It is an enterprise. In fact, in government accounting nomenclature, it's an enterprise fund. And the reason it's an enterprise fund, like our utilities fund, is because those operate with the fees for service, and in the case of the parking fund, also the fines that are paid, as the revenue source, like a business, based on sales, that support the cost of operating that particular service. So it's self-contained and it doesn't rely on taxes or any other support from the general fund. So in the parking fund, where revenue is now zero, and we expect it may remain that way for at least most of the rest of the fiscal year, if not all of it, we've done some early forecasting of where that may leave us at the end of the year, and we believe that it's likely that the parking fund will end the year in a deficit of greater than $100,000. The fund balance that we started the year with in the parking fund is greater than that. In fact, it was over $200,000. So we don't expect the fund to go into deficit and have to rely on a general fund subsidy. But we do expect that the operations of the parking fund will be in deficit for the year. That is even after we would not proceed with capital work, including the paving of the Preston lot in the springtime months. That's work that needs to be done. We believe it should be postponed, and when we get back to something resembling normal, we can make a determination about the right time to proceed and spend that money and make that improvement. But for now, with no additional capital investment in the parking activities, and by reducing the cost of staffing in the parking fund, we think we can contain that deficit there to something that's a bit north of $100,000. That involved, to get to that number, involved advising 3 employees this afternoon that effective Friday, they will go on furlough. We advised them, and I want to make sure that others are aware that they will continue to be covered by the town's health insurance program. They will have all of their other benefits stay whole. One of the important differences of a furlough versus a layoff, we much more commonly hear the terminology of layoffs. So a layoff means that a person actually separates from their employment. The benefits stop. All of the employee relationship ceases, and the employee is advised that it's possible that at some time in the future they may be invited back. That is not how it works with a furlough. A furlough is a temporary period of time, an explicitly temporary period of time, where the employer-employee relationship remains, but the employee is not paid any salary by the town, but rather is in an unpaid status. And based on that unpaid status, particularly now under the special rules related to COVID-19, the employee is entitled to collect unemployment compensation. And then we will bring these employees back to be the parking enforcement unit again when we reactivate that activity in the community. And our expectation is right now our sort of uninformed target is July 1st, simply because that's the beginning of the new fiscal year. So the paperwork that we will file together with these employees will show an expectation that they would return to active service on July 1st. Clearly, just how the situation evolves in the weeks ahead, that'll determine how we actually proceed that way. So I thought it was important that there be a good, complete explanation of how this is working, both for the town and for the employees, because of the magnitude of taking this step with these 3 employees. There is a 4th employee within the parking fund who actually originally was in the parks maintenance team, and so is going to go back to parks maintenance for this period of time. So that'll become a general fund expense. It'll help us to contain that deficit in the parking fund, and it'll help the parks maintenance folks in doing the important work that they're doing and keeping the green spaces safe and dealing with the increased maintenance that comes with this time of year. Are there any questions or any discussion you want to have around furlough before I wrap up?
Ian.
Yeah. Yeah, Tim, I've got a question. Peter, so my question sort of involves furlough and also a little bit about the town employees you were talking about before. Do all of the town employees have adequate equipment to be working remotely, who are working remotely? And if any of them don't, could they potentially be furloughed because of that?
So there are a variety of ways. I can't really give just one blanket answer to that. What I would say as part of sort of the larger picture is there are many employees who are staying either fully busy or nearly fully busy, doing either their normal work. In many cases, the administrative employees are doing their normal work, and then other employees are doing some things that are sort of more special project related or otherwise things that are important to the department in the bigger picture, but not things that wouldn't be part of their day-to-day activities if we were functioning normally. There are some employees that are operating at a relatively more reduced level of capacity, and it is that group that we'll be paying attention to and communicating with around some additional repurposing. We've done some of that already. The most significant is to actually, have this custodial employee from the parking fund become part of the parks team fully. But we've got a lot of other partial repurposing that's going on with employees who are doing tasks that are different from their normal tasks. And they're still important tasks as part of keeping town government as functional as possible during this time. But there are some positions that we think, if this goes on just for a few more weeks, then we don't anticipate necessarily that there would be more furloughs. But if this goes on for many weeks or a few more months, it's likely that there will come a time when a more substantial number of people are just not able to keep providing service remotely, and we would expect to see a higher number of furloughs. So we're going to need to just sort of go day by day and week by week on making those assessments. If you have a particular question about a level of activity in any particular department, the department heads are, in the meeting and able to be activated to participate, and can speak with more detail and less generality to what's happening in any particular functional area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think Daniel had a question too.
Yeah, I was wondering to what extent the HR director is supporting staff as they kind of navigate the unemployment system. I'm hearing from a lot of folks in the community right now, that it's not easy. The advice is to begin your application online, and then oftentimes you end up also having to get on the phone.
Yes.
And that's hard because they're experiencing huge numbers of calls right now.
Yes.
So just given that we have a HR director on board, like, are we going to support these staff as they move into their furlough?
Yes. In fact, earlier today, when we met with these employees on GoToMeeting to describe, what we're doing and why we're doing it and why it's only parking at this time, we want to make sure that employees were well aware of how this would personally affect them and their household, and also see how the decision is being made in the broader context of town government. The employees were, very understanding of that. We had a really good open conversation about it. And of course, they have some concerns as well about particularly the process, not so much ultimately what the benefits will be, but more the process. Sally Nix, our HR director, will be their full partner in this and was on the call. It was Sally and Patrick and I who met with the 3 employees on GoToMeeting. And we pledged at that moment, and it's a promise we intend to keep, that Sally will fully partner with them through this process. At any time that they need any assistance, Sally is going to provide that guidance to them and that assistance to them. And she has become the most knowledgeable person within our organization, as you would well expect, in the details of this sort of tricky business of not just getting into the unemployment process, but getting into it when so many other people are also getting into it during this COVID-19 period of special benefits.
Great, thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks,
and
Peter.
I want to say sincerely, if I might just add on that about Sally and about the importance of that role, and it could sound sarcastic or even a little snarky to people because of the context in which we created a HR director a couple of years ago, but it is completely sincere when I say thank you to the select board that supported that year and the recommendation to town meeting, and to town meeting and the community who understood the need for this position and supported the creation of it. It's not easy to create a brand new position and fund a brand new position, what that represents as a cost to the community. Having Sally on the team at this moment is enormously important to us as an organization, as an employer, and individually for each affected employee. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. And thanks for taking that little bit of a dive into the furlough situation, because I think it's important for people to understand that we, of course, have to balance taking care of our employees and meeting their needs with taking care of the taxpayers and the fiscal responsibilities we have as a town. So it sounds like so far so good with that type of stuff. I think the best thing to do in the general COVID-19 discussions we're having, we have three points to it, and I think I should take public comment sort of encompassing all three so that we don't slow the evening down too much. And just to make sure everybody's clear, we're discussing overall update, which just happened with Peter. We're going to now talk about representative town meeting concerning COVID-19 changes. And finally, we'll be talking about any potential additional town actions that we might want to take in relation to the coronavirus crisis. So with that, Peter, if you can proceed with some RTM update.
Yes. So first, I'll answer Kurt's question as best I can, which is that to the maximum degree possible, and that theme will come clearer as I offer some observations and some advice about RTM here in a moment. But to the maximum degree possible, what we want to follow is our normal processes. They are what is set out in the charter. They are, in other cases, statutorily driven. They're the practices we follow because the law requires it, because that's what protects everybody's rights to fair opportunity to participate and affect the decisions being made. And so we want to deviate from that to the smallest degree that we can. And that is why the original intent, when we had no idea what the magnitude of COVID-19 might be, was to, at this meeting this evening, April 7th, have the select board reissue a warning for town meeting. Those town meeting warnings have to be not less than 30 and not more than 40 days prior to when the meeting is actually held. So it was going to be issued tonight. It was going to be for Saturday, May 9th. That would be 32 days away. That would be perfect timing. And it lined up with, back to Kurt's comment, lined up with the latest that a meeting could be held in the normal sequence prior to the beginning of a new fiscal year, that would allow the full timeline opportunity for the different calendar events. There's a deadline for submitting a certain number of petitions and a deadline for holding the election if it's a revote on a matter because of a petition that gets filed, all those kinds of sort of appeals and revotes that might happen after a town meeting. May 9th was a date of significance to us in that regard, but it is not practical for us at this point. And so that's why it's not on your agenda this evening, to rewarn. We have no reasonable expectation we could hold a May 9th representative town meeting. So there's a couple of different things going on here. One is the continued consideration of how to properly hold a representative town meeting in as timely a manner as possible. And the other is how to, we've opened up some communication with state government around this. We have no answers yet, only questions, but how to adjust timelines and or processes as needed in order that everybody's rights still can be fully protected. And so that might mean that we get into July and we're continuing on some basis, approved by the state that allows us to continue to function, but doesn't involve implementing an approved FY21 budget if it gets to be that serious and we're that far along and we still can't come together for a representative town meeting. Or it might mean that there's, let's say, hypothetically now, I'm not speculating on this, but just for a different timeline, different perspective, maybe a representative town meeting can be held in June. So it's plenty of time to have an approved budget before July 1st comes and we actually start implementing that budget. But it doesn't allow that full window of time for the appeals. So maybe the full window of time for the appeals is allowed, but that takes us on into the new fiscal year. And if there are appeals and if there is a revote, we have to deal with the implications of that in terms of how we would implement the decision made by the people. So step by step, we're just going to have to be sensible about what is possible during these times and these circumstances, and pay particularly keen attention to if we make any adjustments outside of what is the normal process and the normal time frame for these things, that we don't do that in a manner that empowers some and disempowers others. And to that end, my strong advice to you, and I expect that you may hear some different suggestions from the community. And I think we should have a good full conversation around the possibilities of whether there's technology available that I'm not aware of. But we've done a fair amount of research at this point, and I'm not yet aware of a way in which we can use a format like this to hold a meeting where there are 140 voting participants and another dozen or more active participants. So if we think about how this works, it works well enough for us to do what we have to do, but we're having some challenges even with a meeting with 5 of you who are voting participants and only a small handful of others of us who are active participants who don't vote. The technology that we're aware of at this time simply doesn't allow fair play in terms of how the moderator would manage the fair sharing of time for who gets to speak among 140 or 150 people, and then practically how voting would occur among 140 people in this kind of a format, when state law requires that if we're using electronic format rather than in person, that votes need to be roll call votes. And if you think about the number of times during the course of a town meeting when there's relatively minor procedural votes, say nothing of the important substantive votes that occur, there's just dozens of times during the day when the body votes on things, and when that's a voice vote, it's an efficient process. Calling a roll call of 140 people dozens of times during the day, I think is not practical. So our goal is that we keep looking at the possibility that there might be some tool that could facilitate electronic town meeting if necessary, but that be an absolutely last resort. And that in the meantime, we be making plans for as soon as it is safe and practical to bring the group of folks together. It doesn't have to be, in the BAM's multipurpose room or in the BUHS gym. It can be in some other setting where we can even accomplish some social distancing still on the downside of the COVID-19 slope of the curve. There's all these things we just don't know enough about yet to say exactly how that might happen and exactly when that might happen. But we have been talking to folks who control venues in the community that might be more suitable space for this meeting to physically happen. And we've even at staff level kicked around the idea that town meeting is usually in a cold time of year, the end of the winter in March. But this year it's going to be in a warmer period of time, and if we all keep our fingers very well crossed that it doesn't rain, it may be possible to hold an outdoor town meeting under a tent someplace on green space that exists that the town controls. That would be a very unusual but a very proper public setting for this to come together in a way that would be safer for everyone from a public health perspective. So my 2 cents for tonight is please just hang in there with this, and let's not try to solve it faster than we have to, because there's terrific potential that we could actually end up sort of harming the democratic process in our eagerness to accomplish a representative town meeting.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah. Well, I'll refrain from making any comments about how I feel it could be a bit of a nightmare to try to move representative town meeting to an electronic format. For now, I'm sure we might talk about that in the future. What I would like to do is just say 2 things really quickly. One is to remind people that the chat feature is very handy, but just please use it to only let me know if you want to say something at the end of a agenda item or during public participation, not to actually express views, because with open meeting laws, we cannot log that the way we can basically the meeting. It's not an open meeting situation, even if you're chatting to everybody. Someday in the future, we might work that out, but it's just too complicated right now. And my other thing is that I'm going to go against exactly what I was advising earlier. and just change things up a little bit and go ahead and take a question, because Millicent had a question directly related to representative town meeting, and I'm kind of hoping it's something that we can answer quickly or address and then move on to the next item under the COVID-19. How do you feel about that, Peter? Okay. So Patrick, if you could bring up Millicent's audio.
He did. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, hi, thanks. So I thought that I read it at one point that the town was considering doing Australian ballot. And I don't know if you still are or not, but that prompts me to kind of say one thing that I really hope happens one way or another. I feel kind of strongly about it, that however we do this allows it allows all of the reps an opportunity to hear each other, because we learn a lot when we hear each other. That to be fully informed, about a democratic vote, we need to hear the responses of the other. And I know that this adds to the challenge that Peter was describing about, how do we do this? But that's a democratic principle I think that our whole thing rests on, and I feel that that's very important. To the side, I have, I'll send Peter or this and the select board, I have a private suggestion, but I don't know if it's a good one, but I will send that. I don't want to take up too much time here, but I just want to say that principle of hearing the differing opinions of our peers is really, really important to preserve.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Can I speak to the Australian ballot piece? I'd like to just put that to rest for now. So,
Sure.
Millicent, thanks for that comment, because the special act of the legislature that the governor has signed that modifies the open meetings law in certain ways to allow these kinds of meetings that don't have a physical location just temporarily during COVID-19 also does allow for certain decisions that would normally be made in a collective face-to-face town meeting to be made by Australian ballot instead. And it's exactly that kind of, from just my own perspective and the advice I'm offering to the board, it's exactly that kind of a change that I worry about, that would make it more expedient. We would potentially be able to stay on a faster timeline for these decisions to get made. Although frankly, it also raises the question of how to safely hold an Australian ballot event during these times as well. But your point is exactly right about the importance for the 140 members of representative town meeting to be together, to share ideas, to collectively arrive at the place where they vote and make a decision and provide the direction to the town government. And that's exactly why I'm hoping that we'll go slowly towards how to solve these challenges and hold a town meeting this year, even if it means that we get into some pretty extraordinary timeframes.
Thank you. And I think Daniel had a question or comment.
Yeah. So the Vermont legislature is, moving towards remote electronic voting, right? And the House, I think, has probably a similar number of people to our town meeting. I'm assuming it's massively expensive and complicated, and it wouldn't be something we would want to do for one representative town meeting once. But is that a conversation that we could learn a bit more about from our local legislators, maybe?
Yes, absolutely. And from the folks who do the technical work up at the State House. Absolutely. There's a lot of things like that. I guess one other thing I'd like to make sure the community's aware of, I know the board's aware of this, but there's a lot of things like that we're exploring. And many of those things that we explore end up on the cutting room floor because we start finding out something more about it and we realize it doesn't work. But this is not, when I ask for us to move slowly together as a community towards how we can do this in a way that maintains a good democratic process, I'm not suggesting we just don't think about it for a while, but that we don't hurry to find a solution, that we find a really good solution that preserves the participation in the process. And you're quite right that the legislature is looking at that. I don't know where they are in their finding of solutions, but Particularly, the House of Representatives is about the same size as our representative town meeting. And if the solution they find is not unique to their needs and very expensive to implement, then maybe that would provide us a way forward.
I also wonder, they're doing it right because they need to do it for a certain number of things to vote on. We have like how many moments during the course of the day where we're voting? We have like 20 articles and sometimes multiple votes within those articles.
That's exactly right. So it might work and it might not work.
Yeah.
But we'll find out more about it.
Friendly amendment. Yeah.
What's that?
Well, just when you think about how RTM goes with friendly amendments and then back and forth between those, it's a little more complicated than the legislature in some ways. In other ways, not. So, but definitely something to look into. I'm going to go against my own advice again and just let everyone know that a couple of people expressed excitement about outdoor RTM representative town meetings.
Dan, Patrick texted me and asked if we could allow callers to see if they have a question while you're taking public comment.
Absolutely. I was, as I said earlier, I was trying to push everything COVID-19 related. If specifically someone has a representative town meeting, let's just go ahead and keep it open. Oh, wow. I'm getting interesting things happening on my screen. Patrick, are you able to connect us with someone on the phone?
So, Tim, their mics are now open. You might ask them if they have anything to say. If we hear crickets, then I'll shut down the mics.
Great. Well, anyone on the phone, you probably heard that, but if you didn't, we're just waiting to hear if you have anything to say, and if you don't, we'll just move on.
I just want to say thank you.
Great. Who's this?
This is Terry Carter.
Oh, hi, Terry.
Hi. I'm listening on my phone. I don't have the app to do it on my device, so that's what you're hearing. My little
Well, we're
device.
glad that you're able to listen and even talk to us. So this is all new for us as well. So thank you.
Well, this is very insightful. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. I think unless there's anyone else on the phone that wanted to chime in, and I'm going to go ahead and maybe ask Patrick. I think Gary Stroud had something to say concerning RTM, I hope. Patrick, are you able to open Gary's microphone and/or camera?
His mic's open, and I've sent a camera request.
Okay. I think we might be able to hear you.
Well, as far as camera, that's probably 50-50, but can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, I guess in reply to what Tim was saying, when dealing with these different types of apps, I found Zoom very prominent because dealing with doctors and stuff, particular apps, as we know, aren't compatible with a lot of the technology some people may have, old or new. Getting used to that now, doing this, because this is something I don't know if we've ever done before. This is a first timer. Also with the outdoor event as well too. In consideration, which you had mentioned, that might be a good idea, but just the venues that hold a large capacity of people within the area, where people can get to as well, might be a consideration. I don't know if you want to put a vote out for that sometime later on also, Peter. And I guess last question, Daniel, I've been coming across, I don't know, are we still in effect to come across a few people who are being put out of their apartments? And also I was dealing with Green Mountain Power about this is only a 1 month time issue with electric. After that, you have to go to your local areas that handle this, how it's being taken care of during this time now too.
Gary, I think I'm going to say that we can't really address your third question because I'm trying to keep it under our purview right now. We could certainly, if you want to send us an email, we're happy to follow up with you on either of those questions. But under your first two questions had to do with representative town meeting. I'll just kick it off just by saying I'm personally familiar with both Zoom and GoToMeeting now, and I only trust Zoom about as far as I could throw it, which is about 1 foot. It's a lot of fun and it's more interactive and intuitive in my opinion, but it has some very well-known security issues that the legislature has recently discovered. And we are, just to reassure you, we are looking into alternatives that aren't outside. We have a couple of venues that have offered themselves. So I don't know if Peter wants to give us more info about that, but it's a little bit early for that.
Yeah, let's wait.
Up to you.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we'll be continuing to explore options. There's pros and cons to any site, and as we get a better handle on timing and when we're all going to be able to come out of our homes and be more together, it'll come clearer which site might be preferable.
Great, thank you. So I think we've wrapped up little discussion of representative town meeting. It's still a little bit of a floating subject, and we're still waiting to see what's going to happen with when things get back to normal a little bit. But now I'd like to just move on to any potential additional town actions that the board would like to consider. If any of you have anything to discuss under that, now's the time. As you all know, the town has taken quite a few actions that are within our purview already. Town Manager Elwell has written a very excellent summary of, it's almost like a diary of day one forward of a lot of different actions that the town has taken in support of our citizens and everything. Anyway, I'm just talking to kind of let the board think about if they have any comments here. So I'll just be quiet and let you raise your hand or not. You know, it'd be great if the board just kind of chimes in verbally, just because I hear nothing but silence.
That's fine, Tim. Yeah, I really don't like being on mute the whole time. I feel like I can trust myself to not.
No,
just
don't be on mute. I think you should be
off.
off.
You don't want to hear me like scratching my hair and my microphone and all that. So I just kind of wanted to highlight again for the public some of the action that the town has already taken, and then kind of ask some questions about what might happen next in the wider world. So in the town's kind of position as somebody that has provided loans to local businesses, right? We have deferred payments on those loans, and we're deferring them. Peter, correct me when I get this wrong. We're deferring them for an uncertain amount of time, right?
Absolutely.
It's not like we're not saying 3 months. We're going to follow the lead of our folks that are getting those loans, or we're going to.
So we haven't explicitly talked about how to determine the endpoint. What we have explicitly talked about is not to artificially impose one.
Okay,
so
great.
As things start to move towards normal again, there'll be a determination the board will need to make with input from the folks who owe the loans and others in the business community and others in the broader community. Will help you make a good decision, but it'll be your decision to make when it becomes time to pay the loans back again.
Great. So I'm really proud that we did that. I think it's an example of what a creditor can do, right? We've said that we support the people that we are, providing these loans for, and we're going to be flexible enough right now to say, we know that now is not the time to be asking you to be making payments. And I think that within our town and within our state, you know, that's the kind of bar that we need to be aiming for. My mortgage is with some bank in Minnesota that doesn't care about me. And I'm lucky enough and privileged enough that I have the money right now to be able to make my payments. And for those of us that are able to advocate, you know, with our banks, I think we need to be pushing as a community to, you know, to be pushing our creditors to say, you know, let's take a break until such a time as we know where we're at. You know, and I'm proud that like the decision we made about not pursuing any utility shutoffs, and you know, Gary was kind of alluding to the decision across the board with public utilities, mostly you know, electric and gas companies, to not cut people off right now. But you know, everybody's bills are still piling on in the same way that, you know, those loan payments that we've deferred will still be paid later on. And so I just kind of, I wonder as a community what we can do about that. You know, I work at Sevka, you know, and we help people with electric disconnects, and we help people get fuel oil and propane. We don't really help people with back balances, you know, and people are going to have hefty back balances, you know, and it's going to pile on, and it's going to be hard for people to get out from under. So I don't have the answer, like whether this board needs to be, you know, looking at establishing a special fund for people to apply to, or whether there are other funds already in the community that can be, you know, flexed to turn into something that is appropriate. But I just want to kind of voice that, you know, the asking creditors to defer, you know, to allow you to defer your payments right now is like where I would like us to be as a community and standing together, right? Because we're all impacted, you know, and those of us that were in rocky situations already obviously are impacted more so, and have fewer resources. But at Sevka, you know, I'm learning from middle-class families that have never really had to like deal with our benefit system before. They're all of a sudden they're like, oh wait, how does this work? Oh, that doesn't seem fair. Oh, this is hard to navigate. And that's what a lot of folks are being kind of having their eyes open to right now. And I just want to kind of voice as a select board member that I want to be there for people, all of our people in Brattleboro, and do the best that we can to, you know, to support us through this time. So, you know, a lot of hot air really, but I want to just kind of keep the door open.
Liz?
So thank you, Tim. Thank you, Daniel. I am really, really heartened by the work that everyone in the community is doing. You know, Groundworks Collaborative and BDCC and the Chamber and the DBA and everyone, but also our legislative representatives, because they are helping everyone understand what the federal government benefits are and how they come through the state. And it's really a maze to understand what unemployment is and what the small business are. And I think the more that everyone gets a grip on that and understands it, then we can see where the cracks in the system are, that maybe Brattleboro can find a way to assist. But I'm not quite sure that we're there yet, but I agree that we should all be paying attention to see, you know, what's available and what might be missing.
Yeah, thank you, Liz and Daniel. And Ian?
Yeah, I'll join in for just a second. Yeah, I just want to echo the comments of the rest of the board. This is a very trying time to join the select board, but I am very heartened by all the work that's being done. And I think I would just like to take this moment just to encourage people to reach out to the select board members. You know, our contact information is right on the Brattleboro town website. We are here to represent you. So email us, call us, let us know what questions you have. We can direct you to the people who can answer it if we can't answer it ourselves. You know, you're not alone. And I know that this is an incredibly trying time for Vermonters across the state. So thank you.
Thank you all.
Can I double dip? Liz,
Sure.
Liz reminded me, you know, there's a need for data. I'd like to think that data is being gathered through the BDCC. I believe, you know, there were an effort to collect survey information about kind of impacts and the extent and numbers. You know, like as a board, like it's hard to imagine some kind of relief fund without having a sense of what the numbers look like in terms of need. You know, so you know, I had a conversation with a local small business person today, and they wanted to see the board step up in a, you know, in a kind of an aggressive way. And also we don't know how much would be needed to fill that hole, right? And whether or not that's something that we can do, you know. And without the data, I really don't want to make decisions, you know, without data in front of me. So whatever we can do in this community to get that information will make me sleep. Well, I don't know if it'll make me sleep better, but I'll feel more informed.
Thank you. And I think I'll just chime in by saying, I think we have something coming up later on the agenda tonight that some of our landlords have their eye on. I'd like to take the opportunity to just say, I'm a landlord. I have 2 units that I own down on Frost Street, and on March 16th, 17th, what I did was reach out to my tenants and said, what's your situation? Because I know I still have not been able to get any feedback from the mortgage company, getting any breaks on my end for paying my mortgage. However, I'm trying to do that, and also checking in with my tenants about what their situation is. And they're lucky, and I'm lucky that they're retaining their jobs that mostly work in essential services right now. So they said to me, thank you for asking. It's good for April, and we'll see about May. And so I'm going to have that conversation again in a couple of weeks. And every landlord out there should be having this conversation, because why would you want to lose your tenants? That's a terrible situation, to be empty for a few months and someone, you know, can't have a decent home to be safe in when they could actually need to be quarantined at any point. This is a very serious situation for everyone in our community, and everyone should do the right thing, and that includes landlords just pushing the pause button like we all have to do on so many things, and talk to your tenants about if they're able to make payments and work out a deal if they can't. So there was, I wanted to be able to bring in Stephanie Bonin to make some comments. She wasn't able to make the public participation portion, but this is very germane to this agenda item before we leave the COVID-19. So if Patrick could just bring Stephanie up, either audio, video, or both. She'd like to tell us about a nice thing that happened over this past weekend. Hi, Stephanie.
Patrick,
ready to go when
you are. Thank you. I have been tenacious for the downtown community needs, and that is the need of having cash in hand right now. So I hear everything that you guys are talking about and hear Elizabeth's comments on where the cracks are. And we are about 3 weeks into this, roughly. Someone can correct me. And rent was due last week. Bills keep piling in, and the business community has no income coming in, just like many of our community downtown, whether it's residents, organizations, anyone. So with that in mind, we created the 48-hour gift card challenge this past weekend, which was from 10 a.m. on Friday to 10 a.m. on Sunday. And the before work, which is actually just as important, was getting the businesses up online to be able to sell gift cards online. And so we had, at final count, 41 businesses participating, and over half of those businesses, we got them online specifically for that challenge. And so that will continue to reap benefits from many more years, as long as they're open. And so the 48-hour gift card challenge was created. The idea was that we need to help our community hibernate until they're able to reopen. And even the restaurants who are doing takeout, who are probably seeing 20% of their sales, that's not called being open. So when I say hibernate, I include takeout business in that hibernation. And so the challenge was created so that they could have some money in hand to be able to close their doors, to be able to pay the bills that just keep on coming even when the doors are closed. So the kickoff was a $5,000 match. And we started it off and said, 48-hour challenge to support our community by buying gift certificates online. If you're able to, we invite you to do that now. And an extra incentive is a $5,000 match, so that every gift card that's purchased can then become another gift card, dollar for dollar, and go to a family in need. I was definitely expecting to spend a lot of my time pushing that message out there to the world. And in reality, the $5,000 match I called after 4 hours, and probably should have called it after 2 hours. And so that was extremely amazing that we were able to reach that number so quickly. And several hours later, I got a call from another community member who said, I really want to extend the match with another $5,000 match. So I, of course, was very shaky and excited and announced that, okay, we have extended the match for another $5,000. So that match was also met very quickly. And for the rest of the weekend, I had 3 more calls. So one call was for a $1,000 match, and that was a family that has a second home here. Another call was another $1,000 match that was also from a family who had started out their relationship with Brattleboro through the SIT Graduate Center, and then has continued to have a second home here. And their kids saw it online and said to their parents, I think you can extend this. And then the last call was another one of our community members who had never given in this big way and really wanted to give $1,000 and extend it. So I get to announce the heartwarming, incredible results of the 48 hours, and the impact in total, which means all of the gift certificates purchased and all of the matching money, means that from this challenge, $57,503 went directly into the hands of our community, both family in needs, and then also the business owners, which is, to me, exactly what they need right now.
That's wonderful.
Wow.
Yeah, that was it was a great result. I watched it live as it happened, and I actually had to wait until just before Sunday to buy a couple of gift certificates myself. And So I just wanted to also let people know that it's an ongoing thing, right? You've set up a really nice interactive webpage on brattleboro.com, not to be confused with brattleboro.org, which is the town site. So brattleboro.com takes you to the DBA's site. Am I right there, Stephanie?
Yeah, thank you.
And yeah, it's a great thing because that's what we need people to do if we want to come out of this with the same, hopefully close to the same town that we went into it with. We have to support people to go into hibernation, as Stephanie said, or make it over the gap, whatever metaphor you want to use. It's a great success story. Daniel wanted to say something.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Stephanie. It was really nice to see folks step up in this way, and I'm glad that funds are going to needy families. What I'm kind of curious about for somebody that works with needy families is how are you determining which families?
We're partnering with a organization that already gives food out to these families, and then they will be surprised with a gift card in their bag for
Which
probably
organization?
4 weeks. The Retreat Farm Pick a Pantry program. Pick up a pantry.
And how much in monetary value is going to these families?
Is
it like half of the 57?
13,000. I'm sorry, 13,000.
$13,000. And how is that being split up? Like, I don't want to be like the Debbie Downer on this thing because it was a great success, but like I'm also thinking about equity and wondering how this money gets kind of distributed.
Yep, $50 gift certificates.
Okay.
So each family gets a $50 gift certificate, and we partnered with an organization so that there isn't a choice. It's they're serving their population, and we are able to surprise them with a $50 gift certificate.
Okay. The $50 gift certificates are for where?
For everywhere that people chose to support.
I see. So if I got like $50 worth of books from everyone's books, then there's an equivalent gift certificate out there in the world.
Exactly.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Stephanie,
and if you $100 gift certificate, we would be purchasing 2 $50 gift certificates for your 100.
Stephanie, I just wondered, do you think you'll do it again another weekend?
I personally don't think so. I'm one of those people that I feel like momentum and energy and viral goes because of excitement, but I absolutely will tell you that we'll do something else.
Oh, very nice. Yeah.
And I also, yeah.
I did some Christmas shopping and.
Thank you very much.
Now.
I should have said that the first thing is that, I put the emphasis on the donors because that was extremely not expected and overwhelming. And I'd say equally not expected and overwhelming was the dollars that were spent both from community members and out of state people, friends of friends. So yeah, thank you.
And when I bought my gift cards, I thought about Erin at Fish and Chips, and I thought about Nancy and the staff at Everyone's Books, and I thought about Corey at Patio Coffee. And, I'm going to go to those places anyway. And I'm also thinking about these folks as, these are people in our community, and they're having a hard time right now. It's interesting, as a kind of like a redistribution of wealth, right? Like somebody has $5,000 that they can let go of. Most of us don't. And so I would encourage people in the community who do have that kind of cash lying around that are ready to redistribute it to not wait for, some other moment. There are plenty of people out in the community who have needs right now that can be met, and there are organizations, as you point out, doing that work. I work for one of them. So.
Yeah, and I also want your comments about a new population coming to you in your work, is like that to me is so one of the things that I've been really continued to put my voice to is that, you know, all the people that are applying for unemployment and all the people that are applying for help with food, there is a huge portion of that who have never done this before and never asked for help before. And I think that we as a community are also saying it's okay to ask for help, and we're having to change our identity around that. And I what you said, I think there is going to be something that comes out of that, because we will have a lot more lived experiences in our community, that's for sure.
Yes.
Well, thank you all. And thank you, Stephanie, for the update. It's great to hear. I think we don't have anybody contacting me via chat, or, well, we might want to just try. I bet you Patrick's going to want me to try. I don't know if we have anybody else on the phone. I don't think we do, actually, if I'm reading my info correctly. So I'm going to go ahead and have us move on. Oh. Sorry, I thought I heard somebody. But I'm going to move on to new business, which is going to feel a lot more like regular old select board business to people, which is kind of nice, because we've been talking a lot about stuff that is very strange to us. Let's move on to new business, and our first topic of conversation is going to be a grant, the Association of Vermont Conservation Commission's grant. And I think Sue is going to come online for us and chat with us about that. It's so great to have somebody operating the levers behind in the background.
There she is.
Hi, Sue.
Hi, Sue.
Hi, Sue.
Hi there. This is weird to be the first one with normal business. So I'm here tonight. The Conservation Commission wants to submit a tiny grant in the amount of $480 to the Association of Vermont Conservation Commissions. They've partnered with the Friends of the West River Trail, who have the Riverstone Preserve along the West River Trail. And they want to do an interpretive, there's an existing trail, it's about 1/3 of an acre, and they want to do some interpretive signage there. So that's the grant. There's no match required. We just found out yesterday that they've pushed the deadline back, so the grant would be due May 1st, but that's what they're hoping to do with it.
Great, thank you.
Sounds like a great idea.
I don't know, $480.
It's an aptly named grant. It's a tiny grant.
Yes.
I am.
But it's a good way to get back and forth business. I'm sorry, Ian, go ahead. I didn't hear that.
Oh, I was saying I'm just very excited about this. As soon as I read this on Sunday, I got on my running shoes and ran down to see where it would be. My one question was actually two. One, Sue, the copy of the map is fairly low quality that we got for the select board. Could we get a higher quality one sent to us? I had a hard time really getting until I was down there where it's going to be. And then
let me.
Go ahead.
I will. I'll try to get you a higher quality of the map. It may have been because it was coming from my house and the scan wasn't very good. So I'll see what we can do about getting a better quality map.
And the second question was, is it only for signage, or would there be any work done to the trail itself with the 480?
Yeah, no, it's just for signage. It's the creation of the signage and the actual purchase of the signs and the installation, which will be done by the Conservation Commission and the Friends of the West River Trail. And I should add that Lynn Levine, she's a resident of Dummerston. She's done a lot of work in forests and trail building. She's doing a lot of in-kind work for this. She's a member of the Friends of the West River Trail. So she'll be working on the content of the signage with some other people as well.
That's very nice of her.
It's a nice trail, and right now it's a very busy trail.
Oh yeah.
And I encourage folks who are using that trail to, you know, keep their distance, be reasonable, and also, oh yeah, and you know, if possible. I mean, I went up to Black Mountain Trail the other day, thinking that I'd go there because it's a little quieter, and that's run by the Nature Conservancy, and I saw that it was posted as closed. You know, so like, people need to get outside, and we're narrowing down the options. Not that the Brattleboro Select Board has much to do with that, but just want to put it out there. You know, I hope that the West River Trail can stay open, and I hope that we can kind of be responsible in our use of it.
Tim, quick question.
Peter. Yeah.
I see on the graphic the website for the West River Trail, Friends of the West River Trail, and I'm wondering whether people can help themselves to a better quality map by going to that site. Do you know if this is posted there?
I do not know if it's posted there. I know that there are trail maps there, and I think the Riverstone Preserve one is on there, but I can check in with that and communicate with them.
Okay.
And ask them to get it up there as well.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Shall I make a motion?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay, I move to approve an application for a 2020 Association of Vermont Conservation Commission's grant in the amount of $480.
Thanks, Liz. Liz has made a motion to approve an application for a 2020 Association of Vermont Conservation Commission's grant in the amount of $480. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4-0. The hand does help me. I don't know, because there's always a delay with the audio.
I got this Australian accent, though. You should be able to tell.
Speaking of delays, my computer is telling me I'm a little delayed, so I'm going to need to call Comcast in the morning. But just let me know if I'm breaking up at any time, because I'm definitely having some speed fluctuation issues or ping rate problems or something like that coming from me. So our next item on the agenda is an ordinance amendment, and Peter is going to speak to that initially.
Thank you. So we're proposing an amendment to Chapter 8 of the Town Code of Ordinances. It's a very narrow, specific recommendation, which is that when people are hiring electricians to perform maintenance work at rental properties, regardless of how few units are present in those rental properties, that the electricians performing the work must be licensed. The reason for that is pure and simple safety. There's some inconsistency between the state law and the actually in the state law and how the town applies that locally and how it's applied across the state. And you have a memorandum in your backup from Brian Bannon. And there's also, I believe Brian's online tonight. I know that Len Howard, Assistant Fire Chief and Health Officer for the town, is online. And they can speak in greater detail to the need for this, what they see when they're out looking at rental properties in town. But basically, if you're 3 or more units, you have to get if you're doing electrical work at 3 or more units, you have to get a licensed electrician, not just someone who can do wiring. That's already required. And so what this would do is in Brattleboro, raise that standard so that even in a 1 or 2 unit rental situation, if there's anybody renting at any particular property, then at that property, electrical work would have to be done by a licensed electrician. And we think it's an important matter of public safety, not just for the owners and residents of those properties, but just in general to keep the community safer and protected from fire. Lenny's up, so I'll be quiet.
Thanks, Len. Did you want to add to that at all?
No, I think Peter hit it right on. It's very inconsistent, I believe. I mean, if you have 3 or more units, you have to get an electrical permit and have a licensed electrician perform the work. But in a 1 and 2 family home, if you have to get a construction permit from the state of Vermont to do the work, so it's up to code, and a plumbing inspection permit, but you don't have to get an electrical permit, which is kind of inconsistent to me. And I think it's very important that this type of work is done properly and not just by a homeowner that may think they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I wanted to make a couple things clear to anybody watching too, that this would not apply to people living in their own homes. This would only apply to units that were intended for rental or were being rented. Is that correct? And I've just got to say that, and it's up to you, you don't have to go into too much details, Lenny, but just confirm for us that there was recently a real world instance where, because of this sort of what I would call a hole in the coverage in the law here, we had a pretty dangerous situation. Is that right?
That's true. And I've seen it in many other 1 and 2 place family homes that I've gone in, of it being a concern. And I think it's just a safety thing that should be done.
Does anyone, any board members have any questions? I'm tempted to actually read it. It's not long, the portion. Liz.
Go ahead and read it. I think that would be good.
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
Reading is a good idea.
Okay. So this would be, I think I'm doing this right, section 8-32. I'm just getting a nod from Peter. Yes, great.
Yes,
A licensed electrician shall be required for the following types of work. 1, any construction not otherwise exempt under 26 VSA section 910, excepting that. 2, any electrical work in a building used for dwelling or residential purposes that contains 1 or 2 dwelling units, where 1 or both units are intended for rent. A licensed electrician will be required. That's the new language that we're proposing to add.
And may I just make clear for the record that Bob Fisher, the town attorney, wrote that language and has fully reviewed the reasons and the preparation for this together with the health officer and the deputy health officer.
Great, thank you. And since this is an ordinance amendment, this is the official first reading. I assume the second and final reading will be in 2 weeks. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that gives people time to contact us with questions or concerns, and we can discuss it further at the, oh gosh, that's what I don't have as a calendar right in front of me.
21st, April
21st. Oh, there's a calendar. Thank you so much. Okay, so we don't have an action to perform there because
I have questions.
That's, oh,
We
sorry.
do have comments.
Yeah, we got questions over here.
All 3.
Good, good, good. Maybe that's why I didn't notice. You all want to say something. Go ahead. Apologies.
Well, I'll start.
Yeah.
First, a question. Lenny, are there enough electricians in town? Is it going to be a hardship to find an electrician?
It's a good question. I mean, there's many independent ones, and there are a couple companies in town that perform electrical work. So my guess is there would be.
Okay, Thank you. And then I just have two comments. One is that it seems to me that we need to do this because otherwise we are discriminating on the safety of people who live in 1 and 2 rental units. And the other thing is that, you know, a town's major purpose is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. And so I see this as a vital action on our part.
Thanks, Liz. Daniel?
Oh, okay. In my research on this, I guess I was a little surprised to see that the Vermont code is kind of, I don't know, this is a hole maybe in the Vermont code. And I saw that some other municipalities had kind of had additions to the Vermont rental housing codes. Do we know which other towns or cities have done this kind of addition to their code or their code of ordinances?
It's a good question, and I'll get back to you, Daniel.
Thanks.
I'm sure the bigger towns similar to our size has, but I'll get you a definite answer.
Thank you. And then, yeah, I mean, the other question is just it's why, right? Why is this hole in our state housing, state rental housing code? Are we going too far by requiring this of folks if it's going past what the state of Vermont requires for code? I'm not, I don't think personally I would feel like that, but I'm just kind of wrestling with what it means to say, oh, our state code on something is insufficient and the town of Brattleboro needs to go further than that. I think all of the rental housing that I've lived in, I would like it to be safe. And I know that 50% of Brattleboro residents live in rental housing. That's significantly higher than our countywide, numbers and statewide numbers. So we're talking about half of the population of Brattleboro. I mean, some of those may live in 3, 4, dwelling properties, but I'm sure many live in 1 and 2. And I know that, many of our local electricians really, they take a great deal of pride in their work and doing it, to code and safely. And I just want to kind of make sure that we are doing our research about this before we kind of go further than what the state requires. And I wondered, I saw that the example of the Central Street problems was mentioned in Brian's memo. I mean, I don't need this information now, but do we know of other examples in the town where work has been done on properties that has led to unsafe conditions? I think having that information for the next time we come up to this question would help me.
The short answer is yes. Are you asking for more documentation about other specific addresses?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, I guess I want to know, to what extent is this a problem in our community before we kind of, take this further step to go past the state kind of housing code.
So I think I'm going to echo Daniel's first question. I am also curious why this gap exists in the ordinance. I'm just kind of curious, and it seems important to maybe get that answer. And then the other is just on the numbers. How many rental units will this affect in Brattleboro? Do we know?
I can get you that answer too, Ian, along with Daniel's.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
We'll do a complete updated staff report so that in preparation for second reading, not only you have this information, but the public will as well, the answer to the various questions from tonight.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just jump in. Did the board get your questions answered to your satisfaction? Okay. So despite me trying to be a little clear on the chat issue, I have some questions coming in, which it's going to be very slow to try to bring people up to actually ask the questions. So I'm going to go ahead and ask them live on their behalf, and we'll see how this goes. Because it's pretty straightforward. Wendy Levy is asking, was the Brooks House fire due to electrical deficiencies? Is that a good example for Daniel?
The Brooks House fire was caused from a staple being too tight into the electrical wire itself. So I can't tell you who put the staple in it, but that's what the cause of the fire was, yes.
Okay, thanks. And a question, I believe from Tony Duncan, I'm going to ask it for him. Is there a demarcation of what would be considered necessary for an electrician? Would adding a fixture like a light to existing wire require that? I guess he's asking, where's the level of electrical work? I heard someone ask if changing a light bulb, for instance. I think that was just sort of a snarky comment, but this is definitely a demarcation of what electrical work would be. Do you have anything in mind, whether like adding swapping out a fixture on a wall, if it's a simple procedure like that, does that count as electrical work?
That's a tough question. My concern is for an example, is one of the units that we're dealing with currently is a 1 and 2 family, and they have to change out the entire electrical service panel. And unfortunately, he's not required to have somebody that's licensed to do that the way the current state codes are written. So that's an example or a concern that I have. I wouldn't just want anybody putting in an electrical panel in my home. As far as just changing a light fixture and stuff, I did ask the electrical inspector today, state electrical inspectors, as how far does somebody before they need to pull a permit? And he did say a light fixture or a light switch you don't need a permit for. So I guess you can kind of read between the lines there, but having an electrical panel put in or remodeling the building, or I think is definitely a need for a licensed electrician.
Okay, well, we'll try to get that a little more clarified. Can we work on that, Peter?
Yes.
I think it's fair.
Lenny and I have been taking notes, and we'll itemize. We'll restate the question and provide the answer for each one of these for next time.
Yeah, I mean, personally, if I was doing it in my own home, I would switch out a fixture. If I was doing it in my rental, I would just go with a licensed electrician because then I know it's done correctly. But that's not everyone, so we need to demarcate that a little bit. Great. Well, I think that's pretty good. I've asked for public comment and gotten those two out there, and we're going to figure out if that's something that we should do in the future. We're just so you know why I'm a little uncomfortable with repeating questions is open meeting laws is, it tells us that we want everyone to be able to chime in, but when you ask a question through chat, especially these couple came in as a private chat to me, not everyone else can see that, so I thought it was appropriate to actually say them out loud. It might not have been your intention, both of you, to have it go out to the public, but I felt like it was my responsibility to do that at that point because I'm conducting an open meeting here. So we're figuring this out. So bear with me. My family has texted me to say that they're out ringing bells, so hopefully some other folks are out there. I hear them in the background. If you don't know, 8 p.m., people go out and ring bells because they go stir crazy. And no, it's a way to show solidarity with the rest of the community. It's kind of fun. The only problem with the ringing of the bells is when I'm ringing our bells, I can't hear the other bells. So I haven't figured out that problem yet. You got a bell with you? Oh yeah, nice. Let's see. We are on to new business item C, and that is totally getting to a few things of board business here. Every year we go over our rules of conduct, and Ian, this is your first time looking at the rules of conduct. All of us have seen it at least once, but that's certainly not something I'm going to read out loud. But does anybody want to chime in with any questions or comments about? They have not changed since last year when they were approved by the previous board. Trying to give you the total of, it's 4 pages. So that's why I'm not going to read it. Any
Maybe
comments?
there needs to be an addendum for how to conduct meetings online.
Certainly.
I'm half joking. Because I saw Wendy's comment in the chat just now, we don't have the parameters kind of exactly spelled out clearly for everybody, so it makes it a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, and I just saw that chat because I was so interested in talking myself that it was hard for me to do both at the same time. But just to reiterate the chat, we just want people to use the chat as sort of a hand-raising situation rather than ask direct questions, because either the people watching through BCTV or other methods on the phone, they're not going to be able to see or understand that question is being asked. And certainly if it's a private chat, no one will see it. So I'll feel forced to actually ask you, call it out, even if you didn't intend it to be called out. So anyway, the chat feature should be used just to say, I have a question, simply that. Daniel?
Maybe we could write that stuff down and just make it available with the link and the call-in, just like a few kind of simple bits of protocol.
Absolutely.
Just so people know what they're getting into.
Yep. If it's acceptable to the board, I'll just work together with Tim on that, since he's the one who has to navigate this and keep control of the meeting, and then we'll put some bullets down in the information that goes out to the community before the next meeting.
We're unanimously nodding, Peter.
Thank you.
Let it be noted for the record.
Thank you, and thank you to Wendy. Thanks to Wendy for bringing that up, and also to Patrick, who actually attempted to start to write that stuff down, but I don't think it's all come together yet, being our second meeting only.
As to the rules of conduct, I'm happy with them. Does anyone have any other comments?
Yeah, I've got just a newbie question and a comment. I mean, I love reading rules, but I did find I think I wanted just to double check it, which is why my screen keeps changing. For on in section E2, talking about the agenda and how to get items on the agenda. I had to go back and reread that section multiple times to make sure I understood it exactly, which, I'm not proposing any kind of change to it, but just as someone who's putting new eyes on the rules, I would say that is a section that sort of drew my attention as being a little clunky. And the question actually comes from that. As I understand it, the board through a majority can agree during a select board meeting to put an agenda item on for the next week, could a public participant request the board during public comment to put something on the agenda and then the board agree to it in a majority during the meeting? Is that an avenue that a public participant could use to get an agenda item put on the agenda for the next meeting?
Not traditionally, right? Peter, you want to?
So yeah, what I would say is it is definitively fair game for a member of the public to speak about any topic. I mean, that's what public participation exists for. It remains at the discretion of the board whether or not to hear it as a formal action item of the board. And what I've seen more typically, it can happen the way you described, Ian. It also can happen during the course of a meeting, just discussing some other substantive matter that's on, say, tonight's agenda, that three of you might say, we should really discuss that aspect of this thing further, and let's have that be its own item next time. So a board certainly always has the ability to decide that some topic is going to be an agenda item for a future meeting. It has been more common over the years, and it's also been my experience more commonly in the other communities that I've served, that because public participation represents an opportunity for every individual in the community to say their piece, that boards will often receive input. They're being urged to take some kind of future action and take it under advisement. And then the chair and the vice chair might decide to put it on a future agenda. A board member might say, hey, whatever happened to when so-and-so asked us about such and such? But it hasn't been standard to receive a comment from an individual member of the community and then say that becomes the select board's business the next meeting by any kind of sort of commonly held expectation. It's very much been a case-by-case basis, and it's been unusual that something like that would get set immediately for the next meeting rather than just taken under consideration by the board.
Okay, I really appreciate the clarification. I think I just wanted to take them time to just, as I was reading that, to let our everyone know who's watching how you actually, if you wanted to get something on the agenda, you got to put something in writing the Tuesday before noon. So I was just wanting to explore if there were alternative ways, but I think that does answer my question, Peter. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just add, and I'm not closing off the discussion by any means, but I'll just add that it does happen that we turn to each other and say, oh, that's a no-brainer. We should put it on the next meeting warning. But more often than not, asking for it to be formalized, like checking in with Peter and having a discussion first, totally changes the request and changes the ask into something that, once you get more information, you have a question, you want to talk about something, but then you receive a piece of information that really changes the whole direction. And having a little bit of a buffer saves us gobs of time with just, having to talk about something that either isn't in our purview or isn't relevant for one reason or another. So it's a little bit more efficient to have a more take a question to the town manager. I see your hand, Peter. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to put it in the right spot where it's in the screen. So just a little bit more, that's helpful. Actually, I'm glad you said that, Tim. It reminds me of something that I think also would be helpful to you, Ian, and hopefully to members of the public that are listening. It's really common in those situations that the board turns to me and asks for staff to provide some additional information to help you decide whether or not you think something needs to be a select board item. And so what we'll do in those kinds of situations is we'll advise the board further and the person who raised the issue so that they know what the board is being advised. And sometimes those things come back again on another night, and sometimes they don't.
Or sometimes the person's question is answered.
That's right.
Ideally.
Yeah.
I have a question about
Oh yeah.
signing things like, warrants? What is our procedure for warrants right now?
We will be doing that by PDF. So the finance folks will prepare the warrants as usual. That's one of the few tasks that is still going on in the offices, is coming in and running, printing off the checks to be mailed to pay bills. And, there's some equipment here that needs to be used for that and for payroll. So there's some 2 employees in the finance department that are coming in occasionally doing that work for us. And when the warrant list for a particular week is complete, they will email the PDF to me and to whichever one of you is signing at that time. And our email response to say it's approved will be sufficient. That all of that will be actually printed off and put in the files so that it's there for the auditors to see that even though we couldn't put a signature on it, we actually did go through the normal approval process. And obviously, if you have a question along the way before you're ready to approve it, you can direct that to me or you can direct it to finance and we'll get you an answer before you send your email approval.
Okay. What was I going to say? I just was reminded of like the term warrants and how probably the vast majority of people watching this are like, warrants? And when we talk about signing warrants, we're not talking about warrants for people's
we sure aren't.
Arrests or what have you.
I think it's that cowboy bandana you're wearing.
Things we have to pay checks for. This is my Pisgah State Park ultra marathon bandana. I didn't run it. I just volunteered it. Far too long.
If everyone's fairly satisfied with that, I would welcome a motion.
I'll move.
Okay, go right ahead.
From the administrative report. Ian?
This is where you need to have multiple windows open all at once.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Peter.
I wanted to make sure you knew that there's a proposed motion in the administrative report.
Yeah, I was going to use it for the first time. So I so move to approve the rules for conduct of meetings and hearings.
Thank you. Ian has moved to approve the rules for conduct of meetings and hearings. All those in favor?
Aye.
That's 4. Thank you. You have approved that set of rules. Next, we just want to talk about, guess what? Warrants. That flows very nicely. When we sign warrants, which are basically, we still say it's losing all meaning now because I keep saying the word over and over again. But these are basically the authorizations for expenditures, checks, etc. We take turns in our board, usually nicely, about signing the warrants, and we have a rotation schedule, which the board members have in front of them. And this is just a boring bit of board business that we do. I have a certain time period that I always like to do. Daniel's shaking his head.
No, I think thinking about the future now is no longer boring. I'm looking at these dates. I'm like, what will be happening on June 8th? I have no idea.
Oh, true. Well, you'll still have to sign warrants.
I might choose not to. I might choose to take a later date.
Or email your approval.
Yes.
Now, that's true. We're going to be able to do even warrants with PDFs? Okay.
That's what we're going to be
Just
doing for
right.
now. We've cleared that with the auditors, that's sufficient for now when it's not safe to be passing around pieces of paper.
Great.
Great. So we have these, does anybody have a preference of where they are?
I have no preference, so if anyone does have a preference, go right ahead.
Okay, I have a preference.
Go right ahead.
I like November, December 31st because I tend to be, because of my work schedule, I tend to be more likely to be around then. But of course, with PDFs, who knows? I'm really hoping by November 2, though, we're going to be signing these things in person again. So I'm going to just say that, and that's what's going to happen, I'm sure. Anybody want to take April 1st, which would include, now? No. Okay. Liz or Ian?
I will take the first shift.
Good for you. All right. Brandy's not here, so she's going to end up with the last chosen one. June 8th to August 21st.
I'll do that. Unless
Great.
Daniel
That
wants
includes
it.
No, I'm holding out for a later one.
Okay.
because you really want to do that.
I want to go and hang out with Jan and talk to Jan about what's going on, and
absolutely.
You can't do that online. I mean, I guess I could give Jan a call, but it's not quite the same.
You can't hit Jan's candy bowl online. January 4th to March 19th is Daniel's then, I assume?
I was going to do like the August one. Did you take the August one?
No, I was.
Didn't I?
You said later, so I was giving you the last one.
I thought Elizabeth was doing June to August. I'll do
That's
August
correct.
to October. I'm hedging. I'm saying by August, I'm going to be able to go back into the municipal center and hang out with Jan every Friday morning.
Yes.
Good. So we will assign Brandy to January 4th to March 19th. And I'm sure she
You know what they would say in New Jersey? They'd say, from your lips to God's ears.
It's been a
Some
while
people
since
might
I've
say
heard that one. Okay, where are we? I had to actually write something down in this digital age. It threw me off. We actually have possibly Sue with us again for our next. Oh no, wait, I'm sorry, I'm skipping something. We need to talk about annual select board appointments for committees and boards. And this is very important. So the select board serves on various committees and boards, and this is when we duke it out for who gets to serve on what. I have some added duties now, so I am hoping to step away from my duties on the traffic safety board, traffic safety committee, I should say, even though I really enjoy it. So I just want to throw that out there. Does anybody want to express a desire to be somewhere where they're not, or somewhere where they'd like to be?
I would love to step into the traffic safety committee in the safest way possible.
Great. Anyone else interested in traffic safety committee? No? Well, I'm going to write Daniel's name in, and then we'll, I don't know, take it as a slate if we need a formal motion on that. So going back to the top, we have a capital grant review board that meets as needed. And there is 2 slots. I'm happy to serve on one of those slots. Is anybody else interested in that? Any background? I'll toss it to Peter to give us a little description. Ian? Go ahead.
It meets very, very rarely, hasn't met actually in several years, but it's there in case there is a proposed new capital grant funded project that would add to the maintenance costs of the town.
Great. So I'm throwing my name on there, but if anyone else wants to join me there.
Yeah, I'll join on that too. I mean, I'd like to have another as well.
Certainly, that's not enough. The next one down is the Rental Housing Improvement Program Loan Committee. I believe Brandy currently serves on this. I could be wrong, but she's not here to speak for herself. So does someone have an interest in this committee?
I also have an interest in this committee.
Great. Now, I think it's also, that's a meet as needed situation too.
Yeah.
But this one and the next one, I believe we're gonna have some activity on, since we're all being positive and think we're gonna get through this in the next couple of months. We hope. I think there's gonna be some definite need there. So if Ian is unchallenged, I'll write his name down.
You know,
And next is,
I just had a thought that might be, this one and the next one might be quite busy in the coming months. And if Brandy is still interested, you know, maybe they would like to share those responsibilities.
May I just offer some perspective about the difference between the two? I quite agree that the Small Business Assistance Program Committee is likely to be very busy during the recovery from COVID-19. I'm not sure that the Rental Housing Committee will be, because that's funding specific to making improvements in rental housing properties, as opposed to sort of sustaining or growing a business in rental housing. And so I think we actually may enter a period in the second half of this year when it's less likely that landlords are going to be in a position to be investing additional funds in the physical plant of the rental properties. So I think the two actually represent something quite different in terms of the potential unique impact this year of COVID-19.
thanks, Peter. Good point. Where were we?
The small
So
business
Ian is right. I have Ian's name down for the Rental Housing Improvement Program Loan Committee. So who is interested in the Small Business Assistance Loan Program Committee? So Liz has raised her hand. Okay. That's great. I'm getting a nod and a dark stare from Daniel. So that's going to go with.
This is my neutral face.
You got that Negan.
Neutral face. My stare.
Thanks, Liz. So Brandy, unfortunately, isn't able to chime in, but that's quite all right. We can always adjust things if we have to later. Wyndham Regional Commission is a term from April 1st to March 31st. April
Tim?
1st, 2020 to, yeah.
Yeah, on that one, I'm sorry that we did this, but we've created a confusion here, but we've got a separate agenda item at the next one because it's likely to involve you appointing people from outside the select board. So, so we probably should just skip over Wyndham Regional during this item and deal with that in a minute. Sorry.
Yeah, I was actually going to say that, but I was doing it in a very overly verbose manner. Thank you. The next one is the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District Board of Supervisors. If memory serves, last year we elected Patrick to serve on that, and he's been serving very well and faithfully. So if the board wants to continue in that manner, that can happen. And there can also be a board member backup, which might be a nice thing if somebody feels lightly used. Could be me.
Could be Brandy.
Or if anyone
waste
wants to just draft Brandy.
I thought Peter.
Yeah, we could draft Brandy and see how she feels about that.
Backup in the past.
It's been done multiple ways. There've been select board members as member. There's been select board members as backup. Patrick has been the backup when it's been a select board member in the primary role. And he was the principal person this past year. I honestly don't remember whether I was backup this past year or whether a select board member was. Patrick attended all of the meetings. So it's really sort of, if you have a particular interest and you'd like to be involved in the regional solid waste decision-making, it's an opportunity for a board member, but it's something that Patrick has expertise in and has represented the town well in if you prefer to delegate it.
I think my time would be wasted.
Be a solid waste
Okay.
of time.
Yes.
Well, I think since Brandy can't speak for herself, I don't think we should draft her for that. We'll just go with Peter as the alternate. Does everybody feel okay about that?
Yes.
And at the bottom of the sheet is a good reminder note that all board members are ex officio members to the Board of Civil Authority and the Board of Abatement. I just wanted to point out that the Board of Abatement might be very, very busy.
Yes.
This year.
Yes.
For better
Because
or
of
worse.
challenges paying property taxes.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes. Yep. So, board, just Ian, so you know, we are always included on Hillary's emails for those meetings, and it's always encouraged that we can make it. I've made a few, but I haven't been able to make all of those meetings. It's great
Well,
when we can, though, because
Ian's an old hand at that.
go ahead, listen.
I said
Yeah.
Ian's an old hand at that.
As a justice of the peace, I've had the opportunity to sit on the board of abatements and the Board of Civil Authority. So yeah, I would definitely encourage all of the rest of the select board to be there. Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Yeah. Great. You hear that, Daniel? Be there.
Oh, I've been.
There was a difference of opinion, like in past boards, about whether or not the board should serve. But I do believe if it's possible, it's the right thing to do. Any other comments on that? Do it.
No.
Peter, do you think, see, I feel at a loss. I would turn to Jan at this point and say, do we need a formal motion?
You do not need a formal motion on this. It's sufficient. Maybe I'll just recite back to you, make sure that we've got it written down right. But what I have is Daniel for the Traffic Safety Committee, Tim and Ian for the Capital Grants Review Board, Ian for the Rental Housing Loan Committee, Liz for the Small Business Loan Committee, and delegating to Patrick and me for representing the town's interest at the Solid Waste District. Is that what you intended? Okay. Yeah, so you're good to move on then to the Wyndham Regional appointment, which is something that actually does require a motion of the board in order to comply with Wyndham Regional's requirements.
Great. And I don't know if Sue's still on. We don't absolutely need you, but can you hear me?
Is.
Always needs to.
Sue, sorry to make you hang on, and sorry if I'm breaking up, but okay, thank you. Do you want to fill us in?
Sure. So for the past year, myself and Tom Mozakowski, who is a planning commission member, have been the Wyndham Regional Commission appointees for the town of Brattleboro. We're both happy to continue serving. I sit on a couple of their different committees, Brownfields and their Planning Coordination Committee. I actually don't know if Tom is on any of the committees, but he actively attends their full commission meetings, which I sometimes have conflicts with Conservation Commission. So we worked well to kind of cover the meetings and participate with the Wyndham Regional Commission. So we're both happy to serve if you would like to appoint us.
Great, thank you for your service. And it certainly would please me. How about the rest of the board?
Absolutely.
Sounds great.
So whenever someone would like to make that motion.
I'll make a motion. This will be my first online motion, I think. Let's see. See if I can get this right. Okay, I move to appoint Sue Fillion and Tom Mosakowski as representatives from the town of Brattleboro to the Wyndham Regional Commission for the period from April 1st, 2020 through March 31st, 2021.
Thank you. Daniel has moved to appoint Sue Fillion and Tom Masikowski as representatives from the town of Brattleboro to the Wyndham Regional Commission for the period of April 1st, 2020 through March 31st, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
4-0, unanimous. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Sue.
All right. If anybody doesn't have any last minute brainstorms, I think we've come to the end. I just wanted to say, happy Passover to everyone celebrating out there. And also that the Easter Bunny is coming, I hear, on Friday. You could check out the Recreation and Parks info for that. Something to do with a vehicle parade again with the Easter Bunny. Does anybody? I don't know why I was compelled to do that.
Where can you go from there?
Yeah.
I'll be coloring virtual eggs.
There's other activities as well. I think they're also doing a exercise thing.
Yes.
A bunny hop?
It's always good. I'm sorry?
A bunny hop?
I'm not sure what it
exercise
is. No, they're leading exercise groups or something as part of the holiday experience. I'm not sure.
Would you like me
Clearly,
to? It's
Yes,
Oh,
Peter,
sure.
please explain.
it's one of the ways in which the recreation department is trying to help families and particularly kids to stay active and stay engaged with each other in a safe manner remotely, and through digital connection. And so they're offering online gymnastics classes where kids are doing the exercises and activities at home, along with the folks who are leading the class online. And there's in today's report, I'll leave it in there again for tomorrow, make it easy for people to see. Today's daily update from the town, we put in the different times. It's on Wednesdays and Fridays, and there's a different time of day depending on the age group of the child.
Well, I did read in the
I
news
was wrong. It's
today.
not directly related to Easter or.
I did read in the news today that in New Zealand, the Prime Minister determined that the Easter Bunny was an essential service.
Good. Good. Candy is essential. We all know that.
I guess on a
Daniel has
more
something to say.
serious note, I mean, this is Holy Week, and many of our congregations, well, all of our congregations are now happening online. And from the clergy that I know, this is a really powerful and also really challenging moment. People's Passover Seders will happen virtually. That's really hard. People's church services are happening virtually, and I don't know. I mean, I guess that's just another kind of wrinkle in this moment. And I wish everybody well for this, for this week of holidays.
Thank you, Daniel. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for that.
We all support that. Thank you, Daniel. All right. Well, does anyone have a motion?
I'd love to move to adjourn. What do you think?
All those
Two
in
hands
favor
up.
of adjournment?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, everyone.
Aye.
Thank you.
Well, it is 6:30. We will call this meeting to order. I would ask anybody that is not speaking, please put your microphones on mute. That will eliminate a lot of the feedback. All right. So.
We don't have Mr. Dunkley yet. Okay.
Yeah, he'll stroll in. He'll be here. So additions to the agenda, I have two. One is another nomination to the Solid Waste Committee. And another is and Sandy, I'm going to ask for some help in bringing this one up so that I don't do it incorrectly, but just that concern that we sent out yesterday for the family in town and the use of that.
Right. It'd be AJ Brooks requesting you'd want to do that executive session.
Okay, so I would add that to the agenda. We will make that number 6, 7. That would be number 8 to the agenda. And that will be an executive session.
Yeah. So to the select board, when you're sending those types of things out, if I could be CC'd on that so I know what's going on and can act accordingly, it would be helpful.
Okay.
All right. Chair's remarks. I don't have much. The only thing that I will say, and it's troubling that we are here. However, this is where we are, but the recreation department, the playground, the basketball courts, the pavilion, as well as the playground at the elementary school, their basketball court, baseball fields are all closed to public use. This was a decision that the school, as well as the rec department, the rec board, I'm sorry, had come to that decision. I agreed with them, as that's what the majority of the surrounding towns were doing, and I feel that that is safe. What brought this on was a large group of kids that were in the pavilion, some of them on the roof of the pavilion, and that needed to be addressed. It's unfortunate, and I will tell you that the call that I got from Seth Dio, where he was very almost shaken by the fact that he had to close the park to our town's children, it clearly bothered him. So I don't want anybody to think that this decision came lightly or it was one that anybody really wanted to make, but it is for the safety of our residents. Additionally, I would like to note that the Holdbrook is offering deliveries. They're offering to pick things up for people. They're making bulk meals to go. They're really trying to help everybody out. So if people have not looked into that, I would suggest that they do. And other than that, let's just be nice to each other. We're all in this together. Having said that, open public comments on agenda items only. Anybody? Guests, I don't believe we have any other than BCTV. Am I correct with that? Jeff Dunkley's here. Brana, go ahead, unmute yourself. What do you got?
I'm a guest.
I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
It's a little bit harder when I have to scroll through pictures to find you. Did you have any comments on the agenda items, Brana?
No, unless you want me to tell you what the library trustees have done now, and then I could just depart, or I can wait to the agenda item. It's
sure.
Up to
Well, we don't really have you on there much, so I would roll into department and committee reports, and I would accept that at this point if you would like. Brana, does that work for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
The trustees meet tomorrow on Zoom, so I took a straw poll last week, and we all voted to pay our staff and follow your example, and they're we're very grateful. And I did get an email from one of the staff who was very surprised and grateful. But tomorrow we have a formal motion to consider this. just to make it kosher, I guess. I've also let Cindy know that we are doing that. It seems a little bit like maybe overkill, but I think it really needs to happen to make sure the record is clean and clear. And that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And unless anybody had any questions or comments on that, I would roll into Mark Snow and David Emery with an update on the COVID-19 situation. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
All right, welcome and thank you. Unfortunately, I'm not clever enough to connect into the video part, so I'm on the phone part. Can you hear me okay?
Gotcha.
Yes. Okay, all right. I know Mark also is connected by phone, but let me, I'll start and then I'll turn it over to Mark. So first of all, I really want to say thank you out to all the first responders, the fire, the sheriff, doctors, nurses, you know, and especially all the extra support people, the housekeeping, food prep, you know, supplies, secretaries, public works, you know, and the real heroes out there are not million-dollar athletes. They are the people that are the waiters and waitresses, store clerks, and the stockers, and all of them that come to work every day. So with that, I'm sure that you all get tons of emails, not only from me, but from everyone else that you're probably connected with. So I'm just going to reiterate some of the stuff that you already know. As of today, the state of Vermont has 575 positive tests. 7,129 total people have been tested. There have been 23 deaths in the state so far. And right now there's 29 critical hospitalized. And Windham County is sitting on 32. So with that said, the next 7 to 14 days are predicted to be the apex of this virus, and significant more cases they expect to rise. So really the worst is yet to come. So with that, Vermont has done a great job. I can tell you the Vernon residents have done a great job. The key to this is personal hygiene, the washing your hands, and the distancing. And that is the best tool that we have right now. And I'm sure you've all seen a lot of the stuff where they're working on antiviruses, they're working on everything that may or may not come about soon. However, what the concern is now is that once we reach that apex and we start coming back towards what we might consider normal, there's a chance of it resurfacing because people are going to not follow directions again. So that's something that we need to make sure we stay on top of. So as updates for the locals for all our stuff, as you know, the school is closed and will be for the rest of the year. The school is actually going to continue with their spring break from April 20th to the 24th. Meals will still be prepared and delivered every day that they are following up. They're keeping up with all the meals. Sheriff's Department, Deputy Whittle has reported that he's had contact with a single person that moved here from New York and needed some education on the quarantine process. And that's the governor's order. And evidently it might become more of a problem throughout the state because they're now looking at cases that aren't resolved will go to the Attorney General's office. The fire department, Chapin, says his call volume is actually lower than normal. The PPE that they have is still okay. The state has put a ban on open fire burning. So therefore, I don't believe Vernon will be issuing any fire permits, but that will be a day-to-day operation. The reason for that is so that firefighters don't have to congregate and violate the 6-foot order, and that you have to do that when you're putting a fire out. You reported on the recreation department that all the programs are closed and the parks are closed. Vernon Green is talking with Skip Sleeper. Fortunately, that man is on top of everything, and he has been diligent in keeping everybody up to speed there. So far, they report no resident or staff cases. And he's working on the inevitable eventually, if it does hit in there, how they're going to deal with the deaths. I'll speak more to that in a minute. Town Clerk Tim Arsenal is our person for contact for volunteers. He has created a volunteer list, but is still soliciting for anyone that's interested in being on that list. What we're trying to do is match Vernon residents with Vernon residents to help them through whatever needs that they have. We have 3 people that we've been assisting so far with some volunteers, and that's worked pretty well. Tom Greeno is again doing the follow-up with all our healthcare people in town and our groups that have people here. He'll be calling them this week again and checking to make sure that they're all set and see if there's anything additional we can do for them. And here's the EOCs. We purchased some additional Field Tech Tyvek suits, and we're looking at maybe purchasing additional ones if they become available to keep in stock. And one of the things, mentioning that with Vernon Green, with Skip, and trying to keep up with could happen is there's a short supply of, unfortunately, of body bags. So we're probably going to create a little expense and try to get above the curve there and put some in stock. And again, those are as hard to get as PPE. So here's one thing I think that the select board might want to consider. That the town declare a full state of emergency. It would include that the EMP and the staff from the EOC would be active and activated, which they are already. Mostly we do it all by electronics. However, it would be the same duties for the town staff. Nothing would change, but it would give us the authorization to apply for federal funding if it becomes necessary available. I believe that we have everything in place through the years and through our LEMP, and everything is there. But I'm not sure exactly what we need to do. So I'll contact the state emergency management office and I'll get more information and I'll bring that back to you, Chris. But if you want to discuss that so that when I get that information, or wait till your next meeting, I'm okay, however you want to do that. Again, primarily, I think it will be for the ease, maybe federal funding that hopefully will become available if the town needs it. And I'll run it over to Mark Snow. Mark?
Good evening, everybody. I hope you are well and healthy. Thank you for this opportunity to given to us to provide an update for the board as well as the citizens of Vernon. I just have a few things. I'd like to pass along that the health department has expanded its COVID-19 web pages. And they've done that so that the content is delivered easier to specific groups. The new pages include frequently asked questions, long-term care and group living facilities, schools and child care programs, coping with the stress, and more. All information and resources and guidelines on the website is continuously reviewed and updated as needed. So I would encourage folks to visit the webpage. It's healthvermont.gov/COVID-19. Couple other things is in regards to face mask. I'm sure everyone has heard a lot on the news about that recently, and the state of Vermont is encouraging and saying that Vermonters should wear cloth facial mask or coverings if they need to leave their homes for essential purposes. The advice to wear these masks is based on new data about how COVID-19 can spread before a person has any symptoms, because people may have COVID-19 but no symptoms. Wearing a face mask may help keep people from spreading the virus. Face coverings are not a substitute for physical distancing and other prevention measures. The most effective way to slow the virus spread is to continue to follow the governor's stay home, stay safe order, respect social distancing, and be vigilant in washing hands and not touching your face. With that being said, you can still enjoy the outdoors, but there's some precautions that you should take. What is being recommended and encouraged is to stay close to home. Find areas where you can walk or bike to, but if you must drive, please limit the distance to from home to 10 miles, and only drive with members of your household that are healthy. Practice social distancing outside. Again, that's that same message that we've heard since the beginning. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. Keep your dog on a leash and close to you. Be cautious in choosing low-risk activities to avoid injury. Because if you are injured, then first responders are required to come provide medical attention and take care of the situation. So you're actually putting those folks in harm's way or possible harm's way. The last thing to enjoy the outdoors safely is to respect signs for closed areas, trails, and land. The state officials have analyzed projections of the COVID-19 cases and hospitalization needs. The current models project the peak of cases between mid to late April and early May. So the worst is yet to come by the prediction. The last thing that I'd like to say is that the Vermont Fish and Game announced today that the Vermont trout season begins this coming Saturday, and that it will be open to Vermonters to enjoy the outdoors and hopefully catch some trout. But they want you to take precautions for that. And again, use the outdoor safety precautions that have been outlined. For additional information from the Vermont Fish and Game, you can visit their website as well. That's what I have to update at this point. I think Dave covered everything overall very well. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Mark, I've got 2 questions for you, or Dave.
Okay.
Just it seems to be a common question, those cloth face masks, what is the recommended, if any, way to clean those in between uses? How often should they be cleaned, et cetera, as well as the use of gloves? We're seeing a lot more use of gloves. Everybody's wearing them, but you know, my opinion on gloves is you wear them so that you don't have to wash your hands, and then you touch everything and you spread it everywhere. So could you guys touch on either of those?
What I can say in regards to the use of the mask and maintaining the mask is I would refer you to the CDC's guidance on how to use and make cloth masks. Also, I believe there are some cleaning guidelines on that website as well.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Hearing on VPR today, they recommend that they get microwave for 2 minutes, a mask in a plastic bag, microwave for 2 minutes, and wash once a week in a regular load of wash.
Okay.
And that comes with a huge caution, Mr. Chairman. We all know that microwaves have caused a ton of fires, and you
Right.
put a plastic bag and a cloth in the microwave, and you accidentally set that for more than 2 minutes. So people that are using that method need to be extremely careful and pay attention to what they're doing with that. The washing is probably your best option, is have multiple masks and wash them one day and wear another one and that so on. As far as the gloves go, I absolutely agree is that gloves were made to be disposable. And going back to the mask, as you know, the mask is designed to keep you, the wearer, from coughing anything or any fluids or anything coming out of your mouth. The cloth mask is not going to prevent you from getting contaminated. It's going to prevent you from contaminating someone else. So that's the other caution, is that it's not an N95. It's not the mask that you would wear in a setting where somebody's truly had the virus. So that's where I am on that opinion.
Chris,
Yes.
I have a question on the microwave. Many of us are putting metal in them so that they can close it over their nostrils. If you put that in a microwave, aren't you going to have a problem?
I wouldn't
Absolutely.
try it.
Any metal object in a microwave is going to cause a significant problem. So if you have that metal nose piece that is sewn in there, whether, you know, one of the suggestions is that you use pipe cleaners or wire ties or something like that are in there. I will guarantee you that the sparks will fly as soon as you hit that start button.
Yeah,
Can we try that at the EOC?
I want to try. No, I'm using the pipe cleaners, and I just wondered about that.
All right. And then we're seeing a lot more questions as far as what is considered an essential worker, and we could all debate what's essential and what isn't. So that's not my question here, but more so these essential workers that are coming home and their families have been kind of doing the stay home, stay safe. Is there any recommendations for those people to keep their families safe?
Well, let me tell you what I know for essential workers that are coming home. And I can speak for some of the first responders as well. What's happening is they are having some place that have the opportunity to change their clothes at work, so that you can take the clothes off that you used at work and put on a different set of clothes to come home. Or what they're doing is they're changing as soon as they get home before they go in and greet their family. And some are, as soon as they're getting home, or if not before, are going to the shower. As we said, soap and water is very effective on this virus. So, you know, I would recommend any essential worker that is coming home, that's been in contact or, you know, with the public especially, you haven't been able to do the 6-foot distance, I would recommend that you have a change of clothes, or you have the ability to jump into the shower immediately before you do your hugging and kissing with your family.
Perfect. Any other questions for David or Mark? Let me scroll through all the pictures here. I see no hands. Gentlemen, thank you. We always appreciate hearing from you and staying on top of this, keeping us informed, and always looking out for Vernon. We appreciate that. David, we will talk about the declaration of the state of emergency at the end of this meeting, and then I will wait for some guidance from you over the next day or so.
Okay,
All right, perfect.
I will hang in to the meeting in case you have any other questions.
Are you hanging in just for that, sir?
Well, primarily, yeah.
All right, unless anybody on the board would have an issue with that, could we move that discussion to number 1 in new business, just so that Mr. Emery does not have to stay on with us?
Sounds good.
I see no objection. We will do that after the bills and warrants, which will be coming up. So gentlemen, thank you. We are going to move along to the approval of March 17th minutes. Does anybody have any changes, corrections, any of that happy stuff? Everybody is good. Jean, I see you waving your hand. Where are you? Tom, can you unmute her or?
Everybody's unmuted.
She needs to click audio.
Yeah, all participants are unmuted.
Jean, it's always you we're waiting on.
Well, while we're waiting for Jean, I had a couple of hopeful, from the board, hopeful amendments to the meeting minutes, as I didn't catch who made motions in a couple of spots.
No, we're on 2 different ones, Tom. We are on the March 17th.
Oh, 17th, not the 29th. Yep. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
But as we are waiting on Jean, we couldn't, well, Sandy, there's no reason we couldn't do the 27th as well.
No, you can do them. You can take them out of order while Jean connects.
Okay, Tom, go ahead. Let me pull that up here. So I'm looking at it. So go ahead. We will switch over to Friday, March 27th. That was the special meeting. Can we look at those and accept corrections, please?
Thank you.
Tom, what do you got?
Well, if you look to the latter pages, I think most of the minutes are pretty good. I got the first set of motions, but there are motions on the last page for adjournment and paying folks, the motion on paying folks and reviewing it through the May 5th meeting.
Sandy's trying to chime in here. I think she's probably got that information.
I made that motion on the May 5th.
Okay. Thank you.
There's quite a few typographical things.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Clarity.
Sandy, I know that you've got a lot of notes on this. Tell us what page you want to start on and we'll all get on the same page here.
Well, mostly it was, let me get back to my notes here. It started on page 3. Is that Jean? No, on page 3. Did Jean just check it? We just lost Jean? On the first one, the first sentence needs clarification, Tom.
First sentence on page 3. It was noted by the interim administrator that Bratt had softened on the no reporting to work at all. That should be a comma there.
It should probably be quote.
It was beginning to bring some recreation and DPW employees back to undertake tasks that require no other person-to-person interaction.
You know, Mr. Chairman, maybe we could write our recommendations and send them to him because I have a lot.
Okay, yeah, I spell checked it and grammar checked it, so I'm
Your spell check is broken, sir.
Yeah.
That could be. But I'm certainly, why don't you send them to me and I'll make the corrections as necessary.
And then we can can address it at the next meeting?
Yep.
Chris, would that be okay?
That's fine, yep.
I apologize, Tom, but you have to realize I'm correcting a lot of English papers right now and everything's jumping out at me.
Yeah, I just checked it. Spelling and grammar check is complete. So, okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm good with that.
What do you think, Chris?
Sandy, I'm fine with that because I've got a few notes here as well, so.
Okay.
So that's fine. Jean, are you on with us?
It says her mic's on and her camera's off.
I think she.
Okay. I'm at a bit of a loss here because she had some questions on the 17th meeting minutes. Did anybody else, Jeff, Sandy, Michael, anything on the 17th meeting minutes?
No.
Sandy, you were all set with the 17th?
Yeah, I typed up, so I
That's true, yeah. Very good point. I see Jean again.
Okay, can you hear me?
Oh, there she is. Perfect. What do you got for the 17th?
I don't know anymore.
So I'll interrupt real quickly. I don't know if you heard us, Jean. We decided that we would table the 27th and we would email our corrections to Tom on the 27th.
Yeah.
We will look at the 17th right now.
Okay, so the 17th, the only thing I had was on page 5, paying the town employees. I had recused myself.
Right.
I don't know, maybe I did make the motion, but I did recuse myself.
Mhm.
All right. Any other corrections to that one? If not, I would entertain a motion to accept the meeting minutes from March 17th, 2020.
Make a motion to accept the minutes from March 17th, 2020.
I have a motion made by Mr. Root. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunkley. All those in favor of accepting the March 17th, 2020 meeting minutes, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? All right. Jean, we will run into the bills and warrants now, please.
Okay. Okay. I move that we approve payment of the following warrant: 20T accounts payable, $14,339.51. 11S payroll, $7,842.57. 12S payroll, $8,003.13. And 13S payroll, $8,083.44.
Second.
I just need to ask because those are published incorrectly on the meeting warning. Is anybody else seeing that?
Oh, yeah, the 13S is, got a typo. It should be $83.
So $8,083.44.
44 cents, yes.
So we have a motion. Sandy, are you okay with the change to the agenda on that?
Yes, sir.
Could I get a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. So new business, the update of the special meeting, we are going to move that to our next regular meeting, and any corrections should be emailed to the interim TA. So we will go on to new business number 2, town policies update and review process. Truthfully, I have been meaning to copy the policy book so that everybody could take some time, familiarize yourselves with it. And then we could start to discuss making sure that that's up to date, makes sense, everything is still pertinent to the town, all of that happy things. So if everybody is all right, unless anybody had actually looked into that and had anything that we should be discussing. Anybody? Sandy, Jean,
No,
Jeff, Michael? No. Okay, so I will get copies of those and I will let everybody know when that is done. Number 3, Mr. Garino, would you speak to the deferring of the bid opening, please?
Mr. Chairman, when this went in the paper, there was discussion of meeting on the 14th. So the bid went in for the tractor sale for the 14th, but the board won't be meeting until the 21st, and I'm just asking that the award of that bid or the acceptance or rejection of that bid be put off until the 21st.
Any objection from the board? Sandy?
No objection, so moved.
So moved. Can I get a second?
second,
Seconded by Jean Carr. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. So next is the, oh geez, I'm sorry. Mr. Emery, you are still there, aren't you?
That's okay. I do
Look
not
at
mind.
how efficient I was. Hey, I'm actually going to ask you to stay for both of these because I think that you weighing in on the Windham County Sheriff would also be beneficial. So if I jump past that, please remind me to come back to the declaration of the state of emergency. So I had a conversation with Mark Anderson, the sheriff, and just discussing the potential increase of sheriff's department hours. We have to be realistic, in my opinion, that because of the stay home, stay safe, we are forcing people that might not be in the most happiest situation of their lives to be stuck inside with some people that are not making them happy. So now we are, we have children that are home that could potentially be home with abusive parents. We have relationships that could be resulting in domestics because of this increased quarantine time. And that's obviously not the only thing, but that's kind of a big issue that it would be nice to have law enforcement a little bit closer in those cases. But I did speak with Cindy today, and she said that it's very likely, as well as Mr. Anderson said that it was extremely likely, that we would get a large reimbursement for these hours back from FEMA. And Cindy did say that for the current time, we could use the reserve funds, which currently has $50,282.10 in it. So the money is there. It seems like it would be reimbursed. Mark's concern was that as this prolongs and more people start saying that they want police coverage, it will then be kind of a first come, first serve, more of a as needed type basis.
Chris?
Yep.
Chris?
Yep.
Question, just so that we're clear, this is a concern about domestic violence?
Partially, I mean,
Increased domestic violence?
It potentially, yes. Yep. That's one of the things that has come up. Certainly, we see it on the school side where it's a very large concern that students that would usually be able to escape the abusive parents, if they're in that situation, no longer have that safety net of school, so they're at home with it. And DCF is not making a lot of house calls now, unless it is, I don't want to say intimate danger, but I mean, they're being a little bit choosier on what they're responding to. That is my opinion from things that I have read. I don't know that that is 100% accurate, and I don't know what it is that they will go and won't go for. So I just want to be clear with that. Essentially, if we were to do this, we would have to amend the contract, and then we would be paying the same hourly rate that we pay now. So that this wouldn't be considered a call out. This wouldn't be considered really anything additional other than if we have 40 hours now and it costs us $70,000 and we wanted another 40 hours to bring it to 80 hours, it would be $140,000.
Well, I certainly am sympathetic, but we do have a budget, and state police state troopers come. So unless that we're assured any extra increase in law enforcement expenses are going to be covered, I'm not really in favor of it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
I'm in discussion today with the Vermont Department of Public Safety liaison to the towns on the FEMA reimbursement. If this was worded in such a way that it was specifically due to the increase in hours was a result of the COVID-19 emergency declaration. And I think what Mr. Emery brought up earlier about a municipal declaration as well. It could be put in for FEMA reimbursement of up to 75%. And it appeared that that was a legitimate expense in the broad discussion that we had. But it would be something that would have to go to FEMA on the forms, and the reimbursement, just so Mr. Dunkley is aware, if there were reimbursement, it's certainly, if it was approved, there's no guarantee that that's coming within a week or 2 weeks of the time you submit for the reimbursement. It can take a few to several months for the return, but if it's accepted, you'll get a check. If it's not accepted as an expense, you won't.
Okay. So I guess, Jeff, we've got yours. Sandy?
I think we should probably add them. This isn't something that we could foresee happening, and you don't want anybody hurt if you can help it.
Jean?
I guess in my mind, my question is, how are these families going to be identified? I guess kind of like, how are we going to know when they need help? And so how is that going to relate to what hours the sheriff is here? I don't know if I'm making that clear, but as opposed to responding when there's a definite need, even if it's hours that they're not here, which I think goes back to what Jeff was saying with the state police. I guess I wonder what they feel it does if they're just patrolling the streets. I'm not sure.
Okay. Michael?
Do we have any facts from the sheriff, or is he just looking for more money for his officers? Is what I'm thinking. If we have an upgrade in calls and stuff, then yes, we should look into this. But if nothing's changed, then why should we change?
This could be a temporary situation also. We don't know.
Right.
Yes, so what would happen is we would have to amend that contract. And then if nothing changed from the governor at the end of June, there would be language in there that the contract would automatically extend. It would not renew. It would extend for a period of time. Keeping in mind that usually this is the time of year that we do hear from the sheriff about the contract, and we have that discussion. It's usually, I believe, Sandy, the second meeting in April. I think that we usually discuss that. So we will have to have that discussion still at some point, but I guess unless there's any objection, I would like to have Mr. Emery weigh in on his thoughts on this.
Yeah.
Well, I can probably assure you it's not because the sheriff is attempting to create more hours for his people, because I'm not so sure that he has enough people to fill all the hours that are out there. However, the concern is valid. There has been a number of different cases throughout in different towns that have dealt with the same problem and wrestling with the same thing. I don't think anyone can predict the time or the place or any of that. So I know you're in a tough position about that. The only advantage you have, and it's not 100% sure, is that 75% of that cost could be recoverable. However, again, that's yet to be determined. And I think anytime there's a government opportunity to recover money, that there's always a question mark that comes with that in my book. So I guess I certainly wouldn't say it's a bad idea, but it is a tough one that you have to wrestle with.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Is it my understanding, am I correct, that let's say the select board opted to increase the hours hypothetically to X number, let's say 60 instead of 40. It wouldn't be an automatic billing of 60. It would be a billing of additional hours utilized. So if they use...
that is my understanding from the conversation with the sheriff, is that if we said, hey, it'd be great if you were here for another 20 hours a week, but they are spreading their resources around the county, that if they were only here for 50 hours, we would be billed for the 50 as opposed to just a standard billing. We were both, during our conversation, the word fluidity was used a lot, making sure that there was give and take should we choose to go this way. And Mark also said no hard feelings if we don't go this way. He was just putting it out there because we are in his contracted area and wanted to at least make that offer available to us, so that it was made. He wanted us to have this discussion in a time where he still could say, yes, I can give you additional man hours, as opposed to 2 months from now, if everything is extended and we say, wow, things are getting bad, we could use some more coverage. State police would be tied up at that point more significantly as well. So the likelihood of him being able to say, sure, we'll give you an extra even 10 hours a week may become troublesome. I did not get the feeling that this was in any way Mark trying to twist our arm into this. He was very upfront that this is not a necessity, that there is no guarantee that we will get all of that money back. And he understood, much like Mr. Emery is saying, that this is a tough decision. Because it is different circumstances, this money wasn't planned on, but it is there. So again, I don't think that this was a pressure tactic on his behalf. This was more of a concern from the things that we see. I did get a email today on the school side of it, just making people aware that, you know, there are children that are stuck in these homes. Gene, I understand what you're saying as far as the times. I don't think that there was a desire to put times on that. I think it was more of a roaming schedule and give us the hours and just a better police presence. But again, that is entirely up to this board.
Well, if we're going to increase hours, then we should get a discount on the hourly rate. And again, if there's no quantifiable increase in calls at this point, I believe it's kind of a little too early to start making a decision like this. I mean, for example, today there were 2 state troopers running around the town.
Anybody else? I guess that on this, we are either at a point where we could make a motion on this, or we can just say that we will wait to see what happens and move on to the next agenda item.
I just want to move on.
Hearing no motion.
My...
Yep, hearing no motion. Mr. Emery, if you wanted to come back and just touch on the state of emergency one more time so that we could discuss that briefly here.
Okay, I'm back in, and I'll just reiterate what I said earlier, is that by the town declaring a state of emergency, I think what it will allow is that if you do get into monies that are recoverable, you know, as you were talking with the sheriff's department, or there certainly could be other expenditures that are going to come up where you have to hire different people, or let's say that you have to hire ambulances, or becomes fluid where people can't pay for funerals. So there's a ton of things that could happen. And the only reason I'm mentioning this is so that we cover our pay base for that. Operationally, I don't see it changing anything that we are presently doing. In my office, we're every day. I didn't sign on for that, by the way. But every day, I'm in my computer at home doing stuff with this. And so, needless to say, there are other opportunities or things that could rear its head. And that's all. And I don't know, again, I'm going to tell you that I don't know what we have to do. I know other towns have declared emergencies. And that's kind of where the whole thing is. It's only kind of, you know, being ahead of the curve if something happens, or it would give me the opportunity to spend, I think in our LEMP, that's the local emergency plan, it authorizes me to be able to spend $500 without select board approval. So, but that's not the reason I'm after that. I'm not at all concerned about that. More concerned about being able to recover if we do, and do mitigation if there's any mitigation that's out there.
I'm going to go around the select board here and get thoughts from them, but in the meantime, could we please add Martin to the guest list? I just saw that he has joined us.
Yeah, I have him written down, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, perfect. So Sandy, on the state of emergency, your thoughts?
I would defer to David. I think it's a good idea not to close the door after the horse gets out of the barn. So we need to do it. He will know. He will know when we should do it, I think.
Okay.
And I would defer to him, but I think it's something we definitely need to look into.
And should we go that direction, would we have to reconvene as a board to make that decision, or how would that work?
We would, if it's an emergency thing, you can call an emergency meeting like very fast. And I think that would be what you'd do.
Okay. Jeff?
Oh yeah, I totally agree with David. I mean, at this point, it's not necessarily an emergency in town, but certainly if there's some potential in the future, yeah, we should do it, definitely.
Jean?
I agree. So David wasn't asking for it right now.
No.
Is that right, David?
That's correct. I was
Okay.
looking to see if you wanted me to, however, there's no doubt my recommendation is going to be that we take the advantage and do that. But
Right.
I think I have to do a little bit more homework to see how we do that in the process.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Michael?
Well, I agree then.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, Michael?
I trust his judgment.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Emery, if I may task you to gather some more information about that and get that to me, and at that time and at your direction, we would call an emergency meeting and declare that if that is your wish.
Mr. Chairman? Could Mr. Emery also look to see if when you declared that, if you could make that an effective date prior to the date of your meeting, perhaps to the date when the EOC first met down on Governor Hunt Road 3-4 weeks ago? That's when it really started to pick up. And if that was the case, you might expand your funding eligibility to a earlier date.
Good question,
I'm not sure
Tom.
you can, but it may be worth checking into.
I will do that.
Thank you.
All right.
And it's the recommendation from Mark. I don't think Mark's on the line anymore, but as the health officer, he was in agreement with it.
Okay. Mr. Emery, as always, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to hearing from you over the next couple of days.
All right, and you certainly will. Thank you to the board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we will talk again soon. Thanks.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
All right, next up, as you can all see, we are on Zoom, and it seems that we're going to be that way for a very long time. I think that it is important for our town to continue to move, to have these meetings, and that would also mean that our committees need to be meeting. So the solid waste, who met at 6 o'clock today via Zoom, they're going to start having regular meetings. They're going to report back to us in May with their suggestion, and I would like to see that planning commissions and all of that stuff just continue to move forward. Having said that, this Zoom account is set up on Mr. Garino's personal credit card, and I would ask that we switch that over so that the town is actually paying for that subscription, and that would give us the ability to add multiple hosts, so that Bob Spencer could be a host, I could be a host, Jeff or Martin, you guys could be, I mean, so that would open that up so that Tom does not need to be at all of these meetings to host the meeting. Tom, what was the price on that, please?
I think it's, if you hold on just a second, Mr. Chair, I think it's $15.49 a month. That's for the up to 100 participants at a meeting, unlimited time on your meetings. You know,
And
so if
would
you
it-
had a 4-hour meeting, that'd be okay. But I can
Would
give
it
you the
be,
price in just a second.
Would it be your thought that on the other side of all of this, that that subscription, when we no longer need it, could that be billed to FEMA because we had to use it for this?
It probably could be billed. There is a threshold that you're going to need to be able to meet to become FEMA eligible as well. But it certainly would be, you wouldn't do this, but for the emergency, you wouldn't be meeting this way.
Okay. Sandy?
Definitely.
Jeff?
And thank you,
sorry.
Tom, for taking the, start us on it.
Yeah, and you know, I told the chairman, just so everybody, for full disclosure, I don't know everyone in town, and I'm sure everyone is a wonderful person. But if someone got onto my
Thanks, Tom.
account, I'd be a little concerned if they weren't a wonderful person.
Jeff, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think, you know, we had to enact a way to have a meeting, I think really quickly, and I think this is working out. And certainly Tom shouldn't have to pay out of his own credit card.
Jean?
Definitely the town should have their own account, and maybe it can go on the treasurer's credit card.
Yeah.
There is a card for that department.
Okay, Michael?
So I'm on Zoom's website. That is, the pro plan is $14.99 per month per host. The business plan is $19.99 per month per host with a minimum of 10 hosts, which brings it to $199.90 a month. So I just want to make sure that is all aware.
Yeah, mine was, this was $15.89 with tax.
And that's just for one host. So
Right.
I guess with that information, perhaps, do we need to look and see if they're actually, you know what, I'm going to, Martin, I see you sitting here. I'm going to ask you to weigh in on this and your thoughts. I know that we had a discussion briefly about this, but I'm just curious if Zoom is the answer for us, or if you know of a different platform that we should be looking at if we're going to have to make a switch. You are muted, sir.
Here we go.
Okay.
I poked around a little bit. I saw quite a number of towns in Vermont were using Zoom. So it seems to be a popular platform. There have been some issues with Zoom bombing and that kind of thing, but there are ways that the host can prevent nonsense and screen sharing, that kind of thing. I haven't looked around in detail at the price plans that are out there. But if there's a way to get something with maybe 2 hosts or something like that, that would feel to me like it would work, or we could just get started with 1 host and see how it goes.
Okay.
You have a number of administrators, maybe not so many hosts, but a number of administrators. I looked at Google Hangout, same type of thing, and then GoToMeeting had one as well, and they were more complicated to use, not more expensive, about the same price, relatively speaking, within a couple of bucks, but a lot more cumbersome to get up and running, at least to me. Other people may find it easier.
Even the post office is looking into starting to use Zoom. I've heard rumors already.
So, but that raises a different issue as far as, I mean, we're either at $15 to essentially stay the same so that there's only 1 host, or we are at $190 to have multiple hosts. So that's quite a price difference.
Was that $190 a month?
$199.90 a month, because the minimum for that plan is
Yeah,
10.
you don't need that big a plan.
No, you could get.
You're looking at the $14.99 per month per host.
If we added another host, it would be roughly $32 a month after the taxes and everything.
Just a suggestion. Is the school using Zoom for remote teaching?
I don't honestly know. I got something for my son called Remind. I have no idea what it is. The software looks entirely different than Zoom, so
Okay.
I'm not sure what they are using down here. I know that my other son, his school is using Zoom, but I'm not sure if they have multiple hosts or what's going on with that. So I guess I don't have a good answer. I'm curious if the board thinks that there should be some more research done on this. And then maybe
I don't see $199 a month plan.
Yeah, I mean, that would be overkill in any case. My suggestion would be just get the 1 host license right now and see how it goes. You can always get a second one of those instead of getting a 10 tripper,
So I got a question. So regarding the free use of Zoom, what are the limitations?
The freebie is host up to 100 participant, 40-minute limits on meetings.
So you got to have a meeting in less than 40 minutes.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Unlimited number of meetings. That would, well said, sir. Limited 1-to-1 meetings, 40-minute limit on group meetings. You have an unlimited number of meetings, but there was something when I looked at it, there was up to 9 people, but this one is, they've upped it to 100 participants.
Because I mean, for the most part in town, committees are not more than 9 people.
No, but
obviously you want the public to have a potential
right.
involved, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they all go over 40 minutes.
When you
Now,
do,
go ahead, Michael, I'm sorry.
you lose the security feature when you do the free one. I know the VLTC or whatever did a survey about all of them. Maybe we can get some feedback from how their survey went.
Yeah, I filled that out also, so we should get a response on that when they're completed.
Now, if this is on the town's credit card, then there's really no reason that you couldn't give out the host information for the chair of each of those committees, and they could log on. So really, we could just do one, and you just share that information at that point.
Correct.
And that's what we, for the school board that I'm on in New Hampshire, we have it for that. And then for a couple other meetings, we just use Karina's account.
Okay. So, Sandy, do we need a motion for this, or are we good to just switch over to using the town's card? Or
I'll make a motion that we thank Tom for getting us used to using Zoom, and that we have the town now take over the cost of the Zoom for the meetings.
Second.
moved by Sandy and seconded by Ms. Carr. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Tom, are you all set with getting with Cindy on that tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll get to her Thursday.
Thursday, sorry, yep.
Yep.
All right. During our, I'm sorry, next on the agenda is going to be Coldbrook liquor license renewal. There is a copy, if anybody has the packet that I dropped off today, that is in here. I did speak with the Department of Liquor Control. They do not have any reason to say that we should not renew this license. Nothing that is concerning to them. So any thoughts on this, Sandy?
No thoughts.
Jean?
Nope, it's fine.
Jeff?
Oh, good.
Michael?
To go.
I would take a motion.
I move that we renew or sign the liquor license application for Coldbrook store for 2020.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Dunkley to approve the liquor license renewal application that we will sign and send to the state of Vermont. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Yay.
All right. So,
Got it.
all right. And you did get the one nay, yes?
One nay, yes.
Okay. So this will be at the town office to get signatures on, please. I don't know if we could all accomplish that by the end of the week. Get that so that this could get mailed in. Is everybody all right with that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, perfect.
Sure.
So next on the agenda, Sandy, I'm going to ask if you would get us to executive session, please.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that we go into executive session to discuss an Alice J. Brooks fund request.
Second.
Moved and seconded by, I'm going to give it to Jeff.
Oh,
You
just
did-
barely by a nose.
And I am going to say that we are in executive session at 7:43. I'm going to say we are out of executive session at 7:49. Tom, all right. Sandy, I'm sorry, I didn't write it down. What time did we go in?
You went in at 7:43.
7:43. Okay. So we went into executive session at 7:43, came out at 7:48. Sandy, where are we headed from here?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we authorize the expenditure of up to $750 for the A.J. Brooks fund request.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Jean Carr has the second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Michael and Jeff, have we lost you guys?
Aye.
Okay. All right. So that is all set there. I will notify Tim of that. Now we are on to old business. Town administrator recruitment discussion. Jeff, let's start with you.
Oh. I guess where are we at? We received some example copies of job descriptions. I don't know. The more that I looked over them, the more unsure I was as far as the direction that we should go. You know, potentially it could be not a full-time position. There are some certain responsibilities that do not necessarily have to be included in a town administrator's job description. Certain authority also. But I guess, well, I'd like to spend a little more time looking at the job descriptions, making my mind up. But, you know, as of right now, I guess I'd probably feel if we kind of went with the same kind of job description, the same responsibilities, perhaps without human resource responsibilities as what we've had for the last few years.
And there are two more descriptions that need to come up. We just have to get down into the basement and pick up two from the 80s that I have now found where they are.
From the old Vernon town administrator position.
Yeah, Irene and Bunny. And that was Sandra brought that up to look at, but we had to find them where they were in the file. So we did find them. We're going to go down and get them.
Good.
Jean.
In terms of the kind of the HR responsibilities, I kind of liked that some of the others used a little bit different wording, because I think maybe the evaluation process still needs to be done by somebody, you know, and I think that could stay there, but some of them word it as assist or oversees personnel services to the town employees. Some are like review, but the administer is, I'd like that out. I think we wanted the discipline out. The dismissal, I don't see any of them. Well, they might have hiring responsibilities, but there isn't dismissal responsibilities. So I feel like those changes could soften this a little bit. And I also feel from talking to the town employees that they're not opposed to a town administrator overseeing them. I think that there just has to be a better match, and that hopefully going forward, the select boards will be sensitive to everybody's concerns and adjust accordingly. But I think we can soften that a little bit and take a little bit of the, I don't know, it's a harsh responsibility that's stated in the job description we have right now.
I agree.
And also under administer all town insurance policies. And I don't feel that's appropriate. I feel they're administered by the town treasurer because she has the relationship. She's really the money person. So I think if administer, again, maybe got changed to review, and certainly be aware of and work together with the treasurer, but the treasurer seems to be the one that has to do the reporting, and she has the financial responsibility to take care of, you know, the insurance issues. So I don't think administer insurance policies is a good word there. And that's on H.
Yeah.
And then the personnel, the HR part was on N. otherwise I feel like a lot of it was the same. The Grafton one definitely had, oh no, that's not the one. One of them had a whole paragraph about, no, it was Guilford, about the select board posting notices, preparing and distributing the agendas and materials. And although our town administrator did that before, it never really was in that job description anywhere. So that might be a good addition. And that was on Guilford's town administrator, A under administration.
Michael.
I agree a lot with what Gene said. I do need more time to look over it more, I think.
Okay. Sandy?
Yeah, I want to go over them some more, but I agree with Jean. She's got a good handle on it. Thank you.
And I agree with both Gene and Jeff. I do think that we need some more time, but as I said earlier when we were discussing the Zoom, I think that it's extremely important that our town, despite this pandemic, continue to move forward. When this is over, we will still have a town to operate, and we will need all systems in place for that. So a couple of things that, to reiterate what Gene said, I would say the insurance and really any of that financial obligation, any of that kind of stuff should really remain in the treasurer's office.
Right.
There should be that overlap. There should be the knowledge of that department, but there should not be any taking responsibility out of that. As far as the human resources, I agree. You know, perhaps they're the ones that do the hiring, they do the background checks, they oversee those things. As far as the discipline, I do not feel that that is in a town with an elected select board. I don't feel that that is another hired position's responsibility to do the disciplinary action. Instead, I think that that position would be more of a liaison for our town employees to the select board, and vice versa. That would be, if there was things going on, that person would be bringing that to our knowledge, and then we would convene and make decisions based upon that. But I do not think that it should be another hired person disciplining another hired person.
Right.
As far as full-time versus part-time, or what we call this position, I'm not sure that we absolutely need a 40-hour-a-week town administrator. I think that there is potential that we could still function and do quite well and be successful if we did an administrative assistant. And that would also give us more, I hesitate to use the word secretarial, but certainly at our meetings, that would give us the note taker, that would give us all of that, the person that would be publishing those minutes accordingly within the timelines that we have. So,
yeah, Chris, if I can jump in at that. I don't, if we're going to have a town administrator with limited hours, I don't quite agree that it should be an administrative assistant.
Right.
I think it should be a town administrator with limited hours, but with administrative assistant help. I mean, because there are a lot of routine things that a town administrator would be responsible for, printing stuff out and copying, that would in some way not best utilize the talent of a real town administrator. So coming back to, you know, if we have limited hours, I think it should be somebody, you know, with a talent of grant money and an actual town administrative experience, not secretarial.
Okay.
Right.
Do you think that that person in that role, because previously we had the secretary, Michelle was the secretary to the board. do we need that additional position, or should this be all within that same contract? This person is at the meetings, and in my opinion, there's no reason that they couldn't take those notes for us, keep those minutes, and that would be a part of this position, that they would be required to publish those minutes within, what is it, 5 days?
Right now it's 10, but.
Okay.
Well, yeah, for
Only
so
during COVID.
what are your thoughts on that, Jeff, as far as utilizing that position to eliminate that additional? Because I think that was it $3,000 or $6,000 extra in the budget?
Yeah, no, I agree that there's probably 40 hours of work, whether we want to have it one person do it or 3/4 one person and 1/4 somebody else. But I mean, to me, there is a full-time position here with the inclusion of administrative assistant, quote, secretarial work, quote unquote.
Okay. Anybody else have thoughts on that? So,
Well, I actually do. I think of the times when we've really been working on like ordinances per se, or some of these other issues where there's been a lot of research into the law. And I wonder how you have all that to work on with us and still be responsible for taking minutes. And I'm not sure. Because usually the town administrator has got a lot of information for us. You know, they're not just sitting there through the meeting. You know, as we get back into a mode where we're really cranking through some things, you know.
Yep. Sandy, your thoughts?
Well, you're all right. I can see good points on all of it. It would be nice if, you know, when you did have a full-time administrative assistant and she had a secretary, we actually got copies, or the board members got copies of all the committee report minutes. So we knew what was going on with the rec department and the planning commission, and because we had their minutes. And that does take time. But then the board is really, everybody knows what's going on. But also at that time, we had Vermont Yankee paying the bills.
Sure would be nice to have them again.
Sure would.
So I guess at this point, what is because we are into April now. July is coming quickly, and I think that we need to move on this. What is everybody's thoughts as far as utilizing VLCT or somebody of the like to help with this job search? Jeff?
I think we definitely, whether it's VLTC or private headhunter agency, I think whatever money we spend in the job search is well worth it. I think as chair, Chris, you need to tell the rest of us what kind of time frame you want us to get back to you as far as our thoughts and trying to finalize a job description and what we feel we need to look for. So, you know, in a way, you tell us when you want us to finalize our thoughts.
Sure. Yep. And I just, I'm trying to organize myself and my thoughts as well. So that's why I just want to make sure that we're touching on everything as far as everybody's thoughts on the recruitment, kind of everybody's just overall thought of what this position looks like, so that then we can look at what that description should be and start to put some timelines in place. So it sounds like you feel that we should be using some outsourced agency to assist in this job hunt.
Yeah, definitely. But like I said, we need to figure out exactly what we're looking for before we make that step of contacting some assistance.
Fair. So go ahead, Tom. You look like you got something to say.
I think this is where we go back to perhaps we do a Zoom workshop. It won't be as fun as a regular facilitation, but really go through what you want this person to do. Get it honed down, because there's some differences on expectations just from listening to the five of you. There's a lot of common understanding and agreement, but there is some differing approaches to how you want to go after this. And I think that if you spent an hour doing that, you'd get it honed down. A new and appropriate job description could be written up for your review, and then you could go out to, and I'm talking within a week or 10 days. I'm not saying that this has got to be dragged out, but there is enough, at least from my listening, there's enough fuzziness, for lack of a better term, that needs to be clarified before you go out and hire somebody and figure out what you're recruiting for.
Right. So,
and there may be less expensive ways in the league to do this.
All right. So what does everybody, I'm looking at next Wednesday, the 15th. Does that evening work for everybody to have a discussion about this? That would give us all the week to look over this information. Tom, I would ask that we get those other two job descriptions this Thursday emailed out to the board. And then that would give everybody,
email them.
Perfect. So that would give everybody 6 days from that point to finalize what their thoughts are on this, and we could meet next Wednesday at 6:30 if that works for, and we could say that we're going to keep that to an hour. Everybody has their thoughts, and then we could discuss it and make changes at that point. Sandy?
Sounds good.
Jeff?
Yeah, no, we'll do it.
Gene?
Good.
Michael?
Sounds good.
All right, so Tom, if you would so kindly warn that meeting for next Wednesday at 6:30.
As a work session.
Yes. And then we will wait for the additional 2 job descriptions that are lingering in the town office.
Yep.
That will give everybody time to go over the ones that have already been provided, make changes. I truthfully don't care if somebody rewrites the entire thing on going a different direction, if that's the way that you see fit. I think that this is the time to do it. We've heard the employees' issues. We've heard the squawking around town from people. So, and then we all have our own feelings as well. So I think that we have enough information to be able to put something together that makes sense. And we can reconvene next Wednesday about that. And I just lost my agenda. There was one more thing on there, wasn't there? Oh, review of preschool and after school staff. We had said that we would readdress this at this meeting. Obviously, everything has been extended. It is still my feeling that that money is there. It is budgeted. It is what it is. My suggestion is that we do the exact same thing that we did in our special meeting last week, where we extend this out and look at it again. Thoughts, starting with Michael.
Sounds good.
Jeff.
That's fine. I guess one suggestion I would make, I suppose probably to the rec board, as they administer preschool, is, you know, maybe some suggestion of an online preschool gathering. Probably there's some parents that would appreciate their preschool kids being distracted for an hour or two. So I would propose that if we're paying people, I mean, with high school, there's a lot of online learning that's still going on. So I would suggest that, you know, preschool, maybe try, try some kind of online activities.
I like it. That's a great idea. I will reach out to Seth after this meeting. I like that a lot. I think that would, as a parent of a younger child, he's not in preschool, but man, I would take a break. Somebody could entertain him for a couple of minutes. That'd be great. So I will reach out to him for sure. Jean, your thoughts?
Yep, let's revisit it. Do we want to say when?
When did we decide that we would revisit the other ones? That was May 5th, I believe. Is that right, Sandy?
Yes, May 5th.
Yeah.
Well, do we need to do it on May 5th? The governor's decided that school is not going back. So I think that this one, we could almost decide that we're just going to carry this out to the end of the contracted year. And then we don't have to revisit this one. Sandy?
I guess at that point, as I think I mentioned the last time that we had talked about the after school program, those expenses for after school are contingent upon budgeted income.
I do remember, yeah.
And there's no after school income coming in. So I really wouldn't be in favor of continuing to pay after school staff through the end of the school year, because there's no income.
There's no budget.
To offset their expenses.
Right.
Well, I think you could say the same for the preschool, because those kids are paying tuition, and the grants that they get, that all carries that program. So they're
but their grant money, there is some money coming in to continue to cover.
Well, hopefully.
There's not an after school. I mean, that's totally funded by parents. There's no grants to run the after school program.
No.
All right.
No, but the kids are, there's a lot of tuition coming into the preschool program too. So
Well, yeah, I guess it depends on who you talk to. I don't think it's ever really covered the cost of the whole program. I mean, the tuition, I mean, my daughter went through preschool, and frankly, it was a great deal.
right. Well, I know they get a lot of grant money.
Yeah. And again, the after school program, I mean, they have to be self-sufficient. So I wouldn't support continuing to pay the after school staff for the whole year. I got no problem to May, but.
So what if we were to continue this to May 5th? But we ask Mr. Dio to join us at our last meeting of the month and have him explain the budget that you're questioning, Jeff, and just how the finances of that after school work, so that we would have that information prior to the May 5th meeting so that we could have and make an educated decision. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, but if this the situation, shelter in place, goes on for all summer, do we pay lifeguards at the pool? Do we pay?
They're not currently on our payroll. I think that's a huge difference.
But
I see what you're saying, but those are people that are going into the summer knowing that they have nothing right now, whereas these other people had their feet taken right out from under them at.
Yeah, I don't dispute that, but I mean, there are a lot of other people that they've lost jobs through no fault of their own too. I mean, unfortunately, that's kind of the life that we're facing.
Right, but those people are taking unemployment, and if these employees took unemployment, it's just coming out of another line item in our budget anyway. That's not coming from the state, is my understanding.
So I guess my question again is, as far as the after school staff, these aren't full-time jobs. I mean, so I don't preschool program, those are full-time jobs.
Right.
They have benefits, and I wouldn't agree with taking away pay for preschool. But again, after school program, I mean, these are part-time jobs.
Well, and two of the preschool teachers are part-time. I believe one of them's only 10 hours a week. So does that mean that they're excluded from this?
Well, in that case, yeah, I would.
If there's
bring it up.
Wow.
Michael, you were trying to say something?
If there's a time there's no kids enrolled in after school during a normal school year, are they not paid? Are they paid?
I don't have that answer. I think, again, this is where we may want to have Mr. Dio join us.
Yeah.
To give us some answers at the next meeting, because these are all certainly valid questions and valid points.
I can tell you that in Brattleboro, they're interviewing for their summer help, but they also, it's with the understanding if they're able to do their programs, you know, they're not guaranteed jobs.
Right.
So, you know, they're not employees and they know they may not be.
Sandy?
I think we're going to revisit it, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I will speak with Seth this evening about the preschool, and I will also ask him about that meeting.
Can we get recommendations?
I've lost my connection.
No, you're still here.
Okay, my internet is unstable. It keeps going in and out. I missed that last comment of yours, Mr. Chairman. It froze.
I don't honestly remember. I was making a note over here, so.
I think you mentioned you're going to talk to Seth about.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll
Okay,
reach
sorry.
out to Seth about Mr. Dunkley's suggestion about the preschool staff reaching out to those kiddos and potentially just entertaining them for a little while. And then we will invite Mr. Dio to our April 19th, 17th, 21st, April 21st
Yeah.
meeting. And we will, I believe we're in agreement that we will continue to do what we are doing as far as the pay for those two departments until May 5th, with further discussion on the 21st. Does that sound right to everybody?
Yeah, I've got that noted, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Perfect. So that I believe is, oh, wait a minute, there's so I guess at that point, town administrators report.
I'm looking at what there is here. Some of this we've already discussed. I think Mr. Emery went through the COVID issue very well. I'm working with him on those things as well. Tim and I are working well together on things as they came up. The tractor bid's been discussed. Trash and recycling was discussed at the last meeting, where the committee will be looking at the contract for Triple T and making a recommendation back to the select board. I don't know, my notes are buried on that, but they're also going to look at bag prices and things like stickers like Westminster does that the chairman brought up.
Could I jump in here, Tom? I'm sorry,
sure.
because we missed a agenda item. We need a nomination for Sandra
Yes.
to the Solid Waste Committee. Could I please get?
That's Ms. Rule, right?
It's Rulowich, isn't it?
Rulowich.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I
need
move
a-
that, whoop,
Go
I
ahead.
move that we appoint Sandra Rulowich to the Solid Waste Committee.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Harris. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Perfect. So Tom, if you could also let her know that she is now nominated and that her motion, or the motion to nominate her as chair to that committee this evening, will now be okay. And you can continue with your, and on that, yes, they did organize this evening. They are already, they will start meeting, I believe, next Thursday, or it's the 16th. And I have tasked them to get us their information and recommendations by our our second meeting in May. And that way we could sign that triple T contract as long as everybody is in agreement. And that gives us a little bit of wiggle room before July 1st. That would give us an additional meeting to discuss and raise any questions that we might have. So Tom, back to you as far as the admin report.
Yeah, I just wanted to note to you folks that North Star subcontractor contacted me, and again, this is more of a learning curve. You folks will probably already know this. They're going to start building on the property that they bought off of 142, where the substation was. They're going to have a garage type facility there. It's right by where the high tension, where the high tension wires come through. And they will first need to go to Act 250 relative to their, and to Agency of Natural Resources relative to the septic. I was checking with the assessors on some things on that. It's just a heads up, you're going to see some work going on up there in the near future by the sub. In case there's no building permit necessary because of the, no zoning and things. And then I've been in contact with Representative Coffey on a number of issues over the past that have to do with COVID specifically. And she's been more than fantastic about responding to my queries, especially Department of Labor stuff that I'm interested in, because we need to know how, if we're paying people that are currently not essential and they're at home, we want to see how we may be able to get that recouped. And there may be a way to do that.
That it, sir?
That's all, Mr. Chairman. The rest of it we've discussed.
All right. Next meeting will be on next meeting will be next Wednesday at 6:30.
Right.
That will be a work session followed by our normal select board meeting on April 21st. Could I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunkley. He won that one. All those in favor? Aye. All right. We are adjourned. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, you too.
make a list of all those issues that we know of so far that have to be dealt with. So that was why it was such a broad agenda, because those are some of the issues that I already knew that had come up. So with that, what I will do, I guess, is start with the treasurer's office. Are there issues that you know of that we have to deal with that are related to COVID-19?
This is Beth. I guess I will just give you a two-line summary of what I just said in Senate Finance and Appropriations. We have sufficient cash to meet our obligations. We expect to be able to make our payments to retirees, to employees, to vendors, to individuals with needs that are in our various systems without disruption and on time. And we are establishing sufficient backups and contingencies for our systems and options. But we will be able to pay all of the payments, and will be no disruption. So just wanted to let you know that moves.
That's
good.
That's the best news we've heard all day.
Okay.
So while the treasurer's office is on the phone, I will bring up one of the issues that came from law enforcement. We are no longer running training classes right now because of the grouping people together, social distancing. We have a number of people who will, within the next couple months, be forced to retire, and we have a number of people who have retired at 55 because that's the age for the troopers and the state. So is there any way at this time to delay those forced retirements because we are hurting for law enforcement right now? So that's a question for the treasurer's office. That's an issue. I guess I don't expect you to have an answer today, but we will put that on the agenda for next week someday to really get into it and see what we can do. Does that make sense?
Okay, thank you.
And Erica, that probably is mostly you and Beth, huh?
I think it's probably Erica, Tim Duggan, and Michael Clausen.
Oh, okay. All right. So are there no issues out there that we need to deal with, committee, that you've heard of?
I thought we were still waiting for the treasurer to identify any.
Well, she didn't.
Well, you just identified one we need to deal with the treasurer. Anything else that you have, Jeanette, for the treasurer?
No, that's what I had for the treasurer's office.
Can I just say,
the treasurer, Anthony?
well, we talk about it being a treasurer's issue, which it is, but if it has to do with their contracts, I would imagine it's a contract. In other words, if they're supposed to retire at 55, I just wonder we'd have to take a look at the contract and see what it allows or disallows, I would think.
Well, it's a matter of statute, actually, and so we have to take a look at that. And frankly, there's a committee that's been working on this, the Law Enforcement Retirement Benefit Study Committee, and we submitted a progress report. I guess I would caution against jumping ahead of that report. I understand the needs, but the retirement age is a very significant issue in terms of safety as well, and we would recommend that we take a look at it within the context of the current process. And I understand the desire to move forward on this, but it has a big impact in terms of, as I said, safety. Plus, it has specific legal and regulatory issues. And I don't know if it would be okay, or do you want me to wait till next week, or we could have Tim Duggan talk about it a little bit?
No, I would rather wait because I want to get it on, and I want to get those people who are asking the questions about the retirement on here and have some information, because we're beginning to face a pretty serious issue out there with law enforcement. And we are passing all kinds of legislation that defies current statutes and does it, or that is in opposition to current statutes, but that does it only for a limited period of time because of this crisis that we're facing. So I'd rather wait, and we'll put it on the agenda we'll put it on for Tuesday.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any issues from the Treasurer's Office that you feel that we as a Government Operations Committee need to deal with?
Well, I guess the only thing I would add is that as we're working through this and you're thinking about issues, I have a very strong opinion that we need to take care of hourly employees as well. And there are hourly employees in the municipal system, whether they work in schools as support staff to the teachers and students, or whether they are municipal workers. And we want to make sure that they're taken care of in the process. We're looking at our retirement statutes right now, and our practices, and just want to alert you that we might have some information on that. I don't know if Michael or Erica want to talk to that anymore, but that would be one issue. For me, it's a matter of making sure that we've taken care of our people.
Okay. Thank you. We'll put that on the same day.
Okay.
Okay. So anybody else out there, VSEA, do you have any issues that you, I think that, Steve, are you there?
I'm here.
I think that perhaps the issue with Woodside, we should leave to the Judiciary Committee because they've already been working on that, and there's no need to duplicate. We have enough things to do, everybody. But are there other VSEA issues that we should, I think the Veterans Home is an issue?
I would say a couple. There's a few things. One is the Veterans Home, and across state government, there's a serious lack of personal protective equipment. And I think it would be, I don't know what the Government Operations Committee can do about that, but it would be good to get a report from the administration on where that stands, because we do have people in prisons and correctional facilities and at the state hospital and at the Vets Home, and in other places, especially in DCF, going in locations where they could easily contract COVID-19, and there's no gloves, there's no masks, there's no anything.
Okay.
So that would be one thing. The thing is, this is maybe a little bit of a longer term issue, and generally it starts in the House, but we are going to need a pay act.
I did get a message from Secretary Condos about that too.
Okay. Secretary Condos?
Yeah, he was Secretary Condos. You know that guy, Secretary of State?
Yeah.
Remember him?
Yes. That's very nice of him to call on behalf of the pay act.
His concern, I'll tell you what his concern was, and then we'll put it on to see how, and I'll talk with Sarah about how we're going to deal with this, is that he was very concerned that a lot of executive salaries have gone up, and the people who are, and they are working very hard, that's understanding, but that the like the janitorial staff, their salaries have not gone up. They're still working for like $14, $15 an hour, and they're facing a lot of challenges with this and a lot of risks. So that was his.
I think the only other couple of things on my list, one is, I don't know exactly if this is a government operations issue, but it does affect the state workforce. You know, the thing that is confusing about the direction the administration has given us is it doesn't, there really are essential employees who absolutely need to be there. And then there's all these other categories. Basically, the governor deemed all state employees essential, and there are people who are working despite the governor's order at offices And it really, they're not correctional officers, they're not BGS, they're not law enforcement officers, they're not nurses. You know, they're not immediately responding to the crisis, but they're somehow being asked to come to offices and we don't know why. So we're trying to work that out. That might be just something to have on your radar. And this, I don't know if it belongs in government operations or where it belongs, but we're starting to get calls from members who are paying for childcare, even though their kids can't go to the childcare center. But meanwhile, the childcare facility has filled up with essential personnel, the kids of essential personnel, and they were concerned about childcare centers making a windfall, charging existing parents who can't send their kids while also charging emergency personnel. And I don't know how widespread that is, but I've gotten 2 or 3 calls in the last day or so with concerns about people who are paying for childcare slots they're not using, while that slot is being filled by a child of an emergency, somebody who's working as an essential employee.
Is your concern that those slots are being double paid for?
Yes.
Yes.
That they're charging people who don't have any money to pay for slots that they can't
keep
use,
them open,
and also charging the essential personnel for their kid. So, I mean, it just seems, I don't know how widespread it is, but it does seem like somewhere we have to make sure that the child care centers are not making a windfall.
Somehow I can't see them making any windfall, but it is an issue if it's happening.
Right.
I don't know where that rightly belongs, child care.
No idea where that goes either.
We'll look into it though.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
That's all I got on my list for now.
May I ask
Okay.
Steve, Jeanette, may I ask Steve a question?
Yes, please.
Oh, Chris Bray has joined us with a new
Just in time for your
background.
question.
My question is, what percent of the VSBA workforce is now working remotely? I mean, you said some of them were going into the office, but were not considered essential, even though all state employees are considered essential. Do you have a notion of how many are actually now working remotely?
I don't. The Department of Human Resources might. I would say the vast majority of them are. But I can't give you a specific percentage. DHR, I think, does track that information, so they may be able to give you a more specific answer to that.
Well, Tom is on the call.
Tom is?
He was. There he is. You're muted, Tom.
An issue.
We can hear you now.
Now you're pointing your finger at us.
Okay, now I should be unmuted now.
You are.
Yes.
Yeah. My understanding is that the administration is tracking data on where people are working. I don't know, I don't have the answer to the question, obviously, but I can pass it along to the commissioner.
Thanks.
So, Steve, when you say that they are not essential, but they're reporting to offices, what kinds of people are you thinking of? Because I'm thinking of people like people in Volk Rehab may not be considered essential to responding to COVID, but they certainly are in terms of dealing with their clients.
Right, so that's a good example. We do have a lot of folks who I don't know if they're still doing it, but there were a lot of folks from Volk Rehab who were being called into their offices, and they were saying that they essentially could do the work from home, and they don't know why they were being asked. That may have changed since the governor's stay-at-home order.
Okay.
I can speak to that. I think since the governor's stay-at-home order, any state employee who has the capability to work remotely is or should be working remotely.
Got it.
Okay.
Right. I think what would be clearer is if we had a classification of like super essential people. You're a nurse, you need to show up. You're a police officer, you need to show up. Versus everybody is an essential employee. It's creating confusion for a lot of reasons.
Well, I don't know how you deal with that exactly. If anybody has the ability to work remotely, even though they're considered an essential employee. I mean, a law enforcement officer can't really work remotely, nor can a nurse, but a voc rehab counselor can. So they might be considered essential, but able to work remotely. So we should clear that. We'll clear that up. We'll get DHR. Tom, will you have some answers for us in a report on Monday? I mean, on Tuesday.
I will get what I can by Tuesday.
Thank you. Okay, other issues that anybody has? Is Mark Anderson on the call?
I am, Senator.
Thank you. I know that we're having some issues around law enforcement. This is Sheriff Anderson. Do you want to tell us? What we're trying to do today is just get a list of the things that we need to address next week.
So I'm looking to see if we can establish a source of emergency funding for sheriffs through the COVID-19 crisis.
Okay. Okay. All right. We got that on the list.
Sorry, may I just ask a question of Mark?
Yes.
Mark, the sheriff's employees are all considered essential. They're all doing their jobs. They haven't stopped the work they're doing other than the court work, which is obviously slowed down, but all their town work is, what is the emergency need for funding for the sheriffs?
I'll use my office as an example. Our dispatch operates 24-hour dispatching for 3 agencies, including my own. It operates at a loss each year. It's subsidized through the work that we do that is not part of the state or county funded work. And without any of the typical revenue that I would have coming in right now, I won't be able to sustain operating the dispatch center.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I just
think that
wasn't clear.
they subsidize almost everything that they do for the state and the towns by contracts with places like Mount Snow and Stratton, and they're not operating. So
got it.
Are there other issues, Mark, that around getting people?
In terms of getting people, I can't speak for the sheriffs specifically. There's certainly issues with the academy and training that I think you've already outlined, and that's just what it is. And then another issue, I'm not sure if it's a GovOps issue, but was regarding fees for service of civil process, which I believe that was proposed in the House.
They're working on that?
I believe so, but I'd have to defer to Sheriff Boniek.
Okay. Is he on the phone by any chance?
He is not.
Okay, we'll ask him. Because we don't want to be duplicating whatever they're doing over there. If they're starting that, okay. Goodness sakes. All right. Anybody else? Is Karen Horn on here by now?
It's almost 10 after 3. There are going to be, I think, a large number of municipal issues as we wade through this.
This is Chris Campany, Wyndham Regional Commission.
Good. Thank you, Chris.
Hey, I think Karen is probably still on this the weekly state emergency operations call with municipal officials and regional planning commissions and EMDs. I can't speak for her, but I know she shared with us an amendment to Title 24, Chapter 33, which would allow electronic signatures during this period. And the other thing that was included in the communication with us, meaning the regional planning commissions, was that if you need a definition for electronic signature, there's one under Title 9, Chapter 20. one of the things I would ask is regional commissions would also benefit from that authority. I don't know that we don't have that authority. State agencies do, but it would be good for us to have that authority as well.
Okay.
Are there any other, Chris, while you're there, are there any other permit, other issues that we have that need to be addressed from the planning commission point of view?
No, I think you guys covered it in the bill that just passed. Coverage of the deadlines, and so I think it's covered. I think it's covered through there because certainly for our operations, and I think for most town operations, I think we're good.
Great.
Okay. So Chris, this is Jeanette. I have to say that thing that was sent out from your office about FEMA and how to deal with that and how to keep track of everything was very helpful. I forwarded that to all the people in the Senate and I'm sure Karen Horn already knows that, but I forwarded it to her too. It was very clear and well written.
Great.
It was good.
Great. And one of the things too that we're just so you know that we're working on within our regional commission, and I'm sure others will be working on them too, are basically a single web page. We're working with United Way and Groundworks and others as a single source to go to information for a whole variety of needs. So we can all have it in one place and be something that will be kept up to date. So that's a work in progress, but we'll send information out about that as we continue. But I'm sure it's probably going to be done differently in different places. Organized in whatever way makes sense. In some cases, it may be the regional commission. In our case, the leadership on this is probably, as far as the entities that are most connected, are more likely like United Way and Groundworks, and we'll make sure that we include information from throughout the region. Our role is going to be more the kind of coordinating and hosting of that information. So this may be approached in different ways, but everybody, I think, is standing up pretty, quickly to get as much information as consumable a format as possible.
Okay, thank you. Other things that I wondered if, I'm sure there's no EMS people on here, but I wondered if the online training, I know that we're still short of EMS people and that we probably need them more than ever. And if we can do something with if there's time, if people can do something with the online training so that we can get more people signed up. I don't know if that's something that needs to happen quickly or if it even is feasible. I guess I should talk to DOH about that.
Yeah, and maybe we could fast track our bill, which we've sent to the House, because that our EMS bill has some provisions in there that would help this emergency right now. So if we got that rolled out and got the House to act on it, that would be helpful.
Yeah, and it may be that there's so many things in there that they wouldn't want to do the whole thing, but we could at least pull out the EMS stuff maybe.
Exactly. I'm thinking of the work that we've already done and how we can prioritize within some of the work we've already done that is actually very useful right now, like the licensing stuff and the EMS.
Anybody else have anything that they would like to throw out here?
Well, I guess I'd expand on that, which is I think we should look at what we've passed and see if there are things that are COVID related that would help facilitate the crisis at the moment. Or, I'm thinking of our OPR bill. I'm thinking of the EMS bill. I mean, some of those bills have some provisions that could be very useful right now.
Yeah. And I think we want to hear, we heard from the sheriffs about possibly some emergency funding, but we will, there is going to be money in there for municipalities also, and in the federal bill that comes, and I'm not sure how it would be helpful if appropriations clearly will make the decisions on here, but it would be helpful if we had some suggestions about how the municipalities felt that it would be most helpful to them. Does that make sense?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So I don't know if Karen is still on here. I got a note from Mark Hughes saying that if we were hearing things that we should hear from the disadvantaged communities that are most impacted by this. And I'm not sure that he had anything more specific. I don't know if Mark is on the phone, but I did tell him to send me a note about what specifically he was referring to. So we'll have that. Anybody
Chair
else?
White,
Yes.
this is Chris Bray.
Hello, Chris Bray.
Good afternoon. Speaking of communities at risk, one that I'm conscious of over here in Addison County, I think it's much more widespread, but there's a whole group of people who work and live on farms who are here on special visas and stuff like that. They don't have regular access to many things, and I'm just wondering if I know that ag is aware of this, but it's broader than just agriculture. But I did want to mention that if we're looking at communities at risk and maybe who don't have great access to healthcare, and probably would also, they may not. I don't know who's looking.
Could whoever has the phone ringing mute their phone unless it's you, Chris Bray?
It's me, Allison Clarkson.
Shocking.
Okay. Please ask people not to call you.
Can you do that? I didn't realize you could do that.
Well, you can put your phone in the other room.
And it says, for order of the chair of government operations, stop calling me.
Yes.
You got that, Tom?
So maybe that's one group.
Allison,
related.
can you mute yourself?
No, but I'm.
Or put your phone in the other room. Okay. Go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry.
So that's all I was saying, just that there is a farm community that has problems with access to healthcare. And I also just don't know who's looking out in terms of work rules and, safe distancing and all the rest.
With farm workers, with those communities that are at risk.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Anything else?
Senator White.
Two people just spoke up. I think one sounded like Karen Horn, and I couldn't tell the other one. Am I right?
Jeanette, one of the people was myself, and it's Ingrid Jonas with State Police.
Oh, hi, Ingrid.
Hi. I just wanted to chime in that I haven't been told of.
You've faded way away.
I haven't talked with Commissioner Sherling regarding any needs for VSP, so perhaps on Tuesday we could report back.
Yeah, that would be great.
And Senator White, it was Rosemary Gretkowski also speaking at the same time. Okay. And I have Mike Mike DeRocher is also on the phone from Fire Safety. And we would love to have an opportunity to discuss some of the licensing requirements for electricians and plumbers that are in the fire safety, in their purview for regulation. So if that could be put on the agenda, I think we'd appreciate that.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Is that what you were going to suggest, Mike?
Yes.
Okay, Great, thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Mhm. And if you think of other things from DPS that need to, or the troopers, either one, just I know that this was pretty short, and the issues keep coming up instead of, it isn't a list that is finite on Friday afternoon.
Thank you.
I wish it was a list that was finite on Friday afternoon. Wouldn't that be nice?
Finite Fridays.
Okay, other,
Was Karen able to join us?
I think Chris indicated that she was probably still on that meeting, but I know that she did say that right now, the most pressing thing for them right now was his electronic signatures.
Right.
And I'm sure that if other things come up that she'll let us know. So what I would suggest everybody is, I don't want to keep us here any longer than we have to, unless there's something else that if people think of other things that we do need to deal with, and all we're dealing with this week is in response to COVID. After that, we may start dealing with other, according to our leadership, we may start dealing with other things that are important, but not in response to the emergency. So if you think of other things, if you would email them to me. I do have one other thing. Betsy Ann Rask so kindly reminded us that if we have any interest in passing a constitutional amendment, it has to be done before we adjourn. We have 4 constitutional amendments on our wall, I believe. I think 3 of them deal with length of terms, and one of them deals with free men and free women in the Constitution. Does anybody have an interest in taking any of those up before the end of the session?
No.
We're shocked. We're shocked.
Chris?
Can you hear me? There
yes.
We go. Not this year.
Okay. Anthony?
I don't feel an urgent need to bring them up. No, we have other things to do.
Allison?
I'm with Brian.
Yes, mine was a resounding no also, so, okay.
Madam
So
Chair, can I add one more thing that I had on my list? Sorry.
Yes.
I know that this is a larger discussion, Senate as well, but our committee might be interested in thinking through and making recommendations to the full Senate on how we might do remote meetings with voting and remote for committees as well as for the full Senate, since that's something we work on regularly anyway, and just produced a bill. So I know that Senate Rules is looking at it, but I wondered if there was a role maybe for Senate GovOps to play as well.
We will find out, and I think that we have our constitutional and case law person right there on the line with us, right, Betsy Ann? I think she's still there.
Yes,
okay.
And Tucker as well. Tucker would also be involved with that. He couldn't be here today because he was double booked, but he just wanted me to let you know that he's here in spirit and he can be here if you need to speak with him also.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Other things? Yes.
Senator White, this is Gail, and I just got an email from Karen Horn. Apparently she will be dialing in shortly.
Okay. Do you know what time it is right now? I don't have a clock. I'm so out of it here.
It is a good.
It's what?
3:23.
Oh, okay. We have a little bit of time. Okay. Should we wait for Karen to dial in?
Yes, she is.
Okay. We will wait. In the meantime, does anybody else want to say anything at all about anything?
Can I just bring up what Chris mentioned, Madam Chair?
The two resolutions that we passed, and I assume they've gone on, well, they don't need to be approved by the governor, do they? One of them did have to do with committees being able to vote remotely. And I thought we passed that, and also any joint committees with the ability to do the same thing. The question that we were going to be grappling with was whether the Senate as a whole body could do that. Am I not remembering correctly?
I think you're correct. I think that maybe what Chris was referring to, and I'm not sure that this was right, was how best to do it. I think there are different ways that we might vote remotely, and the committee, it isn't as essential, but with 30 people in the Senate, what are the safeguards and how best to do it?
The issue that I understood from this morning, because we talked about this quite a bit in the Senate call, was the body, voting as a body.
Yeah.
So we've taken care of the committee voting, but what we haven't taken care of is how the Senate votes. So, and we have a lot of expertise to pull together on that. It's remote voting is done all over the world. So there is Kevin Moore, I know, has expertise in this, and some other obviously expertise we can reach out to. But that, if you weren't on that call, Brian, Becca and Joe have asked us to send us their ideas by Sunday.
Yes, I realize that, Allison. I was responding to what Chris had mentioned, that's all.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right, and beyond voting, another discussion related to all this was, should the Senate adjourn? And if so, would we modify something like joint fiscal to give it capacities beyond what it currently has to just make budget adjustments to make it a more fully rounded committee that could work through the balance of the year post adjournment, whenever that date comes.
Right, or the emergency, the joint emergency committee was discussed.
Well, right, and so that's exactly the kind of discussion. The e-board is quite small.
Right.
Joint fiscal is bigger, but they're both very small compared to the full body. And might we want to consider recommendations, for instance, on making them a little bigger to represent different aspects that they're basically fiscal at the moment.
Right.
And I do think that although this is an issue for the entire Senate to grapple with, and for the joint or for the Rules Committee, I think that we could have some conversations about it, because we are the voting committee. I mean, that's what we do, is elections and voting. And so I think that we can tap on the expertise that we have available to us.
So joint rules could consider delegating some of that work to us, is what I think Chris is asking.
Well, I'm not even going to ask them to delegate. We'll just put it on our agenda.
Right. We could also take a look at whatever they're considering, look at the options, and we could discuss the options and prioritize which we think might be more appealing.
Right. Yeah, I wasn't really recommending delegating, just that it seems like something we might want to evaluate and make a recommendation to rules, for instance, go the other direction.
Right.
Well, since that's going to happen pretty quickly, I think maybe we should put that on for first thing on Tuesday.
Good idea. And maybe, Jeanette, you'd be kind enough to email Becca and Joe and let them know we think we might take first crack at it.
Yeah, I will do that. So while we're waiting here for Karen to dial in, is Susanna Davis, are you on the line?
Senator White, Karen has joined us.
Okay. First of all, though, is Susanna on the line?
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you. From the administration's point of view, is there anything that you can think of that that we need to deal with as a Government Operations Committee?
Perhaps you might be asking the wrong person, but I would say no. I think that if I can speak on behalf of the admin, we're here to respond to needs that are raised here. I'm personally unaware of things that that someone in the admin may want to bring before this committee, but I can follow up by email afterwards if that's not accurate.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you for holding the hearing.
Yep. Karen? And Karen, Chris Campany did comment about the electronic signatures. So if there are other issues that you need right now?
In this lull, but while we're waiting for Karen, I have to say, Anthony, it looks like geraniums are beautiful.
You thank Debbie for that.
Thank Debbie for that.
Hi, this is Karen. I
Hi,
keep
Karen.
getting cut off, but I seem to be here for the moment.
Yep.
And it's better if I don't have a picture because then it seems to hang on for longer.
Okay, so are there issues that you can think of right now that we need to deal with besides the electronic signatures?
The electronic signature seems to be the one that is most important right now. And I'm waiting to, I'm hoping to get some, other proposals from folks, but I don't have them at this point.
Okay, the one thing that might be helpful, and I don't know how we would do this at all, but there is, and I don't know if we really have a role here, but generally the Appropriations Committee asks us for recommendations when it comes to giving out money. And I know that in the federal money bill, there will be some money for municipalities, and I don't know if they'll ask us for recommendations, but if so, once we know what's in there, if we can have any be helpful to the municipalities, that would be great. So
yeah, so this morning when I was listening to the Ways and Means Committee, I believe, and then also Congressman Welch was on the Emergency Operations Center call for local officials. It sounded like perhaps it was the governor's office that made those decisions. I'm not sure. In any case, we are going to have big holes in municipal budgets due to late payments and delinquencies and requests for abatement of taxes. And we're also going to have significant expenses for our emergency medical services folks in particular. So yeah, we will have recommendations / requests around the funding piece, and I'm happy to put those together for you.
Okay. That sounds good. Anything else?
Not
Anybody
right
else? Okay, anybody else have anything?
Nope.
Oh, sir.
Okay, so what I would suggest is if people think of stuff, when they think of them, just if you email them to the whole committee and to Gail so that we all kind of see them, and then we can put them on a list and start looking at them. And we're scheduled for Tuesday from 1 to 3 and Thursday from 1 to 3. Is that right, Gail?
Right, that's what I'm understanding. And I'll send that out to the committee and others on this call so that you'll have that in front of you.
Okay, and then Friday if we need it. We may not need it, but okay.
Yep.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Bye.
Have a good weekend.
that the sun shines down its power to all the